Hunting Hollywood greetings, fellow multiversal adventurers. It's an honor to have you back in this saga that has us all hooked. Official channel statement: this story is 100% epic fiction, so please don't attempt real magic. The results aren't guaranteed and insurance won't cover it. The rights to this masterpiece belong entirely to its brilliant original author. We are just a barge sharing it with you. Do you want to keep being part of this amazing community? Join our ninja army of subscribers on YouTube and give this content a like. And for true fans, our Patreon has exclusive ninjutsu waiting for you. Chapter 1175 Sisters Settle Accounts Clearly. After waiting for more than half an hour with a confused mind, I was finally reminded to get up. I followed a maid out of the reception room and walked through the villa to the seaside. During this time, Ines found that a girl was led away. I guessed that she did not pass the test. This comparison gave her a strange sense of superiority. When I came to the outdoors again, it was already past 10 o'clock in the morning. The autumn sun was just right. Standing on the slightly higher steps of the villa, I looked out to the blue sea in the distance. Because this is the narrow V-shaped area between Long Island and Connecticut, I can vaguely see the other side. I retracted my gaze a little. In the near distance was a private beach 200 or 300 meters wide, and closer was the lawn, as well as a private swimming pool not far away. The edges of the manor were impenetrable 3-meter-high holly hedges, and at the same time, there were some tall trees with red and yellow leaves. This is probably what the Garden of Eden is like. How nice it would be if I could own such a manor, Ines fantasized. Following the maid's lead, she first went to an annex building next to the villa to take a shower and change into swimsuits. Finally, the group could walk to the pool where people gathered. On the sunny side of the exaggeratedly large swimming pool, there was a row of lounge chairs. They were not separated one by one as usual, but a whole row. Ines soon noticed a man lying in the middle of the lounge chair. Because there were no other men at the scene. On both sides of the man were a group of girls dressed up. Ludmilla, who had come with them before, was lying on the man, looking very intimate. After approaching, the other girls who had just been together naturally merged into the crowd. Some came forward to greet a man, some went to the buffet table to get drinks, and some jumped directly into the pool to start swimming. Ines was not as familiar with the place as they were. She was not aware of the situation until she was about to get close to the man. She turned around and looked around. She saw her sister lying on the right side of the two girls between the man and the girl. She was wearing a white gauze over her swimsuit and a pair of big sunglasses. She looked very happy. This sense of ease made Ines a little envious. Walking behind her sister, Ines bent down and called out softly. Melania saw her sister appear and said something to Heidi Klum beside her. After all, it was not the position next to the man. Heidi was very talkative and moved to one side with the girl next to her, and also greeted Ines politely. Ines responded to the famous fairies in the circle with a little restraint, then turned to the front of the lounge chair, climbed up carefully, and laid down like her sister. Simon is talking to someone. We will go over to say hello later. The sister whispered in her ear. Although she had just seen a girl approaching the man, since her sister said so, Ines nodded quickly. She relaxed and lay down, looking at the blue sky dotted with some white clouds. Except for the glaring sunlight, everything else made her feel so comfortable that she wanted to fall asleep. She glanced sideways and wondered where her sister got the sunglasses. Melania noticed her sister's little action, slightly tilted her head and waved to a waitress. After a moment, the waitress brought a pair of sunglasses. Ines was about to put them on casually, but when she took a casual look, she found that the sunglasses were inlaid with the Van Cleef & Arpels logo. After being in the fashion circle for several years, Ines certainly knew Van Cleef & Arpels. A thought that it must be very expensive and worthless popped up in her mind, so she put them on carefully. She lay down again. She took a deep breath carefully. Comfortable. Thinking about the environment around her, she suddenly felt that there was nothing to pursue in life. After quieting down, Ines also found that she could hear the conversation on Simon Westeros' side, mainly a chattering little girl. Unfortunately, the other party spoke Russian. Their home country, Slovenia, was a member of the Yugoslav Federation in the past. It once pursued a non-aligned policy and was not close to the Soviet Union and the United States. Therefore, they did not have the habit of learning Russian like the former Warsaw Pact countries. Even though they belonged to the well-educated middle class, in addition to their mother tongue, they only knew some daily Italian and English. Of course, I couldn't understand. It was a bit regretful, but I couldn't help but listen attentively. Lyudmila Besanoskova was also sure that the fairies around her probably couldn't understand Russian, so she deliberately chirped in the man's ear. Simon, you are so biased. Why can Bill Koska and Gamalova's fathers participate in the parliamentary elections, but my father can't? Dad is the most hard-working employee at the military theme park. He is the first to go to work every day, and he also has to pull my brother not to be lazy. Simon put his arms around the girl's waist, feeling the soft touch on his body, enjoying the warm sunshine in autumn, and also wanted to fall asleep. He whispered perfunctorily, since your father is so tired, do you want him to have another job? You can let your father quit his job at the theme park and become a member of parliament. He is a member of parliament. How about letting your father be president? Lyudmila saw the man's drowsy appearance, raised her hand to pinch his nose, but she didn't dare to do it. She withdrew her little claws angrily and said, Simon, when are you going to Ukraine next time? I don't know. Well, if you perfunctorily give me again, I won't love you anymore. Yet. Lyudmila was helpless, and then she remembered something. She raised her body slightly and said, by the way, Simon, you gave your sister a fund for her to manage. I think I can try it, too. What do you want to buy with the fund? A private jet, Lyudmila blurted out. After she finished speaking, she realized that she had been fooled. She leaned over and opened her mouth to bite the man's lips. Her tone turned to coquettish again. I want a private jet of my own, Simon, can you buy it for me? I don't need a Boeing 767, a Gulfstream V will do. Isn't there one in Ukraine? It's for public use, and besides, I often want to use it but my sister won't let me. I think my sister must have picked it up, that's why she doesn't love her sister so much? I think so too. Simon, is it okay? I decided not to love you for the next minute. Lyudmila said, but her little body pressed against the man's chest in a flattering manner, and she simply tore off her bra. After lying down, she continued, Simon, is there really no Victoria's Secret show this year? No. You clearly promised me that I could be on Victoria's Secret when I turned 18. Oh. I'll bite you. Simon, I've asked around, they said Victoria's Secret might be restarted in the millennium, and I'll go out when the time comes, okay? Yes. You promised, don't go back on your word this time. Don't make noise, let me sleep for a while, otherwise I'll forget things easily. Yes, Lyudmila nodded, pecked the man's lips again, and said in a hot and greasy voice, Simon, how about we go back to the villa to sleep? I seem to be forgetting something. Okay, I'll shut up. Simon didn't sleep for too long, and woke up about an hour later, with a soft and fragrant jade body still attached to his body. He picked it up and looked at it, and it was Angela Lindwall. The tender little fox was not asleep. When the man woke up and looked at her, she explained with a little trepidation, just now, you carried me up. The little goblin obviously did not have the patience to sleep with her. Simon also remembered that the little fox was beside him before he fell asleep. He smiled and pushed her. The two sat up together and said, help me get a glass of juice. Angela agreed and got up and walked away obediently. Ines Navs, who was waiting not far away, saw that the man finally woke up and there was no one around him. She quickly pushed her sister. Melania, who was also asleep, was woken up by the push. She was still a little confused when she heard her sister talking in her ear. She sat up reluctantly and walked towards Simon with her sister. Compared with the favored Coco Gauff and others, Melania could clearly feel that she was neither up nor down, so she was inevitably cautious in front of the man. In a few steps, she was already alert. Angela was still occupying her own empty seat next to the man after being hugged by him in her sleep. Melania sat down and greeted the man, introducing him, Simon, this is my sister Ines. Simon looked up. He didn't quite remember that Melania had a sister. At this moment, it seemed that the two girls were about the same age. Although they were not like their sister, they were equally beautiful and a bit like a Hollywood actress. Hello, Mr. Westeros. Ines waited for her sister to introduce her, and then hurriedly greeted her, and subconsciously reached out her hand. Then she found that this condescending posture was a bit inappropriate. Fortunately, the man didn't mind and shook hands with her. It was still a bit awkward afterwards. The empty seat on the left of the man was already occupied by his sister, and there was a girl lying on the right, and it was obvious that she had no intention of giving her a seat. You can't just stand and talk to a man like this, right? Fortunately, Simon helped her solve the problem and patted his front. "Come, let me see, you seem to be alone." Ines didn't understand why, but she instinctively lowered her body, thinking that the man would sit back a little to make room for her on the edge of the recliner. Unfortunately, he didn't wait, and she couldn't squat, so she knelt in front of the recliner unconsciously. Thinking that it was Simon Westeros in front of her, Ines didn't feel anything about this posture, but the ground was a little hard. Her knees hurt. She could only endure it. The high and low positions just now were reversed, and the man became a little condescending. Angela brought a glass of juice over, but Simon didn't take it. He gestured to pass it to Melania next to him. He held up the woman's face with his hand, looked at her again, and finally remembered, saying with a smile, "Jennifer Esposito." The man's slightly rough fingertips slid across her cheek. Ines felt her heartbeat speed up, and she remembered the examinations she had done when she first came. When she heard the man mention a name, she asked hesitantly, "You, what did you say?" "I didn't remember it just now." Simon took his hand back and looked at Melania next to him. "Your sister looks a bit like a Hollywood actress, Jennifer Esposito." Melania, who was holding a glass of juice, didn't know the vase actress who was only a third-tier actress in Hollywood. She seemed to have not seen her sister's posture at this time and the man's actions just now, and she smiled. "My sister is very beautiful." As she said this, she was secretly calculating in her heart. If, for the two sisters, would the man support them more in the future? She was a very smart woman. She knew that if the current situation continued, she could at most save a good amount of money when she left in the future, but it was impossible to maintain the current affluent life. As for finding another rich man to marry, not to mention that there were very few models in the circle who could have such a sense of belonging, even if she found one, who could be richer than Simon Westeros? As for returning to her motherland with a population of only 2 million, she had never thought about it. Therefore, she needed to climb up again. Either she could make further progress with men, and it would be best if she could have a child. Or she could make further progress in her career and have a solid family background, like the beautiful waist and legs. Simon ignored Melania's calculations and turned to Ines again. "Stay tonight." After saying that, he stood up. Ines hadn't reacted to what Simon's words meant. Seeing that the man was barefoot when he stood up, she subconsciously took a pair of slippers next to him and put them at his feet, raised her face, and had a bit of flattery that she didn't even notice. Simon slid his palm across the woman's face. "Thank you, no thanks." Then he walked to the swimming pool and dived in, splashing water. Suddenly, there was a burst of women's laughter and screams in the pool. When the man left, the girls who seemed to be sleeping on the lounge chairs also sat up one after another and rushed to the swimming pool. Ines saw Robert Chilco on Simon's left leave, and finally remembered to get up. She sat down next to her sister, looked at Melania, and glanced at the swimming pool, asking them whether they should go over. Melania didn't move in a hurry. She took a sip of the juice in her hand and said softly, "Just now, Simon asked you to stay tonight." Ines was not stupid. She had understood it by now. Her face was slightly red. After a pause, she said, "I know." Seeing that her sister did not resist, Melania nodded slightly and whispered, "Haven't you always wanted to set up your own brand? Maybe Simon can help us." Actually, Ines hesitated a little when her sister mentioned this, and still said, "I think, Mela, I don't know if it can succeed." If she hadn't been in Milan for several years without any results, she would not have thought of coming to her sister. "As long as we can set up a company and have Simon's resources to support us, we can hire better designers." Melania also knew her sister's weight. After saying this, she continued, "I will talk to Simon about this matter depending on the situation. If Simon is willing to invest in us, I want to take half of the remaining shares in addition to his share." Ines blinked and understood immediately. What her sister meant was that sisters should settle accounts clearly. She subconsciously resisted. In the past, this sister didn't settle everything with her so clearly. However, she suddenly realized that they were no longer children. After hesitating for a moment, Ines nodded silently. Seeing her sister's agreement, Melania said no more, put the glass of juice that she had only taken a sip of aside, stood up, took off the sunscreen veil on her body, and also walked towards the swimming pool. Ines watched her sister jump into the swimming pool, and suddenly she felt a little competitive, thinking that she shouldn't lose to this sister, so she also stood up and walked over. Chapter 1176 Mom, you are so heartless. There's no hope this time. Mom has warned me not to bother Simon anymore. Yes, I'm flying to London tomorrow and Mom is going with me. She's also borrowed a private jet and a penthouse apartment by the Thames in London from Simon. I can even walk the Berbera show. You're so envious, aren't you? So, Innie, you have to work hard. What's wrong with Paranormal Activity? Is there anything wrong with 9.57 million on the first day? Wow, so impressive. It's a pity that I don't have time to watch it in North America. Mom is taking me to discuss a cover during the day, and there's also a CK show in the evening. I'll be in Europe for the next month, so I can only watch it there with Mom. That's right, I'm just showing off. I plan to be a professional model, and in the future I can make some movies and release some records. Even after I retire, I can still be a host or producer like Mom, because I have two amazing dads. What's wrong with being unfaithful? Let me tell you, there are only two kinds of men in this world, those who are capable of being unfaithful, and those who are not. Gay. Is there any contradiction between being gay and being unfaithful? It's just that the object of their unfaithfulness is men. You were the one who said it first. Well, my mother is calling me for breakfast, so I'll hang up first. Bye. In her large flat in Greenwich Village. Early Saturday morning. Elizabeth Jagger hung up the phone with Ivanka, took off the towel wrapped around her head, hurriedly changed out of her bathrobe, and ran to open the door. Jerry Hall happened to be standing at the door and was about to raise his hand to knock again. Seeing his daughter open the door, he knocked on her forehead casually. Come with me to have breakfast. Don't be late for the meeting at 10 o'clock. I will also help you to take care of yourself and leave a good impression on Helen. She has worked at Cosmopolitan for 32 years. Although she is about to retire, she has very deep connections in the fashion industry. If she says a few good words about you at some gatherings in the future, she will be able to gain a foothold in the circle. Elizabeth walked out affectionately with her mother's arm, and said a little unconvinced, "We have Simon. Even if I don't have a good impression, those people in the fashion circle will treat me like a princess." Jerry Hall pretended to knock on his daughter's forehead lightly again. "Simon can't do everything for you. He just builds a ladder. How high you climb in the future depends on you. It's so tiring to listen to. If those little girls with no background heard you complain like this, they would probably be jealous to the point of strangling you to death." Elizabeth grinned. "Mom, you are jealous too, right?" Jerry Hall was an American farm girl with no background, and she has come to where she is today. Seeing his daughter say this, Jerry Hall rolled his eyes at her and said, "Yeah, I regret giving birth to you." The mother and daughter came to the restaurant. Elizabeth greeted her younger brother James, who was 1 year younger than her and was also starting to grow taller. She sat next to her 5-year-old sister Gloria, and while waiting for the waitress to help her serve the food, she recalled the conversation with Ivanka. "Mom, Paranormal Activity is a big hit at the box office." Innie just said, "Well, it made more than $9 million on the first day, which is 30 times the cost of $300,000 US. Jerry Hall was eating her fruit salad and nodded when she heard it. "I know, I read the newspaper." Elizabeth thought about it and sighed again. "I only make $2,000 US for a show. If I want to make $9 million, I need, I probably can't make it in my lifetime. It seems that I still have to try to be a movie star. No, I want to be a producer and invest in movies myself." Jerry Hall let his daughter talk about it without commenting. Being a producer or something, it's not that easy. Before breakfast, she saw the first day data of Paranormal Activity in the newspaper, and she also felt incredible. With a cost of $300,000, according to the first day results, it is conservatively estimated that the box office in North America alone can reach $150 million, and the box office return is 500 times, which is higher than the Six Big Brothers that has been making a lot of noise recently. Deanery's entertainment is simply picking up money. However, if you think about it a little bit, you can understand that this result is not as easy as most people imagine. In Hollywood today, it is definitely not an easy thing for the 7 major studios, even the other 6 besides Deanery's, to make a movie popular in just 2 weeks with a very low publicity cost. For example, the most obvious shortcoming of the other 6 is the lack of an online platform. In addition, even if the cost is not taken into account to hype the momentum before the release of Paranormal Activity, everything still has to return to the movie itself. If the quality of the movie is not good enough, with the maturity of the North American film market, the audience will not indulge in bad movies at all. As a result, the more investment in the early stage, the greater the loss. In the final analysis, it was a man who magically selected Paranormal Activity, just as he also selected The Naked Six and Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. This is the biggest advantage of Deanery's entertainment. However, having a good movie but lacking resources is useless. Now Deanery's entertainment has everything. Elizabeth fantasized for a while, and seeing that her mother didn't say anything, she said, "Mom, when we get to London, let's go see that movie, okay?" Jerry Hall was curious about Paranormal Activity and didn't consider whether it would be released in the UK. He nodded casually and said, "Okay." And, Simons. This time, before his daughter finished speaking, Jerry Hall interrupted her, put down his knife and fork and stopped eating temporarily, looking at Elizabeth with a serious expression. "I remind you again, Liz, don't pester Simon too much, he will be disgusted." "No, Simon has such a good temper. People with good tempers, once you lose your patience, you will have no room for recovery," Jerry Hall said, pointing to the dining table. "By then, Helen and the others will leave. Without the waitress team, you can only make breakfast by yourself every day, and there will be no private jet to take you around. If you want to be a supermodel, you can only fight for opportunities by yourself, and maybe you will have to sleep with some brand owners." Elizabeth listened to her mother describing some horror scenes and widened her eyes slightly. "Mom, we should be quite rich now, right? That's my pension. Even without Helen and the others, we can afford to hire ordinary servants, right?" "Yes, but they are my servants." "Well, you are so heartless, Mom. It's even more heartless. If you annoy Simon and make us lose everything, I will have to treat you as a cash cow and squeeze you hard like Brooke Shields' mother." "Mom, let me confirm, this is a joke, right?" Jerry Hall said seriously. "No, this is a serious warning." Elizabeth was really scared and raised her hand. "Okay, Mom, I was wrong." When the mother and daughter casually skipped Paranormal Activity to discuss the serious topic, the North American film and television circles had exploded again because of this ultra-low-cost movie with a production cost of only $300,000. Based on the momentum of the film in the previous 2 weeks, everyone knew that this new type of small film that suddenly emerged would sell well, but no one expected that the box office of Paranormal Activity would be so good. You know, this is the unpopular September end of the year, second only to January and February every year. Let alone the single-day box office of $9.57 million in such a month. Even if a movie can earn $9.57 million in a week, it can be considered a very good result. What's more, Paranormal Activity is an ultra-low-cost movie with a production budget of only $300,000. Before the release of the film, the rough picture quality caused a controversy over whether the film should be classified as a movie. Now, the first day of $9.57 million means that the first week box office of the film will reach $40 million to $50 million, and the complete North American box office, due to the lack of competitors in September and October, plus the phenomenal popularity of this small film, conservatively estimated, can also reach $150 million. The 500-fold box office return ratio is simply shocking. Compared with this same period, the contrast will only be stronger. On the previous Friday, there were a total of 4 new films released in the North American film market. Not to mention the other 2 marginal films with less than 500 screens, there were only 2 core ones: Paranormal Activity produced by New World Pictures under Deanery's Entertainment, and Doomsday Alert produced and independently distributed by DreamWorks. The former cost $300,000 to make, while the latter had a budget of $50 million. Produced by Steven Spielberg and starring Hollywood actor George Clooney, The Doomsday Alert is adapted from a best-selling novel and tells a story about the theft of nuclear weapons that has been quite popular or even cliched in recent years. Compared with the excellent media rating of 8.3 points before the release of Paranormal Activity, The Doomsday Alert has already lost in terms of word of mouth, with a comprehensive media rating of only 4.3 points. This is obviously the main reason why DreamWorks did not put the film in the popular summer season. Whether a film is good or not can often be determined by some internal previews before the release, especially for commercial films, so the distribution strategy will also be formulated based on internal word of mouth. However, after all, with an investment of $50 million and a blockbuster level, the number of screens for the opening of The Doomsday Alert reached 2,363, which is significantly higher than the 2,045 screens of Paranormal Activity. The 2 films were released at the same time, and in the end, The first day box office comparison was fierce. Paranormal Activity earned $9.57 million in just one day. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be able to reach the level of over 10,000 theaters in 2 days. Let's look at The Last Airbender. On the first day of its release, the box office revenue was only $3.05 million. Less than one-third of Paranormal Activity, $300,000 versus $50 million. The cost gap is more than 160 times. The box office result is $9.57 million versus $3.05 million. Such a strong contrast even gives people a sense of unreality. Based on the first day level of The Last Airbender, it is expected that the first week box office will not exceed $15 million at most, and the domestic box office will be only about $40 million. The total domestic box office of $40 million may not be as much as Paranormal Activity in 1 week. However, to be more specific, the domestic box office of The Last Airbender of $40 million may be within DreamWorks' expectations, otherwise it would not be placed in the unpopular late September schedule. The problem is obvious. Or is Paranormal Activity too powerful, so powerful that everyone was a little at a loss for a while? You know, inside and outside Hollywood, not to mention the past, not to mention those gradually mature super blockbusters, just this year, kung fu movies have been selling well. Everyone has been chasing and studying, thinking that they have found the way, and are trying to copy Jet Li's Taken, but a freak like Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon has jumped out. Then, a £2 million drama film broke the British 15-plus genre box office record in the blink of an eye. Everyone began to chase and study realistic films in the UK and even the United States. This time, there is still no clue, and Paranormal Activity has come out again. It is simply too much to take in and catch people off guard. Moreover, compared with Taken, Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon and even The Naked Six, the scrutiny attracted by Paranormal Activity has increased exponentially. Because this movie is too easy to follow the trend compared to others. As long as you have seen this movie, it is not difficult to find that the cost of $300,000 is obviously due to the investment of a large studio like Deaneries. The cost is inevitably too high. In fact, with an IREC and 2 or 3 actors, it is not impossible to get it done with a few $1,000s without the burden of a large studio like Deaneries. This means that everyone from the big Hollywood studios to the lowest level film newcomers who are chasing their dreams in Hollywood has the opportunity to try it. Because only one IREC is needed. The threshold is unimaginable. Moreover, even if it is far inferior to Paranormal Activity in the future, even if it is only 1/10 or even 1/100th of the results, it is enough for too many people to try it one after another. If it succeeds in following the trend and becomes a big hit, it will definitely be a huge profit, rich overnight, famous in one fell swoop, and reach the peak of life in minutes. So, on this Saturday, with countless media reporting on the box office of Paranormal Activity, countless people in all states across the United States, in addition to ordinary audiences, entered the theater with the attitude of learning and following the trend. At the same time, more media, in order to keep up with the hot spots, sent their most capable reporters to enter the theater to watch the movie again. Just to explore the secret of the success of this dark horse box office, which cost only $300,000 to produce, but the first day's box office revenue exceeded 30 times the cost. The popularity of the film has increased again compared to before its release, and it has also attracted more audiences to buy tickets, so that some areas on Saturday daytime saw a rare queue for tickets. The New World Pictures team was not in a hurry to release Paranormal Activity overseas, including the British market, which is basically open to Hollywood movies and can be synchronized as long as they want to make them. Therefore, Hall and her daughter privately discussed watching the film in the UK, but they couldn't actually see it. Now, when the first day box office of the film in North America is released, distributors and theaters around the world have contacted Deaneries Entertainment. Everyone is really anxious. For such a film, such an influence, it is definitely best to strike while the iron is hot. On the other hand, most countries and regions overseas are also in a cold period. After the summer season, the market is inevitably weak, and the attendance rate of theaters can be imagined. At this time, of course, they expect a phenomenal blockbuster movie to stimulate the audience. Deaneries Entertainment did not hesitate to start to quickly promote overseas distribution, according to the previous profit-sharing practice. It is mainly due to the limited schedule. If it is delayed until the end of the year, The overseas box office of Paranormal Activity will definitely be much higher, but it will inevitably squeeze the resources of the end-of-year films, which is not worth the loss. After making the decision, Deaneries Entertainment's powerful global distribution network and efficient execution were quickly demonstrated. The English-speaking countries such as the United Kingdom, Australia, and New Zealand quickly finalized it this Saturday, and Paranormal Activity is expected to be released in 2 weeks, while some countries such as Germany and Spain will probably be able to release it in the next month or so. Even a few conservative overseas markets with implicit protection barriers, such as France and Japan, will basically not be delayed until the end of the year. P.S. I made it before 12 o'clock, and today I changed into a magic trick called the Third Watch. Chapter 1177 Doing Things. Mr. Morris asked, there will definitely be a large number of pseudo-documentary films in Hollywood in the future. Should we suspend the development of the Blair Witch Project and avoid this trend? Go on. Pseudo-documentary films are destined to be niche, and we need to grab enough market share in the limited market capacity as soon as possible. In that case, should the sequel to Paranormal Activity also be accelerated? This series has laid the foundation, and it is suitable to take it slow. The sequel should be released in 2 to 3 years. Simon seemed to be disturbed by something when he said this. He paused for a moment before continuing, also, let Danny talk to the main creators of Paranormal Activity, especially Lynn, Amy and Jessica. Try not to touch pseudo-documentary in your next work to avoid being stereotyped. I have high expectations for them. Okay. In the study on the second floor of the villa in the Seaside Manor in Sandpoint City. It was already Saturday afternoon on the East Coast. News had been coming in all day, so Simon had to take some time out to pay attention to the suddenly super hot Paranormal Activity during his relaxation. Girl A stood opposite Simon, lowering her head and writing down her boss instructions on the memo. Occasionally, she heard some subtle sounds coming from under the large desk. She looked up slightly and rolled her eyes at her boss. Simon smiled and said, it doesn't feel that good, but since we have started, we still have to complete the process. Girl A rolled her eyes again. Simon simply drove her away, that's it for now. Also, send Ludmilla to Manhattan. She should prepare for the CK show tonight. Tell her that if she doesn't work hard, I will send her back to Ukraine and never let her go abroad again. Girl A agreed and turned to leave the study. After the female assistant closed the door, Simon lowered his head, stretched out his hands to hold a bunch of long hair, and pulled up two obedient pretty faces at the same time, frowned slightly and said to Melania and Inna's sisters, put your hands behind your back. On the other side, Girl A went out, called two maids, and went to a bedroom on the other side of the corridor on the second floor of the villa. Pushing the door in, he came to the big bed. It was already past 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and Ludmilla Besanoskova was still sleeping soundly on the big bed. Girl A patted the girl who was sleeping in an indecent posture. Hey, get up. The girl on the bed felt someone touching her, moved slightly, and then seemed to be suddenly wound up, waving her arms randomly. Don't touch me, don't touch me. After tossing and turning like this, she woke up. Seeing Lady A standing by the bed, with two maids trying to hold back their laughter behind her, Ludmilla pulled the quilt over her head and said, don't bother me, I still need to sleep. Ugh, I'm so hungry. I need to eat. Send me some food. I want to eat in bed. Lady A waited for the maid to finish her chat and said, the boss ordered you to go to Manhattan to prepare for the CK fashion show. He also said that if you don't work hard, you will be sent back to Ukraine and never come out again. Ludmilla in the quilt paused after hearing this, kicked off the quilt, and rolled and kicked on the big bed for a long time before finally stopping. She was really treated badly last night. Lady A saw that Ludmilla was no longer making a fuss, so she said something to the maid behind her and left the bedroom first. After groaning for a while, Ludmilla finally packed up and went downstairs to eat. After eating, she looked for Simon everywhere and said she wanted to say goodbye. She was taken to the study upstairs by a maid again. After knocking on the door and entering, she saw the two sisters who came with her yesterday sitting opposite the man's desk. The topic seemed to be serious, but just by looking at the loose nightgowns on the two girls and the rowdy residue on their faces, Ludmilla roughly understood what had just happened. She pouted and was about to go forward, but Simon pointed to the sofa in the reception area. The girl shrank her neck, remembered the lesson last night, and went over to sit on the sofa and wait. Not to mention Europe, just in New York, There are countless fashion brands that are born and disappear every year. It is actually the most difficult for you to start with fashion, especially women's clothing. Since you want to do something, I will give you an idea. You can try making jewelry, and personalized jewelry that is marketed and sold through online platforms, and designed according to various hot topics or holidays, precisely targeting young consumers who pursue individuality. Just like this time's paranormal activity, if you can conceive the corresponding jewelry and do a good job of marketing, it will definitely sell well. Once you have a firm foothold in this area, it will be easier to develop into fashion, cosmetics and other categories in the future. Many luxury brands actually follow this development route, just like Gucci, which started out as a horse harness manufacturer. After listening to Simon, the two sisters looked at each other, and Melania said, "Simon, if you want to make peripheral products for paranormal activity, you should be authorized, right? This is the support I can give you, not just authorization, but also brand placement in some future films." Ines worriedly said, "It is said that the box office of paranormal activity can reach $150 million. The authorization should be very expensive. Different categories of authorization have different prices. Jewelry is a very niche product for film and television peripherals, so the authorization fee will be very low. Of course, if you get the authorization, you can only make jewelry." Ines added, "Simon, even if the authorization is cheap, the cost of jewelry seems to be very high. Moreover, if it can be implanted, wouldn't it be better to implant it directly into a fashion brand? I hope you make affordable jewelry, which is mainly for personality rather than value, the kind that costs tens or hundreds of dollars, or at most $1,000. No matter how expensive it is, your consumer groups can't afford it. As for fashion, I have so many brands to choose from, such as Gucci, CK, Versace, etc. Why do you convince me to implant your brand?" When Ines heard the man say why, she subconsciously glanced under the desk. Melania interrupted at the right time, "Simon, in this case, let's make jewelry." "Very good," Simon nodded with satisfaction. "I will give you a license for paranormal activity first. Now, brainstorm an idea for me on the spot." Ines couldn't help but question, "Simon, paranormal activity is a horror movie. Will anyone buy jewelry with this theme and wear it on their body?" "That depends on your creativity." Melania quietly pulled her sister to tell her not to contradict the man anymore. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Simon, there's only 1 month left until Halloween. Paranormal activity will definitely still be showing by then. I think we can combine the two and design a set of themed rings. It is best to have a wide version, which is mainly suitable for wearing during Halloween and can also be used as a collection. Therefore, it is best to use sterling silver and the price should be around $100. Well, it should also be made into a limited edition. At that time, perhaps we can ask the protagonists of the film to help promote it on social networking sites." "That's the idea." Simon looked at Melania with appreciation. "Next, what you have to do is to create a brand, open an Amazon brand store, operate your own official social networking site. Of course, the main thing is the design of core products. In just 1 month, you need to produce 10,000 personalized limited edition paranormal activity plus Halloween theme rings." Seeing that things had come to this point, Ines said again, "Simon, what about the funding? You can talk to A about the other details. That's it, get out." The two women then stood up. After the Nav sisters left, Ludmilla jumped around the desk and threw herself into Simon's arms. "Simon, I think I can try to create a brand. I think I can send you back to Ukraine." "Woo." Simon slapped the little girl's buttocks who was lying on his shoulder and crying, "I'll give you 1 minute. If you stay here again, I'll call them to deal with you." Ludmilla was still frightened and immediately stopped crying. She pouted and hugged Simon's arm and shook it. Seeing that it was ineffective, time passed by, and the girl finally didn't dare to play tricks anymore. She quickly jumped up and ran away from Simon's study. Simon waited for the girl to disappear, stood up, raised his arms and stretched his body to the window. There were still beautiful women by the swimming pool downstairs. After admiring it for a while, he turned around and was about to go downstairs to bask in the sun for a while, when the private mobile phone on the desk rang. He answered it. It was Grace who called. The woman knew Simon's dynamics roughly. After chatting for a while, she didn't forget to tease him. Then she mentioned that Jeonjin and Tao Yulai asked her to help ask if Simon had time. He also mentioned that this year's elite model contest once again selected several Chinese girls. Grace also kept them for him because she thought this was someone's new hobby. Simon certainly didn't forget Tao Yuli and the others, as well as Zumomo, who was also supposed to be walking in New York recently. He just thought that these girls wouldn't be able to play with the girls downstairs, so he didn't invite them over these 2 days. Unexpectedly, Jeonjin and the others probably heard about it and actually found Grace to help them talk. After thinking for a while, Simon said to Grace, "Tomorrow, I'll have someone pick them up." In addition to just sending Ludmilla to work, mainly because he didn't want this girl to bother him, Simon was casual with the other girls in the manor, and even after he left, they could stay for a while without being driven away, so Tao Yuli and the others had to move to another place. Fortunately, this problem was the least of Simon's problems. Even in the current Sandpoint City, Simon has more than one property. After chatting with Grace for a few more words, and not forgetting to ask about a fat boy, Simon hung up the phone, turned around the desk and walked out. Before leaving, he lowered his head to check. The two sisters had just worked very hard and carefully, and there was no leakage, so he was relieved. As for Melania, Simon initially collected her with some bad taste that no one in this world could know. Now, since the girl is unwilling to be a vase and wants to do something, Simon will not object. The vase fund of the Westeros family has actually been operating. It's okay to give them some resources. As for whether they do a good job or not, it doesn't matter. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1178 Subversion. When the East Coast is approaching evening, the West Coast of the United States has just passed the lunch break. San Francisco, Mountain View. Tinko Bell's 1997 Autumn New Product Launch Conference started on time at 2 p.m. West Coast time. As a hot electronic brand that has risen rapidly in recent years, even though Tinko Bell's Autumn New Product Launch Conference is not as heavy as the spring one, it still attracts close attention from global media, peers and consumers. Moreover, according to the news that has been circulating before, this Autumn New Product Launch Conference is far from the small-scale one of last year. It is very likely that Tinko Bell's flagship product will be born again. iPad 10. This is the name of the new product that was dug up in advance by the technology industry media, which is as powerful as entertainment paparazzi, and it has also caused a storm of leaks within Tinko Bell. Moreover, this conference also had a huge episode. Even before yesterday Friday, the iPad 10, which was constantly exposed and decrypted by True and False, was the absolute focus of Tinko Bell's Autumn New Product Launch Conference. However, suddenly, Paranormal Activity came out. In fact, before the release of Paranormal Activity, after the film premiered at the Toronto Film Festival, this film shot entirely by IREC digital cameras attracted the attention of the technology industry, but no one expected that Paranormal Activity would be so successful. It was so successful that it quickly became a topic of discussion among the public just one day after its official release. The problem is simple. Money can stimulate the public's senses the most. With a cost of $300,000, the box office on the first day was nearly $10 million, and the total box office in North America was expected to be at least $150 million. The box office return of 500 times is only the expected local revenue, and the global box office return ratio may exceed 1,000 times. This series of data really gives people room for imagination. If this is a project completed by an individual alone, there is no doubt that the revenue brought by the film is enough to make an unknown ordinary person become the richest elite at the top of the world pyramid. Because the attention is so high, Tinkober, who has always been rigorous in the press conference process, temporarily added more relevant links about Paranormal Activity. Among them are the three main products of ICOM, iPlayer and iRec, which were urgently produced by Tinko Bell. In addition to their own entertainment functions, they have brought fame and monetization capabilities to the majority of users, and even created a large number of new employment opportunities for the entire society. For example, ICOM. From its official launch to now, ICOM users have shared photos through social networking platforms such as Facebook and Instagram. In just a few years, a large number of internet celebrities with millions of fans have been created. These internet celebrities have annual incomes of hundreds of millions of dollars through cooperation with various companies. Even ordinary internet celebrities in the second and third tiers can earn a generous income through the internet that is enough to maintain a decent life. There is also iPlayer. Compared with iCom, which produces content, although iPlayer can only passively receive content, it has also brought rich benefits to many people through its combination with Broadcast, an online radio and audio sharing website acquired by Tinker Bell. Due to its considerable capacity, users can put more than just music into iPlayer, including audiobooks, talk shows, audio teaching materials, and many other contents. Whether it is music, talk shows, audiobooks, etc., they can bring opportunities to ordinary people with corresponding conditions. The broadcast platform not only introduces genuine resources from music celebrities, but also accepts content submissions from non-famous musicians, and also gives revenue sharing. Therefore, a group of online music creators have also been born in recent years. Even though the threshold of music is high, the recording of audiobooks, the performance of pure audio talk shows, various audio teaching materials, etc., all require content producers. The various audio content authors on the broadcast platform have reached the million level, and there are also many high-income earners. Then there's IREC. Even before Paranormal Activity, when IREC 10 was released last year, YouTube, a video sharing website owned by Agrit, launched an advertising revenue sharing plan. As long as you upload a video and get clicks, you can get cash advertising revenue sharing. Countless users flock to it. Now, the emergence of Paranormal Activity has invisibly raised IREC's product image to a whole new level. Who else can make a home digital video camera that can make a movie that has broken the 100 million box office? Even if manufacturers such as Sony deliberately use their own home digital video camera products to make pseudo-documentary movies and succeed, they are destined to lose the great halo of being the first to try it. Tinkober's press conference. Although it is inevitable that giving Paranormal Activity too many appearances is a bit off-topic, since it is destined to be a win-win operation, Tinkober is not stingy. After the excellent response to the Toronto premiere, it decided to focus on promoting the film. At this time, it increased the stakes again and directly invited several main creators of Paranormal Activity to the scene. After some indirect interactions at the opening, after several peripheral products were promoted, several main creators such as Justin Lin and Amy Adams came on stage at the personal invitation of Miss C. Amid the warm applause from the audience, C accompanied several main creators to sit down, and the big screen first played a trailer of Paranormal Activity. This operation surprised many guests at the scene. It really spared no effort. You know, this is a super press conference with more than 30 million people watching it live on YouTube. Afterwards, countless media around the world will further spread the information to billions of ordinary people. Tinker Bell mixed the topic of Paranormal Activity into its own press conference, which is equivalent to a large-scale advertisement for this movie worldwide. The potential value is inestimable. After the trailer was finished and there was another round of applause, Miss C continued to be a guest like a talk show host, skillfully starting the topic. So, the first question, Lynn, why did you think of using IREC to shoot this movie? Facing thousands of spectators at the scene, and even the tens of millions of spectators outside the live camera, even though he had communicated in advance, Justin Lin still felt a little numb. How could he suddenly become known to the world even though he was an unknown nobody a few months ago? Fortunately, he didn't completely crash. He took a deep breath quietly, tried to smile, and finally said, "To be honest, it was because of insufficient budget at first. I was just a newcomer and it was difficult to win the support of the studio. Later, after using my own IREC to shoot a sample, I suddenly found that using IREC completely might have a better effect, so I decided to use this non-professional digital camera to shoot this movie." This is of course not the truth. However, since Simon did not intend to be in the limelight, the film's producer, director and screenwriter were all named Justin Lin, so they created an inspirational story of a low-level counterattack that everyone liked and could easily relate to. After Justin Lin, it was Amy Adams and others who were accidentally discovered as a newcomer, how they were initially hesitant about IREC filming, and how they finally completed a low-cost masterpiece. This talk show-like interaction lasted about 5 minutes. When the interaction ended, Justin Lin and others who returned to their seats in the first row of the audience and the applause still felt more or less like they were in a dream. Outside the press conference, especially on the internet platform, because of the live video broadcast of the press conference, the already hot topic of Paranormal Activity soared again. On the Facebook's social network's hot topic list, only 3 places related to paranormal activity quickly occupied the top 10. At the press conference, even though many scenes were temporarily added to paranormal activity, the focus of this press conference did not deviate. After the interaction of the paranormal activity crew ended, after several side links, the protagonist finally appeared. iPad 10. It was still Seagirl who was in charge. After a joke to warm up the audience, the title of iPad 10 and large photos from various angles appeared on the big screen. Seagirl also unveiled the red cloth covering the iPad 10 prototype on the stage. 3 prototypes with different appearances, black, white and pink, appeared in front of the public, and the surrounding flashlights began to light up intensively. After posing for a while, Seagirl began to introduce the detailed parameters of iPad 10, and the page on the big screen changed immediately. Integrated Inc. has been focusing on the research and development of iBook products for several years, and after acquiring Apple, it has captured the technology accumulation of NewtonPad and Apple and operating systems. The first tablet product is powerful. 7-inch latest black and white touchscreen LCD. The display effect is better than the old green screen LCD of NewtonPad. ARM architecture embedded microprocessor, 162 MHz computing speed, far exceeds the 25 MHz of the latest generation NewtonPad, which can be called a great leap forward. 4M memory, compared with the 1M content of the latest generation NewtonPad, the capacity is increased by 400%. The micro hard disk storage space starting from 1G is better than the 8M flash memory of NewtonPad. 2 replaceable lithium batteries are standard, each with a battery life of 4 hours, and pure music playback can last for 20 hours. 2 batteries together are enough for users to use for a day. 3 colors of black, white and pink are available for users to choose, and the appearance is more beautiful and diverse. In addition to hardware, there is of course software. iPad 10 directly achieves full coverage of NewtonPad functions. Not only that, it also adds 2 core functions, ebook reading and audio player. Compared with Apple NewtonPad, which only has various useless functions such as Notepad, Memo, drawing and very low-cost performance, the biggest advantage of iPad 10, in Simon's view as a latecomer, is that it has embarked on the right path that a tablet computer should have. It is no longer a PDA tool for business people, but an entertainment product. The key to this transformation is actually the micro hard disk storage under the current conditions. The 2 core functions, ebooks and players, seem to have little innovation, but in fact, these 2 functions can greatly increase the time users spend using iPad 10. Any electronic product will be successful as long as it can make users love it. After Seagirl personally introduced the various performance indexes of iPad 10, the scene was already agitated. Now, everyone's most concerned about the price. But the answer has not been revealed. Seagirl temporarily left the stage, and Jeff Garnett, the president who is mainly responsible for the online operation of broadcast website, came on stage to announce the supporting functions of iPad 10. iPad 10 is fully compatible with the iPlayer player system, and can download various audio resources from the broadcast website. Moreover, because of the 7-inch touchscreen, the audio playback operation interface is more convenient than iPlayer. Then there are ebooks. Jeff Garnett announced the launch of the Tinklebeer ebook store website on the spot. This is a new website called Book, which has prepared up to 50,000 ebooks for users in advance, 70% of which are public books that can be downloaded for free. Tinklebeer is also negotiating with major publishers and will continue to introduce more book content in the future. Not only that, the Book website has also opened a barrier-free self-publishing platform for the general public. Anyone who wants can create, upload, and even set their own prices for sales. That Book platform only charges 30% of the operating expenses, and the remaining 70% belongs to the author. Obviously, this is not only another platform that can provide countless people with opportunities to make money, but also a subversion of the entire industry. Because of the cost of traditional paper books, it is very difficult for ordinary people to publish books. That Book platform directly removes the threshold for book publishing. Everyone is free to enter and exit. When Jeff Garnett announced this system, the press conference site was agitated again, and many people began to write or tap the laptops on their knees on the spot. Because this is really a peak. Even if the new technology bubble bursts, the internet industry is still developing rapidly because the foundation has been laid. In the information age, no one knows what the future will be like. Some radical reporters at the scene even typed the words traditional publishing will soon cease to exist on their laptops. As Jeff Garnett stepped down, the most exciting moment came. Seagull came back on stage and teased everyone's appetite again. Finally, the price of iPad 10 was announced. $799. Like iRec, it was unexpected and expected. Applause broke out again. This price is not as high as the $899 of the first-generation Newton Pad. However, due to the previous slow sales of Newton Pad, the price of the last generation of this product has dropped to $699. iPad 10 is almost a subversion of Newton Pad. The screen, capacity, memory and even battery are all the latest technology. The price is $100 higher than Newton Pad. It is natural and can even be said to be lower than most people's expectations. However, everyone is not surprised. Compared with Apple, which pursues high prices and values profit ratio, several of Tinkober's previous flagship products have won by volume at a lower price in order to occupy more market share as quickly as possible. Moreover, when product sales increase to a certain scale, the cost will also drop significantly. After iPad 10, the press conference also came to an end. I thought it was a dessert after the spring meal. However, whether it was the temporary popular Paranormal Activity or the much talked about iPad 10, this Tinkober Autumn New Product Launch Conference really had too many remarkable points. So, when the press conference ended, various media platforms such as newspapers, the internet, and television began to spread rapidly. For a time, it was overwhelming, and it seemed that everyone was discussing related topics. Chapter 1179. From now on, the king will not hold court early. The next day was Sunday, September 28. The subversive iPad 10 was released, and the news coverage was overwhelming. It was on par with the equally popular Paranormal Activity. It is no exaggeration to say that the two hotspots contributed by the Westeros system basically dominated the attention of the North American public, and the overseas influence also spread rapidly. Not to mention the iPad 10, which is still 2 weeks away from its official release. But Paranormal Activity created another box office breakthrough on the second day of its release. In fact, since the media reported that Paranormal Activity had a rare daytime queue, the result was predictable. The special promotion of Paranormal Activity at the Tinkober Autumn New Product Launch Conference not only increased its own iRec sales, but also added another bundle of dry firewood to the hot Paranormal Activity. Finally, on September 27, the second day of its release, Paranormal Activity collected another $15.98 million in a single day with a screening scale of 2,045 screens in North America. When many people first saw this number, their first reaction was doubt. Are you sure this is a single day, not a week? However, it is true. In one day, Paranormal Activity earned another $15.98 million, and the single-day box office increased by an astonishing 68% compared to Friday. You should know that in the North American film market, Saturday is usually the highest on the 3-day weekend, followed by Friday, and Sunday, which is about to enter the working day, is the lowest. The box office curve shows a parabolic trend. However, under normal circumstances, the box office increase on Saturday compared to Friday is often only 10% to 20%. Compared with the first-day box office on Friday, the box office of Paranormal Activity on Saturday soared by 68%. Which can only be described as unreasonable. Affected by Paranormal Activity, the box office of Doomsday Alert, which was released at the same time, earned $3.05 million on the first day. On Saturday, when the box office should have risen, the single-day data fell to a low of $2.39 million. DreamWorks originally wanted to avoid competition by putting this film of average quality at the end of September. As a result, with the box office plummeting the next day, it was obvious that this $50 million blockbuster would hardly reach the initial expectation of $40 million. If it failed domestically, it would also be affected overseas, and losses were inevitable. With the release of Saturday's single-day box office results, the initial domestic box office expectations of $150 million for Paranormal Activity were obviously invalidated, and the industry media did not even dare to predict the domestic box office of Paranormal Activity for a while $200 million? Or even higher? This is terrible, a super low-cost small film with an open budget of $300,000, but actually only tens of thousands of dollars. Long Island. Simon's position today changed to Glen Cove, west of Sand Point. The two places are separated by a narrow bay extending from north to south, less than 5 kilometers away. The same seaside manor, covering an area of 25 acres. The only difference is that the main villa is no longer the white modern building with a subtle style in Sand Point, but a typical American country-style 3-story villa with white walls and blue roofs. Compared to the girls at Sand Point, there are only 6 girls here today. If you don't count Mo Wuling, who came with Zhu Momo. Mo Wuling was very angry today. He couldn't help but follow her. Seeing his niece curled up in the man's arms like a kitten and basking in the sun by the swimming pool, he became even angrier. So he went to the villa alone, wandering around in the maze-like villa, and finally went to the 3rd floor and entered a living room. Through the glass window, he could see the large swimming pool surrounded by lush hedges on the west side of the villa, and the people by the swimming pool. So he became even angrier. Momo, how can you be so depraved? And someone, how many women does it take to be satisfied? This terrible world. By the swimming pool. Zhu Momo, who was wearing a swimsuit and curled up in the man's arms, fiddling with a black iPad 10, accidentally glanced at the villa, retracted her gaze, and said to the man beside her in confusion, I feel that someone is peeping at us at the villa. Simon also glanced over casually. Of course he didn't find anything. It's probably the waitress. No, Zhu Momo chuckled, if my 6th sense is right, she has a lot of resentment. That means it's haunted, otherwise we don't sleep tonight, catch ghosts together, and see what's the difference between our Western ghosts and yours. Zhu Momo suddenly had a competitive mind. It's definitely not as scary as our Chinese ones. They can come out during the day, so they're not scary. Zhu Momo frowned, and for a moment he couldn't refute it, so he turned his attention to the built-in game on the tablet in front of him, a simple racing game designed by Deng Kebair. Of course, it didn't have the advanced operation of the gyroscope later, and it needed to be touched with a stylus. Zhu Momo, who pursued speed, kept clicking the acceleration button next to him and soon crashed. Come again, come again. Simon smiled and looked at the antique-like tablet computer in front of him. He was not very interested in it. After all, it did not have a color screen, network, or camera, and there were very few applications. He also needed to use a special stylus to operate the touch screen, which was not familiar to him. However, for people of this era, it was avant-garde enough. On the other hand, even if it was a leap forward compared to the last generation of Newton Pad, Tinkober could actually do better. In the Mountain View laboratory, prototypes with color screen, network, and camera functions have already been produced. However, if it is done in one step, there will be no room for replacement and upgrading in the future, which will damage Tinkober's long-term interests. In short, squeezing toothpaste is the kingly way. When Zhu Momo began to indulge in the game, the sound of water coming out from the swimming pool came. 3 girls left the swimming pool one by one, took a bath towel to dry their bodies, and walked towards Simon together. These are the 3 Chinese girls signed by Elite this year. Shen Gui, 19 years old, 181 centimeters tall, has the word GUI in her name, but she doesn't look like a lady from a noble family. Instead, she has neat short hair that reaches her ears. Fortunately, her almond eyes and standard oval face make her look more charming. Simon is not interested in neutral beauties. Jiang Mi, 22 years old, looks cute, but is 187 centimeters tall, 1 centimeter taller than Simon, which is beyond the industry's default height for female models. The reason why Elite signed her is mainly to meet Simon's aesthetic standards. She has a perfect melon seed face, thin lips, and a pair of phoenix eyes. She has a special feminine heroic spirit that makes people easily want to conquer her. If she wasn't so tall, this girl would be very suitable for training to become an action actress. The last girl has a weird name that people can remember after hearing it once. Buzu. Qin Buzu, 18 years old, 179 centimeters tall, the shortest of the 3 girls this time, of course only relatively, with a petite face, big eyes, and a natural smiling lip, like a cat. The 3 girls came to the same style of recliner as the one in the manor in Sandpoint City, with a little restraint. Seeing that Zhu Momo had no intention of moving, they could only gather together on the other side of Simon. Qin Buzu, who looked the most harmless, unknowingly took the position closest to Simon and curled up on the recliner sideways. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, His upper body was slightly raised, so that the other two girls had to raise their bodies higher to see Simon. Kinbuzu didn't dare to be as intimate as Zumomo, but he touched the man next to him intentionally or unintentionally, and found a topic. Simon, it's so nice here, like a paradise. Simon was not restrained. He put his arm around the slender waist of the girl next to him, feeling the smoothness and softness of his palm, gently stroking it, and asked, "Who gave you this name?" Kinbuzu was hugged by the man. His body was just slightly stiff, and soon he obediently came over, carefully resting his head on the man's shoulder. Looking up, "My grandma gave me this name." "Huh?" Kinbuzu explained, "When I was very young, my mother was always drunk, and my grandparents couldn't do anything about it, so my grandmother gave me the name Buzu, hoping that I wouldn't be like my mother when I grow up." Simon smiled and said, "It sounds like there should be a very long story." Yet, Kinbuzu was about to continue, but he glanced at the man's expression, not sure whether to confirm or to whet his appetite. "Simon, do you want to hear it?" Simon gave the girl an answer that disappointed her. "No, I prefer a beautiful moon and a beautiful flowers." Kinbuzu didn't show any disappointment when he heard this. He even opened his mouth slightly to show surprise. "Simon, your Chinese is already so good, I didn't expect you to know the idiom." Zumomo, who seemed to be concentrating on playing iPad next to him, sneered lightly to show his disdain for someone's lack of knowledge. His man even knew, let alone. Kinbuzu saw Zumomo's look, and showed a slightly aggrieved look. He looked at Simon with a pitiful expression, as if he had said something wrong. Simon still smiled, and his big hand that was hugging the girl slid down again, with a teasing, "Let me feel it and see how many tails you have." "No, none." Kinbuzu's eyes flashed for a moment after being exposed so lightly by the man. Of course, she heard the joke about the nine-tailed fox, and her eyes showed some helplessness. But her body did not move obediently, allowing the man to explore. It was made clear when they signed the contract. From the end of the elite model contest in July to now, they have been waiting for more than 2 months. If they cannot satisfy this man today, their future will be uncertain. Kinbuzu can't care about Shen Jiyui and Jiang Mi. She has made up her mind that she must get the recognition of the men around her and settle in the United States no matter what. Even further in the future. In order to achieve this goal, Kinbuzu took the initiative to get close to Jianxin and Tao Yulei, who have already made a name for themselves in the United States, and dutifully served as a follower. When she found that these two seniors were much smarter than she thought and obviously did not intend to help her, although she would not be stupid enough to turn her face, she was no longer so attentive. In the recent Fashion Week, Jianxin and Tao Yulei, as well as Zumomo who returned to the United States, the three of them can walk in various big-name shows, and then go to Europe. The three of them are only a year late, but they can only run from various small venues, which makes people feel complicated. Until today. At first, they were only vaguely told that they were to accompany a big shot, but they did not expect that it would be a big shot like Simon Westeros. Therefore, I completely understand why Jianxin and the other two have been able to do so well in the Western fashion circle that is very exclusive to people of color in just 1 year in the United States. This backstage is simply more powerful than the sky. We must catch it no matter what. However, I don't know how to catch it for a while. Kinbuzu feels that for a big man like Simon Westeros, it is definitely not enough to just be physically. While talking, Jianxin and Tao Yulei also left the swimming pool one after another and gathered on the other side of Zumomo. They didn't look unfamiliar with Zumomo at all, and they even snatched the iPad from Zumomo. The three girls were so open, and Kinbuzu and the other two girls were obviously a little envious. And looking forward to it. From these details, it can be roughly judged that since Jianxin and the other two are so bold around men, it should be said that Simon Westeros is a person who is easy to talk to. Zumomo had seized the opportunity and successfully secured the iPad. In order to avoid the two girls next to him from snatching it, he stopped playing games and turned to Simon, handing the stylus to the man. "Simon, how about you write?" Simon let go of Kinbuzu next to him, took the pen, and asked, "What to write?" Zumomo was immediately embarrassed. The poor student was the most powerless to deal with such things. So he looked to the side. Seeing this, Jianxin deliberately pressed on Zumomo and leaned towards Simon, suggesting, "Write a poem." I remember Simon's Chinese characters are very beautiful. Writing is not considered entertainment on weekdays. However, he just got this new toy that can write on the touch screen. Of course, he is very interested. Okay. Simon agreed with a smile. Because this machine does not support Chinese for the time being, he can only open a blank drawing document and pick up the pen. Standard beautiful regular script. If you want Zhou Lang to look at you, the king will not come to the court early from now on. The three girls did not react for a while. What is this? Simon continued with a smile. Spring sleep does not know the dawn. The king will not come to the court early from now on. Still continue. I and the general took off our battle robes, and from now on the king will not attend the court early. I married a rich man for no reason, and from now on the king will not attend the court early. Gently rub, and pick, and from now on the king will not attend the court early. Staring at the last sentence, Jianxin finally reacted first, pursing her lips at first, and finally raised her hand to cover her mouth. Huff, huff, huff. Finally, even the poor student Zhu Momo understood, and the three girls soon laughed together. Ha ha ha, gently pluck, twist, wipe and pick, haha, Simon, you are really, wow. I and the general took off our battle robes. This, Simon, is a genius. Simon let the girls laugh for a while before explaining, this is actually a song called Hanging Myself on the Southeast Branch. I'll compose it for you to sing when I have time. Zhu Momo calmed down a little and asked curiously, what, Southeast Branch? Tao Yulei, who had the highest education among the three girls, rushed over, and together with Jianxin pressed Zhu Momo down, and said, it's the one in the peacock flies southeast. Well, when the official heard about this, he knew that it would be a long separation, so he wandered under the trees in the courtyard and hanged himself on the southeast branch. It's probably this sentence. Zhu Momo praised exaggeratedly, wow, Yulei, you are amazing. You know such an unpopular poem. Tao Yulei rolled her eyes, it doesn't sound like a compliment at all. Jianxin said, in fact, Simon is the best. I only knew about the few paragraphs just now. Spring sleep does not know the dawn. Zhu Momo raised her hand. From now on, the emperor will not attend the court early. I know this. It's about Yang Gifei. It seems to be called, called. Tao Yulei kindly reminded, Bai Joy is Pippa's song. Zhu Momo immediately took it up. Yes, Bai Joy is Pippa's song. Simon simply couldn't bear to watch. On the other side, the three girls who were watching this joy with envy finally seized an opportunity to interrupt. Qin Buzu carefully reminded, Sister Momo, from now on, the emperor will not attend the court early. It seems that it is not Pippa's song, but Song of Everlasting Regret. Haha, Pippa's song, from now on, the emperor will not attend the court early, haha. Tao Yulei, you are doing it on purpose. Wow, look at my 9-yin white bone claw. Then it was a mess again. Just as they were playing like this, Girl A came over to remind them that there was an important phone call, and Simon got up from the entanglement of the girls. As the man left, the weather at the poolside changed like the weather in June. The happy atmosphere just now disappeared, and the 6 girls were clearly divided into 2 groups. Although Zhu Momo didn't really want to be in the same group with the other 2. They had abandoned her in the past, but now was not the time to fight alone. They had to unite against the enemy. P.S. Another magic trick of the 3rd update. Chapter 1180. Just wait. The call was from Chen Qing, who had returned to China again. It was indeed a very important matter. Next month, someone will come to the United States and want to visit Cape Dumay Manor. Simon agreed after a little consideration. After chatting about some details and learning that his boss was not busy, Chen Qing also mentioned other things. The shareholding of several film and television companies in China has been basically settled. Antiques were dug up at the construction site of Jinshu Film and Television City, but unfortunately a bunch of bottles and jars were too ugly, so they chose to hand them in. She also planned to join in the fun at the full moon banquet of Gaogaodan next month. There was a fight recently at the Xiansheng Renjian nightclub in Beijing where his family had invested, and it was a big scene. A group of experts claimed to have determined the location of the legendary paradise Shangri-La. Chen Qing had seen the photos and found it was really beautiful. She planned to give her boss a piece of land and build a separate courtyard as usual. Blah. They also talked about a business that Simon was very interested in. Because Tinkerbell and Nokia were planning to change their procurement strategies, mainly because Simon had previously instructed them to encircle and suppress Korean companies. Some battery orders that previously belonged to Korean manufacturers were planned to be transferred to several emerging Chinese companies during this period. One of them is called Bide. After investigation, it was found that this manufacturer is very good. It has achieved an annual revenue of 100 million yuan in less than 3 years since its establishment, and it has grown rapidly. In addition, even if the orders given to Bide by Tinkover and Nokia were not large in the early stage, it was still a large order for this newly developed company, so financing and increasing production were inevitable. Chen Qing took advantage of the situation. The business was not big, and through a sub-fund established in Hong Kong by Apollo Management Company under Circe Capital, it invested $6 million in this company, about 50 million yuan, and acquired 30% of Bide's shares. It was a very cost-effective deal. Because according to the company's annual profit scale and revenue growth rate, the valuation is at least 200 million yuan. If it goes public, it is not impossible to reach a market value of 300 to 500 million. However, both parties also get what they need. On this side, a high-quality equity investment is determined, and on the other side, the Westeros system is accepted. While obtaining funds to increase production, more orders can be obtained from Tinkover, Nokia and other companies. Of course, there are also hidden worries. The company is currently mainly producing rechargeable nickel-cadmium batteries for electronic products, while the iPad 10, just released by Tinkover, has begun to use more advanced and environmentally friendly lithium-ion batteries, which is also an inevitable trend for the core electronic companies of the Westeros system. If this company cannot keep up with the pace of technology, its future is unpredictable. Simon just listened to this and did not comment too much. Just like many other startups that the Westeros system has invested in various parts of the world in recent years that may grow into giants in memory, Simon basically does not show too special attitude, but just quietly watches and tries to avoid interfering with the growth trajectory of these companies. However, after thinking about it for a while, I am still quite proud of Chen Qing's vision. In my memory, in 2008, Buffett subscribed to 10% of Bide's shares and spent 1.8 billion Hong Kong dollars. According to this standard, the current investment of $6 million will soar 108 times in about 10 years. This is far from Bide's limit. The only pity is that the company's name was not well chosen. It's okay to make batteries now, but in the future, if it gets involved in automobiles, it may be possible to start a new independent sub-brand. After talking on the phone for half an hour, Chen Qing finally hung up. Simon then connected to the video call of Cape Dumay Manor. It was Jennifer. Janet went to Australia 2 days ago to visit relatives, and by the way, she brought her baby son back from the old man to go to school. The woman seemed unreliable on weekdays, but in fact, she was very concerned about the education of the little guy. She even roasted the ducks raised by her baby son occasionally. When she talked to Simon privately, she said that she didn't want her son to be too loving. And he probably inherited the old man's educational philosophy, focusing on the eldest son and the others. In fact, it's not casual. To be more precise, it is that a family must have several descendants who can support the family. Simon agreed with this very much. It is probably hereditary. After all, it was a very important guest reception. After chatting with Jennifer in detail for half an hour, he hung up again. Looking at the time, it was more than 2 o'clock in the afternoon. I didn't go to the swimming pool again. This is a large study room on the first floor of the main villa, covering an area of more than 200 square meters. Except for a few windows on the south side, the other walls are all bookshelves that reach the ceiling, densely packed with books in various languages and types. The interior of the study room is divided into 3 parts by 2 rows of bookshelves extending horizontally. The entrance to the outer room is the reception area, the middle is the office area, and the inner side is the rest area. Because it is very spacious and has several large transparent windows, the study room, which may make people with trypophobia feel oppressed by tens of thousands of books around it, does not seem cramped at all, but instead has a special sense of order and beauty. Simon picked for a while in the Chinese ancient books area, took out a book, returned to the leather chair behind the desk, reclined on the leather chair, with his legs still on the desk, and began to quietly flip through the book in his hand. It's often like this. Suddenly I want to be quiet. I don't know how long it took, but there was a slight sound of the door opening outside, followed by the sound of high heels hitting the floor. Simon thought it was Girl A and didn't care, but the footsteps did not rush over, but began to slow down, as if strolling, and occasionally stopping. After a while, a tall figure in a black business suit finally turned to the office area, followed by a soft cry of awe, and books falling to the floor. Simon looked up. In order to avoid direct sunlight, The desk was placed against the north-south book wall behind him. Simon leaned on the leather chair and could see the girl coming from outside. Seeing that it was Mo Wuling who looked frightened, Simon asked, "What's wrong?" The man's tone was calm, which made Mo Wuling feel a little strange and guilty. He gestured twice in panic, then remembered and quickly bent down to pick up the book on the ground. Then he said hesitantly, "I thought there was no one here, Mr. Westeros. Why are you here?" Simon raised the book in his hand slightly, reading. "Oh." A very reasonable answer. However, Mo Wuling immediately showed a slightly strange expression. The group of fairies over there by the swimming pool should still be there, dressed up, and this man actually came here to read a book? Well, and is my sense of existence so weak? It's already in front of you, and there's no emotion at all. Simon turned a page of the book in his hand, looked up and saw Mo Wuling was still there, and casually ordered, "Make me a cup of coffee, it's in the outer room. I'm not your waitress." Mo Wuling almost subconsciously said this in her heart, but it was just in her heart. She hummed and turned to the outer room. When she walked to the coffee machine, she remembered that she didn't know his taste, whether to add milk or sugar. Then she thought, "Why am I so considerate?" So she fiddled with it for a while, picked up a cup of coffee and returned to the office area, and handed it to the right side of the man across the desk, away from the big feet on the table. In the end, she couldn't help but remind him, "It's a little hot." "Thank you," Simon said, pointing to a swivel chair opposite. "Sit down." Mo Wuling wanted to say that she didn't bother you anymore, but her body followed a man's voice and pulled over the swivel chair to sit down. She unconsciously straightened her back, like a primary school student waiting for a lecture from the teacher, and didn't dare to be as naughty as him. However, it seems, this swivel chair, which is only used for entertaining guests, can't lie down. After a moment of silence, he finally took the initiative to find a topic. "What book are you reading?" In fact, he had already seen the cover, but pretended not to see it for the sake of having nothing to say. Simon raised the book in his hand again, and there were 3 eye-catching Chinese characters on the hardcover cover, Han Fizi. Mo Wuling scribbled some information about Han Fizi in his mind, and asked a question that he regretted as soon as he opened his mouth. "Do you understand it?" Simon was not as unhappy as Mo Wuling imagined, but just said, "It's okay, and there are annotations." Mo Wuling just recognized that it was the original Chinese version published by Songhua Book Company, and there could be no English annotations, but then he realized that he was talking about the vernacular annotations. Obviously a foreigner, even if he only read the vernacular, it was enough to surprise people. "That?" Mo Wuling paused, and asked again, "Do you like China's legalists?" Han Fizi was a famous representative of the legalist school during the Warring States period. If you want to seek ideas for corporate management from a theoretical perspective, Han Fizi is no worse than The Art of War. However, if you talk about the 100 schools of thought in China, I still prefer Confucianism. Mo Wuling was surprised again. Why? Since modern times, Confucianism has not been very popular in China and has been the target of criticism in most cases. Simon thought for a moment before saying, "Legalism can only establish systems, but Confucianism can shape people's hearts." Mo Wuling majored in Chinese in college and had sufficient literary literacy, but she had never thought about similar issues. After hearing the man say this, she felt vaguely understood and couldn't help but subconsciously argue with someone. "Do you think people's hearts are more reliable than systems?" Simon raised his head and looked at Mo Wuling's soft face, which was a little more beautiful than Zumomo and more in line with his own aesthetics. "You shouldn't ask a foreigner like me this question." Mo Wuling felt inexplicably guilty when she was stared at by the pair of blue eyes that seemed to be questioning across the desk. However, she had a strong personality similar to her eldest sister in her bones. She became stronger when facing a strong opponent. She fought back, "You just said that you prefer Confucianism." "Oh." The man's tone was restrained again, and Mo Wuling was aroused and kept chasing, "What about my question just now?" Seeing that the girl opposite him was unconsciously getting excited, Simon curled his lips, put away his legs on the edge of the desk, sat up, looked at the opposite side and said, "So, from the perspective of civilization inheritance, you can see how lucky Chinese civilization is to have Confucianism. Among the major ancient civilizations in world history, India, Egypt, Greece, Rome, etc., have basically disappeared in history. Many of the remaining civilizations on the corresponding lands are no longer descendants of the original civilizations. As for China, Your civilization has not been completely interrupted since the Han Dynasty, even during the Yuan Dynasty when it was conquered by the Mongols. Until now, it has lasted for 2,000 years. Why do you think this is? Mo Wuling was speechless for a moment. It seemed to make sense. As for why? The answer seemed also obvious. Seeing that Mo Wuling was speechless, Simon picked up the coffee beside him and took a sip, then continued, "So, having Confucianism is the greatest fortune of your Chinese civilization. Otherwise, Chinese civilization may have ceased to exist since the five barbarians' invasion 1,700 years ago." Mo Wuling was still very unconvinced, his thoughts racing, and finally said, "But don't you think Confucianism is also a kind of constraint on civilization? Otherwise, China would not be as backward as it is now." Constraint. Simon looked at the girl opposite. If Confucianism is really a constraint, it should have developed into a religion. Do you know how many pagans were burned to death in medieval Europe? What's more, most of China's ancient dynasties that lasted for 2,000 years were the most powerful on the planet, whether from an economic or cultural perspective. But, what do you say now? Now, Simon also had some feelings, but said, China's modern weakness began in the Qing dynasty. In my opinion, this has nothing to do with Confucianism, but it is precisely because of the legalists. The Qing dynasty was a period when ethnic minorities ruled Chinese civilization. Of course, it has now been assimilated by you. During this period, in order to consolidate its rule, the Qing government adopted a high-pressure strategy of weakening and fooling the people, and this is exactly the method of the legalists. You should know the Book of Lord Shuang, right? If I remember correctly, in the early Ming dynasty 600 years ago, the Ming army began to use a large number of artillery when fighting the Mongols. 100 years ago, facing the artillery on the British warships, some Qing officials who should have been knowledgeable even thought it was magic, so they used the method of seeking witch sacrifices like primitive people to deal with it. This is the result of the legalists fooling the people. Mo Wuling listened to the man opposite talking in fluent Chinese, and his logic was clear, so that he had no way to refute it. His mood unconsciously calmed down, and he leaned forward slightly, his arms resting on the desk, and he couldn't help asking, "Then, tell me, why has Western civilization developed so well in the past 100 years?" Simon had just thought about this question, and answered without any hindrance, "This can only be said to be a historical accident. The rise of Western civilization has nothing to do with cultural systems and other reasons. It is an unexpected outbreak of pure productivity, which has brought human society from a farming civilization that has lasted for thousands of years to an industrial civilization. The productivity has increased exponentially, giving countries with lagging productivity such as yours, China, an illusion of being more advanced. But in fact, apart from strong productivity, Western cultural systems do not have much excellence. In modern times, the two world wars that brought huge disasters to human society both came from Europe, the origin of industrial civilization. The reason is that the core of the European system is still in the spring and autumn and warring states period when China was in conflict with other countries more than 2,000 years ago. The European aristocratic system and chivalry that some of you Chinese people admire are actually just a culture that prevailed in China more than 2,000 years ago. People at that time also believed that aristocrats were born, and at the same time, some people would keep their promises to serve the aristocrats and would never regret it even if they died. Until later, some people finally began to wake up, our kings, princes, generals, and ministers of different species. Mo Wuling's eyes were already shining unconsciously, and when the man finished speaking, she even had an urge to applaud, and her voice became a little softer. Mr. Westeros, if it weren't for this face, I would almost think you were Chinese. Simon smiled. You can call me Simon. Mo Wuling felt like something in his heart was about to melt, and it seemed very dangerous, but he was reluctant to withdraw immediately, so he nodded. Okay, Simon, how do you know so many things? Simon raised the Hanfizi still in his hand. Read more books. That's definitely not the case, Mo Wuling said with a tone of coquettishness that she herself was not aware of. You seem to be only 4 or 5 years older than me, but I think your talent may take others several lifetimes to accumulate. Just like the songs she has been listening to in recent months. I have been a little confused during this period, especially about ancient styles such as human meeting and use I-10. How could a Western man come up with them? Now, after the conversation just now, there is suddenly no doubt. Simon did not respond to Mo Wuling's question, but smiled and said, "I didn't expect you to be so young. I thought you were older than me." The girl opposite and Mo Wuling, whom Simon had met, both had a mature temperament that leaned towards the royal sister style. She was also Zhu Momo's aunt. Simon hadn't paid attention to her before and really thought that she was about 30 years old, older than himself. Only when Mo Wuling said this herself did he realize that the girl was actually younger than himself. Mo Wuling was speechless for a moment when she heard what Simon said. Is this human language? Does she look so old? The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. She stared at someone with her eyes slightly widened and an accusing look on her face. However, Mo Wuling suddenly reacted and thought of her niece. She blinked a few times quickly. She was clearly in the house, but inexplicably felt a cool feeling as if she had been drenched in the rain. She subconsciously stood up. Way. Simon, I should go out and not disturb you reading. Well, also, help me call Momo and the others over. Simon raised his wrist to look at his watch, his tone casually, with a strange seriousness. I suddenly want to discuss the topic just now with everyone. Bastard, are you going to show your true colors so soon? Big pervert. Mo Wuling looked at a guy and said as if nothing had happened, then leaned back in the leather chair and opened the book on Fizi. She looked lazy, but her eyes were raised again, looking at the wall of books behind the man. In fact, she had been to this study in the morning. Mo Wuling knew that across this wall, the inner room was a lounge with a big bed. And you still call them all over. You'll be exhausted. Thinking so resentfully, she left the study, but she had no intention of helping a guy to call people. Just wait. Chapter 1181 Change of Strategy. Waking up in the morning, a new week. On the big bed, there are 3 girls on each side. However, after a long and friendly exchange coordinated by Simon last night, the girls are no longer as distinct as they were yesterday. Sitting up quietly, Zhu Momo on the left lost a man's arm in his arms, hummed twice, turned around and hugged Jiang Mi next to him, and continued to sleep. Qin Buzu on the other side woke up, his eyes were blurred, his face was ruddy, and he looked more and more like a cat. Seeing the man turn to the bench at the end of the bed, Qin Buzu endured a discomfort after the first night, and also got up quietly and chased after him. After getting off the bed, he diligently helped the man find clothes. Seeing that Simon ignored him and went to the bathroom first, his eyes turned and he simply followed him in. So I didn't go to the gym today. I have an appointment with a guest for breakfast, George Soros, who has to come from the city, so it's later than usual at 7 o'clock. But I still sat in the restaurant on time, drinking coffee and reading today's newspaper. Next to me are the 3 girls who have already woken up. Qin Buzu, whose face was still flushed, Tao Yulei, who was quiet and elegant, and Shenji Yui, a girl with short hair. Today's New York Times still has a lot of space about Tinkerbell's autumn new product launch and Paranormal Activity, which just finished its first week of screening. The front page article is a discussion about how iPad May 10th subvert the traditional publishing industry. Simon knows that the iPad is indeed a subversion, but the impact is not as strong as the current industry imagines. Even if the traditional publishing industry in the West will inevitably shrink significantly due to the impact of the internet in the future, it will still be prosperous many years later due to good copyright protection and people's reading habits. Then there is Paranormal Activity. After experiencing a single-day surge last Saturday, the box office on Sunday only fell by 26%, continuing to earn $12.14 million. In just 3 days of the first weekend, the cumulative box office of Paranormal Activity quickly reached $37.69 million. Not to mention such an unpopular movie in September, even if it was put in the summer season, such a good opening performance is quite outstanding. For Paranormal Activity, it is even more of a miracle, $37.69 million in 3 days over the weekend, and it is expected to reach about $55 million in the first week. With the phenomenal popularity of Paranormal Activity, and the fact that New World Pictures has confirmed that the scale of film screenings will be greatly increased from 2,045 to 3,000 next week, this film will definitely have a considerable long-term development. Therefore, there is almost no suspense about the domestic box office of $200 million. In comparison, the blockbuster movie The Doomsday Alert, which cost $50 million in the same period, only had a box office of $8.13 million in the first 3 days of the weekend, less than a quarter of Paranormal Activity. With such a sluggish start, The final domestic box office of the Doomsday Alert was at most $30 million, and it was completely reduced to cannon fodder under the crushing of Paranormal Activity. Simon was initially quite optimistic about the possibility of Paranormal Activity breaking 100 million. After all, it was a pioneering movie. However, even he himself did not expect that, with the help of various factors, this low-cost small film that pioneered a new type of film would now go straight to the North American domestic box office of 200 million. The three girls next to him were eating the exquisite breakfast served by the waitress. Seeing that the man was just drinking coffee, Kin Buzu waited for a moment and asked while the man was flipping through the newspaper, "Simon, don't you want to eat in the morning? I have an appointment with a guest later." Oh. Kin Buzu was curious, but he was tactful and didn't ask more questions. He imitated Tao Yuli and tasted the Black Sea caviar, which was the first time he had seen it, with a spoon made of shells. She didn't know how rare and expensive this food was, but she liked it immediately. But she didn't forget the serious things. Soon, she asked carefully, "Simon, what are we doing today?" "I'm going back to Los Angeles, you can arrange it here." Kin Buzu was a little disappointed. She didn't know the rules of staying with this man. Hearing Simon say this, she thought that the day just past might be a dream, and of course she would not be willing to do so. "Simon, can I go back to Los Angeles with you?" "No." Shen Jiyui, who was listening with her ears perked up, couldn't help but show a disappointed expression. She glanced at Tao Yuli, who looked indifferent next to her, and even felt a little aggrieved. Fortunately, Simon did not let them despair. After a pause, he added, "Go find Ange after breakfast. She will arrange your next things." The two girls thought about it and remembered that it should be the housekeeper named Anger Davis. Shen Jiyui was relieved. Kin Buzu hesitated, but still said, "Simon, the visa that Elite has issued to us is only for 6 months. Can you?" Simon interrupted softly, "This is a small matter. Ange will help you deal with it." Kin Buzu shrank his neck and dared not say anything more. Tao Yuli, who was also quietly listening, almost couldn't help laughing. "I thought it was a little fox that was very threatening to them, but now it seems that it is just a stupid cat with a little cleverness." He actually discussed with Simon Westeros whether he could help with a visa. Tisk, it's probably the same as asking a Nobel Prize winner in mathematics what 1 + 1 equals. It's quite creative. As they were talking, several other girls also came to the restaurant. Jiang Mi and Jian Xin, who were the tallest and most handsome, just greeted the man, but Zhu Momo rushed over directly, sat on Simon's legs, and hugged the man's neck and kissed him. Mo Wuling, who happened to follow him to the restaurant door, couldn't bear to watch. It was too outrageous. He wanted to leave, but he was inexplicably reluctant and guilty. Yesterday, he asked her to help call people, but she ran away without doing anything. He didn't know if she would be blamed. In the end, she still went in. She also put on the airs of an aunt and scolded, "Momo, don't be naughty, so many people are watching." She had made up her mind. After breakfast, she must drag this girl to Europe immediately. Unfortunately, Mo Wuling's scolding had no killing power at all. Instead, it made Zhu Momo laugh, and she deliberately pinched her throat to pretend to be a lolly. "I know, aunt." But she still got off Simon and walked to sit next to Mo Wuling. As soon as everyone sat down, Girl A came over to remind them, "Boss, Mr. Soros is here." Simon responded, put down the newspaper, got up and walked out. "It is definitely not the right place to entertain guests for breakfast. We have to go to other restaurants." Mo Wuling didn't expect that someone would get up and leave just after she sat down. Looking at the group of girls around her, she felt a little helpless, and then glared at Zhu Momo, who deliberately came to sit next to her. Zhu Momo was simply in trouble. Fortunately, she was careless. "My aunt can't eat her for breakfast, right?" Thinking of this, I found it interesting and laughed happily. After laughing, I talked enthusiastically with Jianzin and Tao Yuli about the next European trip. Deliberate. Who made the other 3 girls in the restaurant unable to go. The girl also found that she didn't know if it was intentional by the man. Anyway, the women around him were clearly divided into levels, and there was a tendency to first come first served. Although the 3 new girls were no worse than them in appearance and figure, the problem was that they were all latecomers. Moreover, the Western fashion circle, or more precisely, the top fashion circle, simply cannot accommodate too many Asian faces. The 3 of them were first promoted by someone and have occupied most of the top resources. Even if the man personally arranged for the 3 new women, As long as he did not adopt a replacement strategy to push the three original women down, it would be extremely difficult for the three women to reach their current height. What's more, a certain high-ranking man did not have too many similar thoughts. Even for Zumomo and the other two, after careful consideration, it was ultimately the result of their own efforts after the man gave them the platform. Zumomo still remembered the feeling of almost falling down every day during the first fashion season last year. According to her observation, the three new women were not tired at all during the New York Fashion Week that was about to pass. The most tired was probably last night. Tisk. Zumomo thought that her first time must have been quite pitiful. In another small restaurant in the villa. Compared to having breakfast with an old man, Simon would of course prefer to accompany his own yin yang. Unfortunately, when you are in the arena, you have to do what you should do. This was a dinner that Simon took the initiative to arrange. In the past 3 months, Southeast Asia has won a series of victories. Soros is now in the most high-spirited moment, and he feels a lot younger. The two exchanged pleasantries and waited for the waitress to serve breakfast. Soros also took the initiative to mention the recent Paranormal Activity, a low-cost movie of $300,000 sold more than 30 million in 3 days. Simon, you make money much easier than me. I am very curious, how did you make so many hit movies? Simon leaned back on the chair beside the round table with a relaxed demeanor and smiled and said, as for the secret, a slightly false truth, I am better at taking the road that others have not taken. Soros thought for a while and found that this slightly false truth was really full of gold. In the years when Deanery's entertainment rose, the young man's first run Lola Run was a very novel movie, and the later Pulp Fiction was the same. The DC movie universe has ushered in a new era of movies. The common feature of these projects, as Simon said, is that they are all very new, probably the road that others have not taken. The fake point is that this answer is equivalent to a successful person who answers that he works very hard when asked how he succeeds. It seems that everyone can do it, but in fact, only a few people can do it. Moreover, this answer can also be extended to many other aspects of the young people on the opposite side. The most typical one is the internet. This is the key to Simon becoming the world's first trillion-dollar super rich. Thinking of this, Soros's high spirits unconsciously restrained a little. The gap is too big. Getting along with this young man always makes it easy for this old man who is nearly 70 years old to feel that his time is wasted. After the waitress served breakfast and left, Soros also started to talk about business. The first phase of the battle was victorious. Through sniping at the currencies of various Southeast Asian countries such as the Thai baht, the Indonesian rupiah, and the Malaysian ringgit, including some positions that have not yet been delivered, the quantum fund's book profit has exceeded $6 billion. This also made the size of the quantum fund, which had a total size of about $15 billion before, exceed the $20 billion mark. The $3 billion capital invested by the Westeros system is a targeted investment only for the hedge market and does not involve other areas of the quantum fund. Even if commissions and other fees are deducted, the profit has exceeded $1 billion. Under the operation of big capital, making money is often so easy. Therefore, it is actually correct to say that in the natural state of this world, the poor will only get poorer and the rich will get richer. After a general introduction, Soros took a sip of coffee and continued, the problem now is, Simon, although the quantum fund will not participate this time, Hong Kong will still launch it recently. Simon nodded, I know. Soros thought of the time in 1987 and asked tentatively, how much do you think the Hong Kong stock market will fall this time? Asking directly about the stock market instead of the currency also shows Soros' understanding of the situation in Hong Kong. After the currencies of Thailand, Indonesia, Malaysia and other countries have been defeated in succession, even the slowest countries or regions have to react. Although the Hong Kong currency has not been hit, the Hong Kong government has taken a number of measures to strengthen currency supervision. Therefore, if international financial speculators want to launch another attack on the Hong Kong dollar, it will not only be more costly, but also have a very low success rate. Therefore, speculative capital turned its attention to the Hong Kong stock market. In the period before the return, due to the support of the Chinese government and other favorable factors, the Hong Kong stock market soared from April this year, rising all the way from 12,000 points in early April. When Southeast Asian countries were ravaged by international speculators and gave up resistance, The Hang Seng Index reached an unprecedented high of 16,000 points in early August. In just 4 months, the cumulative increase exceeded 30%. Compared with a year ago, the Hang Seng Index rose by 60%. The bubble can be imagined. In addition, Hong Kong's financial market is quite open, basically similar to the West, with no limit on price fluctuations, T+0 transactions, stock index futures and other financial products. Naturally, it became the target of attack by international speculators in this financial storm. At the dining table, Simon slowly cut a fried egg in front of him and said, "It will probably be cut in half." Soros subconsciously did not question Simon's judgment too much, but smiled bitterly. In this case, if Quantum Fund gives up its operations in Hong Kong, it will lose at least $2 billion. Simon knew that the old guy was reminding him in disguise not to forget a favor. He took a bite of the fried egg, smiled, and said, "George, have you ever thought that your personal peak is over?" Soros couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Simon continued, "From the British pound in 1992, to the Mexican peso in 1994, and to the recent continuous defeat of the currencies of Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia and other countries, the way Quantum Fund uses it has basically not changed much." "What do you mean?" "What does the saying go? A donkey will not fall into the same pit twice. Now, Britain, Mexico, Thailand, Malaysia, Indonesia, so many donkeys have broken their legs in the same pit. Do you think other donkeys will give you this opportunity again?" "Simon, I think there are still many such opportunities. The international financial market has its own fixed order, and those countries, as long as they want to integrate into this order, must bear the risks within the rules. That's the truth. However, when a country finds that the consequences of abiding by the rules are too serious and far less than the benefits obtained, they will inevitably choose to break the rules. At the beginning, your operations on the British pound and the Mexican peso were reserved because of capital strength and other limitations. This time, for example, Thailand, the country's economy has been almost completely destroyed. Seeing that Thailand has paid such a high price for abiding by the rules, if you were the leader of other countries, what would you do next?" Soros was stunned and speechless for a moment. Simon answered for him, "If it were me, I would give up the rules without hesitation. In the past, in 1998, when the financial crisis spread, countries and regions such as Indonesia, Russia and even Hong Kong began to give up the rules to a certain extent, resulting in international speculators including Quantum Funds suffering various setbacks and heavy losses throughout 1998. After a moment's silence, Soros finally spoke again. "Simon, are you asking me to have breakfast this time to persuade me to stop now?" "Not entirely, but probably. I want to remind you that since it can be predicted that someone will break the rules next, it is time for Quantum Fund to change its strategy first," Simon said here, revealing a smile. "This suggestion is worth $2 billion, at least." Soros also forced a smile, thought for a moment, and asked, "So, Simon, what do you think I should do next? If I remember correctly, you have invested a lot of money in Russia in the past 2 years." "Yes," Soros nodded, knowing that the young man opposite must have understood it. He still explained, "However, I don't plan to short Russia. On the contrary, I am very optimistic about Russia's economic prospects." "That's the problem," Simon said. "Next, the Asian financial crisis will spread. This is no longer something you and I can stop. There are few countries in the world that can stay out of it completely, including the Eastern European countries whose economic structures have been very fragile in recent years." "I don't think so, Simon. Russia is already at the bottom." "George, if we analyze it from a purely economic perspective, Russia is indeed at the bottom. However, a country's economy can never be judged from a purely economic perspective. In fact, I don't need to say much about this, right?" Soros was a little off track. He knew that Simon had also made many arrangements in Eastern Europe over the years, and his arrangements were deeper than his. "Simon, do you mean that there will be a big political turmoil in Russia next? If this happens, it is possible that the huge amount of capital he has bet on Russia in recent years will be completely wiped out. This is what Soros is most worried about." Simon shook his head. "There is no political turmoil, George, but it also involves politics. When the financial crisis hit Russia, you just said that they were at the bottom and had almost nothing more to lose, so it doesn't matter if they break any rules." Hearing Simon say this, Soros completely lost his appetite. In this attack on the currencies of Southeast Asian countries, the quantum fund's nominal $15 billion was actually only part of it. To be precise, the quantum fund is just a general term for the huge hedge capital controlled by Soros, with many sub-funds under it. As for Russia, Soros has invested more than $3 billion so far, investing in Russia's oil, mining, telecommunications and other industries, as well as Russia's stock and bond markets. It is not difficult to withdraw funds from the financial market, even if there is a loss. But, in fact, more is still in the real industry. Just like the shares of Russia's largest telecommunications company acquired by Russian oligarch Potanin last year, a $2 billion business, more than half of which was quietly provided by Soros. This part of capital has no way to cash out in the short term. PS1, 2 chapters today, but both are 5,000 words, totaling 10,000 words. If I were a 2K member, I would split it into 5 chapters. It's also a magic, right? Chapter 1182, Tricky. The same person has completely different psychological defenses when facing different objects. Just like the 6 fairies in the manor at this moment, if it were someone else, even if he was as handsome as Simon, but was just an ordinary working class, he might have to spend 10 days or half a month to pursue the fairies. Simon's wealth and power aura allowed him to complete all the procedures within 1 day. It was still a multi-line operation. Similarly, if the person sitting opposite the round table was not Simon, but a young man who had just joined Wall Street, and told Soros that his peak period had passed, he would only be sneered. Simon's words could make this financial tycoon, who is at the peak of his career, lose his appetite for breakfast. After another long silence, Soros finally said, "Simon, I need to think about it carefully." Of course, Simon nodded. He didn't think that a few words from him would make Soros completely change his mind, but he continued, "George, people like us who have climbed up from the bottom, if we want to complete the original accumulation, we must go through several radical adventures in life. However, when a person reaches a high enough level, the more risks he takes, the more serious the consequences of falling will be." Soros quickly adjusted his disturbed mood by the young man opposite him, and said, "Simon, the problem is, I like this feeling of adventure. I understand, just like explorers like to constantly challenge their limits, however, I believe they will not insist on jumping down when there is a cliff in front of them. Adventure and suicide are two different things." Soros retorted, "Simon, I think the situation in Russia and Asia is still in the risky category, far from suicide. As for Russia, George, I'm just making a suggestion. After all, the investment there has nothing to do with me. If you insist on your own opinion, the loss will also be someone else's. However, on the Asian side, if I think you have a tendency to jump off the cliff next, I will redeem my funds. Of course, this is a secret redemption, and you can still continue your attempt. It's the same reason. Quantum fund is just a general term for the tens of billions of dollars of capital controlled by Soros. It includes a large number of sub-funds for different fields. In this regard, when raising funds, quantum fund will determine with investors in advance that a certain fund is used for equity investment, a certain fund is used to buy bonds, and a certain fund is used for high-risk capital hedging, and so on. The $3 billion of funds given to Soros by the Westeros system are targeted for this financial operation in Asia. If Soros's stubbornness leads to huge losses in Russia, it will not be lost to Simon. In Asia, the $3 billion invested by the Westeros system in the quantum fund has a lockup period of only 1 year and will expire at the end of the year. At that time, Simon can freely choose to redeem it. This is also the fundamental reason why Soros can only be regarded as a worker. If investors are dissatisfied with you and redeem funds, it means unemployment. Of course, the quantum fund has more than just the Westeros system as an investor. However, if Simon chooses to redeem, the news will spread. With the influence of the Westeros system, it is not impossible to produce a domino effect of collapse. Therefore, even if Simon said that he would redeem it secretly, there is no wall in the world that is impenetrable. It was a disturbing breakfast. After the breakfast, just after leaving Simon's seaside manor in Glen Cove, Soros called an assistant. "Peter, it's me. Please sort out all the information about Russian investment projects immediately. I need to read it this morning. Also, notify the team in Russia to temporarily stop all transactions and wait for my reply. In addition, notify everyone in Asia and hold a conference call when I return to Manhattan. After giving the instructions neatly, Soros hung up the phone, leaned back in the car chair, closed his eyes and thought. Because the cash held during this period increased rapidly, until this breakfast, Soros had been throwing money at Russia, buying stocks, bonds and industrial assets. If the young man's judgment was correct, if he bought 1 more cent now, he would lose 1 more cent next. Moreover, Soros already believed Simon's judgment 8 points in his heart. Soros is not a person who likes to regret, but as Simon said, if there is really a cliff in front of him, he will not jump. Now, perhaps he should consider how to make up for it as much as possible. In this regard, Simon did not give him much advice. Soros believed that the other party must have corresponding countermeasures. However, the two sides were only cooperating after all, and the relationship was not close. Simon had no reason to give him too much advice. Just like the young man's half-joking and half-serious words at breakfast just now, his one suggestion was worth at least $2 billion. It was expensive. But it was true. Next, once the results proved that the other party's judgment was correct, whether in Asia or Eastern Europe, whether Soros himself tried to save it or not, Simon would be equivalent to repaying his favor for giving up attacking Hong Kong. However, thinking of the expensive value of Simon's suggestion, Soros suddenly remembered a sentence that the young man said at a party last year, to the effect that many of his layouts were in the open, and he could follow suit. They were all in the open. If Simon Westeros's various industrial layouts were thoroughly studied, they might really be worth many more $2 billion. With the current size of the quantum fund, it is unrealistic to continue to use all of it for capital hedging. Soros has long been involved in other things, such as investing in various aspects of Russia, and in the future, more capital shares will be transferred to these traditional investment areas. So, what are Simon Westeros's open layouts? After thinking for a moment, Soros quickly sorted out the first preferred keyword, China. Perhaps, giving up the sniping of Hong Kong this time is not a bad thing. After all, once Hong Kong is attacked, Quantum Fund will definitely face many obstacles if it wants to follow that young man to invest in China in the future. However, these are all later, and now we still have to face the problem at hand. Back in Manhattan, the heads of the Quantum Fund headquarters and the Asian team are already online. Soros didn't talk nonsense. He roughly relayed Simon's judgment on the situation in Asia, and then started the meeting. The content of the discussion is whether the donkeys will continue to step on the pit according to the rules, and if not, what new countermeasures should be taken. On the other side, after sending Soros away, Simon also set off quickly. Because they had to rush to the airport, Jianzin, Taoyueli and Zhu Momo simply took a ride together. Simon was going to fly back to Los Angeles, and the three women's destination was London. 3 black Mercedes-Benzes left the Linhay Manor, and Zhu Momo once again grabbed a seat next to Simon. When the car started, the girl stuck to Simon intimately, blabbering, and the topic unconsciously turned to Qin Buzu and the other 2 who were still in the manor. Simon, don't you like them very much? Simon put one hand around the soft body beside him, while reading a script he got before getting on the car, and casually said, actually, I don't like you very much either. Zhu Momo heard Simon's ruthless words, pretended to be dissatisfied and whimpered, biting the man's ear. Of course, he wouldn't use force. After being naughty, Zhu Momo sat down again and looked at the script on the man's lap. She had just seen the name, My Best Friend's Wedding, which was obviously a romance. However, Zhu Momo usually had a headache when she saw Chinese books. The dense English words on the paper in front of her only persisted for a minute and then gave up quickly. Seeing the man's serious look, Zhu Momo hesitated for a moment, but still didn't speak to disturb him again. She simply rested her head on Simon's shoulder and squinted her eyes. I was still very tired last night. Actually, Zhu Momo wanted to ask if the man liked the 3 of them more than Qin Buzu. The girl had already guessed about this. As for the answer, yes and no. Simon does treat women around him differently. The reason is not formed in one day, it is probably a combination of many life experiences. For example, Robert Egger once talked about a mouse utopia experiment. It was a party where everyone gathered and chatted, discussing what would happen if controlled nuclear fusion was achieved and human society entered a period of great material abundance, without rich and poor, and without classes. The mouse utopia verified the answer to this question to a certain extent. All mice lived freely and reproduced freely without restrictions under the condition of abundant food and clothing. As a result, The utopia ended with a tragic collapse. This is the detailed information Simon found afterwards. Combined with his own life experience, Simon concluded that class is necessary. The evidence is in nature. From lion groups to ants, all social creatures that have survived on this planet for millions of years basically have class differences. Perhaps many people are reluctant to admit it, but humans are the same. With a little attention, it is not difficult to find that the pyramid-shaped class structure below itself is actually similar to the triangular structure. As we all know, the triangle is the most stable geometric structure. Although the many women around Simon would not be too deliberate, as Zumomo felt, there was indeed a clear degree of closeness and distance. Just like the two Jennies in Cape Dumay Manor, they were naturally at the top of the pyramid. Janet would often grab the vases around Simon and train them, and even occasionally did not have many, but Simon never expressed dissatisfaction, because Simon recognized Janet's position at the top of the pyramid among the women around him, and believed that this was beneficial to the Westeros family. Not only that, although the life in Cape Dumay Manor was relatively dull, compared with other women around him, Simon still lived in Cape Dumay Manor for more than half of the time. In addition to the deep-rooted traditional family concept, on the other hand, it was for the sake of maintaining the status of the two Jennies. After the two Jennies, there were women with their own children. And there was also a distinction. Next, the many other Yingyi and Yanyan basically depended on Simon's preferences and even mood. Simon read Hanfizi yesterday. His favorite chapter was Wanzheng. He read it many times and reflected a lot. One paragraph also made his previously casual thoughts clearer. The queen's wife is cheap and the maidservants are expensive. The prince is humble and the concubines are respected. The prime minister's room is light and the official visits are heavy. In this way, the inside and outside are not in harmony. Those who are in harmony inside and outside can be destroyed. The good here does not mean well-behaved, but inverted and departed. Wanzheng, an article written more than 1,500 years ago, has a warning for self-cultivation, family harmony, governance, and peace in the world. Even now, more than 2,000 years later, it can still give people too much inspiration in all aspects of work and life. In the seaside manor of Glen Cove, after Simon left with Zhu Momo and others, the manor suddenly became deserted. Qin Buzu, Zhang Mi and Shenji Yui, the three girls, were not free. As usual, the housekeeper personally explained various matters in the future, and then picked a house, a car, and a maid, a lot of things. Until noon. Among the three girls, 23-year-old Zhang Mi was the more proud and aloof one, 19-year-old Shenji Yui was a bit of a follower, but 18-year-old Qin Buzu was the most open-minded and not afraid of making a fool of himself. He would ask questions if he didn't understand something, and would fight for what he wanted without any reservation. Zhang Mi and Shenji Yui didn't talk much throughout the morning, and most of the talking was done by Qin Buzu. In an office in the villa, they roughly discussed all the details and finally signed a lifelong confidentiality agreement. The contract was handed to the housekeeper Anjiri Davis opposite. Qin Buzu immediately asked, "Ms. Davis, in addition to the villa in the Upper East Side, can we come here often to live?" The housekeeper maintained their usual patience and professionalism, and did not show any impatience with the various trivial questions Qin Buzu asked throughout the morning. Hearing this, she said in fluent Chinese after secretly learning for several years, "This requires the boss's consent. However, according to convention, you don't need to leave in a hurry. You can stay here for a few days." Qin Buzu listened and confirmed, "You mean, it's okay for us to stay for a few days, but as long as we leave and want to come back, we need Simon's consent?" Anjiri nodded, "Yes." So Qin Buzu immediately said, "But we don't have Simon's contact information, Ms. Anjiri, can you give us one?" The housekeeper shook her head, "Sorry, Miss Qin, you can only contact me if you have anything. If it's something very important, I will convey it to the boss on your behalf." Qin Buzu said with some disappointment, and was about to continue to say something, when a waitress at the door reminded him in English. The housekeeper agreed, then switched to Chinese and said to the three girls, "The servants you selected have arrived, let's meet them first." As she spoke, three girls in standard black OL suits had entered the door. There were three servants, and on average, each girl had only one, instead of the usual two. This was the result of Simon reading Hanfizi yesterday. Because they had to be treated differently. Not only was the number of servants reduced by half, But the monthly salary of the three girls was also reduced from the usual $20,000 to $10,000. 20,000 or 10,000 is not much different from 2 cents and 1 cent for Simon now, so it depends on his mood. The housekeeper received a note written by her boss before leaving to explain this matter. Not only did she do it without any doubt, but she also figured out her boss's thoughts and very naturally reduced other details of treatment. Of course, the three girls didn't know this. A monthly salary of $10,000 was a huge sum of money for them, and they had no complaints. Seeing the three servants enter the door, everyone stood up and greeted each other and introduced themselves. Three girls, 2 with Western faces and 1 with Asian face. Michelle Silfers, 23 years old, 172 centimeters tall, a former track and field athlete, a female guard of the Wei family. Kathryn Set, 22 years old, 171 centimeters tall, graduated from Cornell University, a maid of the Wei family. Shen Lin, 30 years old, 167 centimeters tall, English name Linda, from China, a doctorate in political economics from the University of Oklahoma, a maid of the Wei family. This is the configuration selected by the three girls at the suggestion of the housekeeper. Mainly Shen Lin. The three girls have only been in the United States for a few months, and their English ability is limited to simple daily communication. Therefore, it is best to have a daily translator who can use Chinese and English proficiently, just like Zhao Annie who was with Zhu Momo and the others. Having said that, there are many choices in the list given by the housekeeper, and she was quite surprised to choose the oldest Shen Lin among the three girls. 30 years old is the upper age limit for the recruitment of Ouija maids and guards. If this older Chinese girl who stepped on the last threshold to join the Ouija maid does not have a suitable position in the next 1 or 2 years, she will soon lose her status as a Ouija maid and get an ordinary job under the arrangement of the Westeros system. However, the housekeeper has seen a lot of things in the world and quickly figured it out. It was precisely because Shen Lin was the oldest that she was chosen by the three girls, mainly because of the suggestion of the seemingly smart Lin Biuzhu. As for the reason, the Ouija maids and guards, regardless of their nationality and skin color, are basically very beautiful. For women, beauty certainly means a threat. And Miss Kin probably felt that compared with other candidates of the same age, the older Shen Lin posed the least threat to the three young girls, and probably convinced the other two girls with this reason. Under normal circumstances, this idea is of course correct, but unfortunately, the preference of her own boss seems to be abnormal. Of course, the housekeeper would not say much, but just felt a little funny. And very curious and looking forward to it. According to the long-term observation of the housekeeper, her boss not only likes mature women, but also prefers smart women. Now, three young girls who don't seem to be very smart have chosen a 30-year-old beautiful female doctor to be by their side. According to Chinese idiom, in the future, I wonder if the choices of these three girls will be that self-defeating? P.S. I recommend Wang Zhang from Han Fizi. Some of the entries are closely related to the international situation in recent years, and the last sentence is the highlight. Chapter 1183 September Weekly Record. In a residential apartment in the Santa Monica Mountains north of Deanery's Studios. It's October 3rd. It's the first Friday of October. After a week of non-stop promotion after the release, Amy Adams and Jessica Chastain just flew back from Florida in the South yesterday and finally got a good night's rest. However, because of their continued excitement, the two women woke up at 6 in the morning. Today is the day when the full first week box office of Paranormal Activity is released. When Amy Adams left the bedroom and came to the living room without even brushing her teeth, she found that Jessica Chastain was already sitting cross-legged on the sofa in the living room, holding the Los Angeles Times she had just received, and there were several other newspapers next to her. Rushing forward, Amy did not try to snatch the newspaper from Jessica's hand, but picked up a copy of The Hollywood Reporter. While sitting on the single sofa next to her, she could not wait to ask, "How much? How much?" Jessica did not even raise her head. "Look for yourself." Amy had already seen the headline on the front page of The Hollywood Reporter as she spoke, and the eye-catching string of characters 59M had already come into view. Wow, 59 million, higher than the 55 million they expected on Monday. Jessica smiled and corrected and agreed. To be precise, it is 59.63 million, which is close to 60 million. 60 million US dollars, it's incredible, the cost is only $300,000 US dollars. Jessica said, Didn't you read the article in Variety a few days ago? In fact, it's not 300,000, at most tens of thousands of dollars. You know how much we got paid for the film. Of course Amy knew. Because this is a low-cost film, she did not sign a fixed salary, but the lowest weekly salary contract, which was only $1,000 per week. After the filming, she only received $8,000. Jessica, as a minor supporting role, was paid even less. Therefore, before the premiere in Toronto last month, both women were working as waitresses in Santa Monica to earn a living. Thinking of this, Amy felt a little jealous again. I had secretly checked the contract a few days ago, and neither of them had any profit-sharing clauses. I also asked privately, and Justin Lin was the same. Because it was an ultra-low-cost experimental project, it was not covered by the labor union's requirement to attach profit-sharing clauses, not to mention that they had not joined the labor union at the time. The agency was handling this matter recently. Now, Deaneries Entertainment can make a net profit of hundreds of millions of dollars just by relying on the North American box office. It's not too much to give herself $1 million, right? Unfortunately, there is not a single word. Jessica noticed Amy's expression and understood something. She said, "Actually, everyone is like this." Schwarzenegger's salary for his first movie was only $12,000. At that time, he was already a well-known American bodybuilder, much more famous than us. I just think that Deaneries has made so much money this time, so she should give us some rewards, right? Well, Lynn may have it, but we may not, Jessica said. What's more, Amy, you have to think more positively. Our biggest gain is to be able to participate in this movie. Otherwise, we may never become famous in our lifetime. Amy nodded, and couldn't help but say, actually, Lynn may not be able to get extra bonuses. Although the media are reporting that he is the main creator, everyone knows that he is not. But he has done a good job with this idea, so Deaneries Entertainment will definitely try its best to win him over. Amy paused, but had to admit it. After calming down a little, she looked at the newspaper in her hand again. Jessica didn't continue the topic that made people more upset the more they thought about it, and instead said, "Look at this week's box office charts. I didn't pay much attention to it before, but now I find that Deaneries Entertainment is really amazing." Amy was confused. What? Jessica said, in the top 5 of the list, in addition to Paranormal Activity, which ranked first, Deaneries Entertainment also took up 2 spots. Amy quickly browsed the article about the weekly box office summary in The Hollywood Reporter, and soon understood it, and couldn't help but be amazed. A box office week from September 26 to October 2. The first place, Paranormal Activity, was without a doubt, with a box office of $59.63 million. This box office result directly broke the single-week box office record in September in Hollywood history. Next, DreamWorks Pictures' The Doomsday Alert ranked second on the list, with a box office of $13.67 million in the first week. Although it is the runner-up, considering the blockbuster production cost of $50 million, the first week revenue of $13.67 million, and the commercial film with poor reputation, it is impossible to go long-term, and the final box office may be only about $25 million. Obviously, it was strongly impacted by Paranormal Activity. The estimated domestic total box office of Paranormal Activity is much lower than the $40 million box office that DreamWorks originally expected. The third place returned to Deaneries Entertainment again. The Naked 6, which set a 15+ rating box office record in the UK in August, opened in North America on September 12. After $22.96 million in the first week, it continued to earn $16.3 million in the second week. In the past third week of its release, this small film with a production budget of only £2 million, faced with the impact of Paranormal Activity, the box office fell by 36%. However, the single-week box office still earned $10.43 million, ranking third on the list. 3 weeks after its release, the North American box office of The Naked 6 has accumulated $49.69 million, and the total North American box office is expected to be around $70 million. Although it is not as good as the £62 million equivalent to $95 million in the UK, considering the cost, it is also a real box office dark horse. The fourth place is also from Deaneries Entertainment. This is a remake of Ang Lee's Drink Man Woman with an all-black cast. It is called Food for the Soul. It tells the story of black culture through a weekend dinner of a black family. The director George Tillman Jr. is black, and one of the heroines is the famous cyborg girlfriend Halle Berry. The film was produced by Gaoman Films and was released a week before Paranormal Activity. The scale of 1,336 screens has reached an excellent media comprehensive score of 8.1 points. With Ang Lee, who became more famous after Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, personally helped to promote the film, the box office in the first week reached a high level of over 10,000 theaters per week, and earned $14.32 million. The film cost only $7.5 million to make, and Highgate Pictures initially expected $20 million. The first week's revenue was $14.32 million, which not only directly recovered the production investment, but also more than doubled Highgate Pictures' initial expectations. Relying on long-term word of mouth, it is expected to hit the 50 million threshold. Unfortunately, Food for the Soul ran into Paranormal Activity in the second week. Faced with the strength of Paranormal Activity, the Highgate Pictures team originally predicted a slight drop of about 20% in the second week, which eventually expanded to 37%. The second week's revenue from September 26 to October 2 was finally $9.02 million. In 2 weeks, Food for the Soul has accumulated a box office of $23.34 million. Of course, it is still a very outstanding result, but in the face of the continued pressure of Paranormal Activity, Food for the Soul's North American box office is likely to stop at less than $40 million. Then, at the fifth place on the list, Deaneries Entertainment gave up the spot again, Paramount's coming-out comedy The Whole Story. The film stars Kevin Kline, the male lead of A Fish Called Wanda, and Tom Selleck, the male star of Three Guys and a Baby. It tells the story of Howard, a middle-aged middle school teacher, who is about to get married with his girlfriend after a long and difficult relationship, but is publicly identified as a homosexual by his former students at a ceremony. Howard tried to prove his innocence, but unexpectedly discovered himself. The subject matter is similar to The Birdcage, which was also a big hit last year. By the way, Hollywood, as the fringe base of the left, is actually like this. For decades, it has been quietly changing the traditional concepts of Westerners bit by bit through movies and public opinion, and finally bringing the homosexual community to the table, from I don't like you to I don't oppose you and then to the ultimate if you dare to oppose me, it is politically incorrect, which is a classic case of ideological shaping. Due to the excellent reputation of the ins and outs and the support of Hollywood, it was released on the same September 12 as The Naked Six, and earned $19.15 million and $13.94 million respectively in the previous 2 weeks. However, due to the sniping of Paranormal Activity, The Ins and Outs became the most depressed non-new film among the top 5. The box office shrank by 46% in the past week, with a single-week box office of only $7.53 million, and the cumulative box office in 3 weeks was $40.62 million. Similar to Food for the Soul, the total domestic box office of The Ins and Outs was expected to be more than $60 million, but it also shrunk by at least $10 million and is expected to stop at around $50 million. In the final analysis, it is still a rise and fall. However, relatively speaking, because of the phenomenal popularity of Paranormal Activity, this time the growth far exceeds the loss. The two Hollywood newcomers hiding in the Santa Monica Mountains were just surprised by the weekly box office charts that just came out. However, all over Los Angeles, the big and small film practitioners who were not from Deaneries Entertainment were all feeling anxious and mixed. Are they going to let people live? Exclamation mark. From 1997 to now, from the Valentine's Day Bridget Jones's Diary and Two British Brothers, The Easter Alien 2, The Cable Guy, Ghost, and Taken 4 consecutive hits, to the summer season Face Off, Twister, American Pie, Lonely Day and even Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. When the summer season ended, it was finally felt that it was time to slow down and let everyone perform. In September, first there was The Dark Horse The Six, and at the end of the month, there was another Paranormal Activity, which directly locked the entire October. So Deaneries is the only company left in Hollywood? Exclamation mark. However, with the current strength of Deaneries Entertainment in Hollywood, all the resentment can only be impotent rage. Even after the resentment, whether it is industry executives or directors and stars, they can't help but start to wonder whether they can switch to Deaneries Entertainment or cooperate with it. After all, they still have to make a living, so who doesn't matter? As for the few movie company bosses, it's good to be alive. What else can they do? Even if they buy off a desperate man to kill Simon Westeros, not to mention whether the whole family will be evaporated like the rumored Westeros destroyed the entire mafia family in Italy, even if they succeed, Daenerys Entertainment will still be there. The power is already established. As for seeking administrative measures, such as antitrust against Daenerys Entertainment, there is probably no company in Hollywood that has a closer relationship with Washington than Daenerys Entertainment. If they really play this way, it is not certain who will get who. Therefore, we can only fantasize about it. For example, go back to 10 years ago, everyone pooled some money and bought off the doctor to keep a madman in Watsonville Mental Hospital forever. How great. A mountain apartment in Santa Monica. The two girls just sighed and hurriedly started to prepare breakfast. Today is still a busy day. After filling their stomachs and taking care of themselves, the two girls went out and got into the car neatly under the flashlights of the paparazzi who had already started to wait for them, and rushed to the nearby Daenerys studios. P.S. 2 updates today, also 8,000 words, I will slowly. Chapter 1184, where there are no little white rabbits. After crossing the Santa Monica Mountain Highway and entering Daenerys Studios from the northern entrance, they arrived at a parking lot on the third floor of the studio's administrative area. It was not yet 9 o'clock in the morning, but the parking lot, which could accommodate hundreds of cars, was already crowded with people coming and going in a hurry, full of a vibrant and strong vitality. Amy asked Jessica, who was sitting in the passenger seat, to get out of the car and search for a while before finding an empty space in a corner of the parking lot and hurried over. After parking the car, the two women walked side by side to the office building. Amy looked around and said with a sense of inexplicable pride, because she had just participated in a hit film of Daenerys Entertainment, there are so many people. Compared with this place, the studios of Paramount and Fox are simply nursing homes. I think so too. Jessica said, and just as she turned an intersection, she saw a tall black-haired girl wearing sunglasses passing by them and walking towards another office building. She suddenly felt a lot of pressure. Her appearance was her biggest shortcoming, not even as good as Amy's. Her agent had suggested that she have plastic surgery recently. It's not that they don't want to, it's mainly because they don't have money. Amy was much calmer than Jessica, and she turned her head to look at him. I think I've seen that girl before somewhere. Is she a model? Salem Harrow, she played Matt Dillon's girlfriend in the recently released movie The Whole Story. Jessica said the name, but couldn't help but add, now that she's here, she must be the type that's not doing well. Otherwise she should be attending the Fashion Week in Europe. Amy felt the sourness in Jessica's tone, and smiled and rubbed her anger. Maybe she's here to audition for an important role. Jessica subconsciously said, she's not the type Simon likes. Amy smiled and asked, what type does Simon like? Jessica paused for a moment, then rolled her eyes at Amy. However, think about the girl who was just cold and charming. Her skin was the popular white style in recent years, and she didn't have the taboo sausage mouth. Her face might not be beautiful, but it was definitely not ugly, not to mention that her figure was so good. Alice, comparing people is annoying. Amy squinted at Jessica's expression and continued, besides, maybe Simon will change his taste occasionally. Jessica stared over and saw the smile on Amy's face. She quickly put her arm around her arm and scratched Amy's waist with her other hand. Amy's arm was restrained. She wanted to escape but couldn't. She didn't dare to fight with Jessica too much in this situation. She could only beg for mercy with a stern face. As the two women talked, they had already arrived at the door of a coffee shop on the ground floor of the administrative district staff restaurant. Lena Kane, the two female assistants standing at the door waiting, saw them appear, took 3 or 2 steps forward, and started scolding directly. What were you doing just now? Be careful, this is not your apartment. Amy broke free from Jessica's clutches, stepped forward and affectionately hugged the arm of the short, round-faced girl, but tried to revolt. Lena, I'm a big star now, and I'm also your boss. You should respect me more. Lena Kane also rolled her eyes, and went into the coffee shop with Amy, saying, I was just about to say that you should give me a raise. Amy was immediately deflated. Okay, let's change the subject. Jessica seized the opportunity. No, I'm waiting for the follow-up. Although they were harsh in words, the close relationship between the three women was actually obvious. In recent months, although they were newcomers from WMA, Lena tried her best to take care of them in all aspects, and she was very professional. She was familiar with negotiations, public relations, schedule coordination and other aspects. Neither of the two women is stupid. If they can work with such an assistant for a long time, it will definitely help their careers a lot. Therefore, although they don't say anything on the surface, they have already unconsciously been trying to snatch people. After all, as their status rises, it is definitely not suitable for them to share an assistant. Moreover, Lena is obviously a person with her own opinions. If Amy really acts like a boss, she may be fired in return. Everyone sat down in the cafe and ordered coffee. Lena took out a few pages of the script and handed them over. Jason has to deal with some things temporarily and will arrive in half an hour. This is the audition script for Celebrity. Familiarize yourself with it as soon as possible. The formal audition will start at 10 o'clock. In addition, bad news, Jessie, the heroine of Elizabeth, has been decided, and the audition in the afternoon has been cancelled. Elizabeth is the latest project of the former working name film team under Gay Omen Films, which specializes in producing British films. It tells the legendary story of Queen Elizabeth I of England. Having produced hit films such as 4 Weddings and a Funeral, Bridget Jones and The Naked Six, every project of the British team under Highgate Films has attracted much attention from Hollywood. Jason Bast, the agent of the two women, tried to get them audition opportunities. It was thought that Amy, the heroine of Paranormal Activity, had a better chance of being noticed, but it turned out that Jessica Chastain was shortlisted. Amy's image is too different from Elizabeth I for this audition. Jessica was busy training her British accent every day while promoting Paranormal Activity. Unexpectedly, the audition was suddenly cancelled. Jessica subconsciously tightened her hand holding the script, and asked with a look of disappointment, "What's going on?" "It's an actress from Australia named Cate Blanchett," Lena said, leaning forward slightly and lowering her voice. Jason called and asked, and Simon decided personally. Jessica didn't know what to say for a moment, but Amy, who tried her best to suppress the little gloating in her heart, couldn't help but ask in a low voice, "Isn't that Cate very beautiful?" Lena took out a photo from her bag like a magic trick and handed two to Amy. The two girls looked over together, and Amy subconsciously said, "Her nose is a bit big. Isn't that the type Simon likes? If Simon only picked beautiful girls he liked as the heroine, you shouldn't be here now, and he wouldn't be able to achieve what he has now," Lena said, and then explained, "Cate graduated from the Sydney National Academy of Dramatic Art. She has been performing in dramas for 5 years before. She was also nominated for the Australian Greenhouse Award for her role as Fiorina in Hamlet. Simon has no problem choosing her." The two girls didn't know about the Greenhouse Award, but they thought it was probably similar to the Tony Award in the United States. Jessica, who just played a supporting role, was indeed incomparable. Lena took back the photo and said, "Okay, take a look at your scripts, because they are all small roles, and there is a great possibility that you will win this celebrity together." Jessica looked at the script in her hand in silence. Amy, however, gossiped with a hint of disgust, "Lena, this, Woody Allen, that, a few years ago." Lena interrupted her, "Be realistic, Amy, if that matter comes up again in the future, you should publicly draw a line. Now, for an actress, acting in a Woody Allen movie, even if it's just showing your face, is gilding. If you have mental mysophobia, my advice to you is to go back to your Colorado, find a simple farmer as your husband, go to church every week, have 8 children, and do your best to raise them all to be devout Puritans." Amy stuck out her tongue. She shook her head, not daring to say anything more, and complimented him, "Lena, I didn't expect you to be so talented. You could conceive a script in just 10 seconds. Do you want to act?" Lena rolled her eyes, and then said, "Also, since the audition for Elizabeth in the afternoon has been cancelled, I have already made an appointment for you to view a house. The apartment in the Santa Monica Mountains can no longer be lived in, and you need to separate." The small apartment in the Santa Monica Mountains was rented by the two women together for the convenience of filming Paranormal Activity. There was no privacy at all. Now that the two women have become famous, their safety cannot be guaranteed, and changing their residence is inevitable. However, after hearing this, Amy sang a different tune from her assistant, "Lena, Jessie and I are both poor now, and we can save some money by living together. Then soon there will be gossip tabloids saying that you are lesbians. How could this be? There are so many men and women living together in Los Angeles, and they are all gay. The question has never been whether you are gay or not, the key is whether others think you are gay. If you are just nobody, There's of course no problem living together. It's different now, unless you don't mind your career. Amy could only nod. Okay. Lena picked up her coffee and took a sip, urging, okay, hurry up and read the script carefully. It is said that Simon has also personally paid attention to this project. It should be a peak of Woody in recent years. Amy was curious again. Simon has personally paid attention to it? How did you know? Jessica also looked over curiously. I have my own sources. Lena showed off her potential connections a little, and then said, Woody originally wanted to make the project into a black and white film, paying homage to Fellini's La Dolce Vita. Ella from Gay Omen had agreed, but it was rejected by Simon. Simon had a face-to-face chat with Woody in New York some time ago. He liked this story very much, but disagreed to make it into a black and white movie. It must be in color, and in rich colors. Or so Simon said, a kind of retro splendor similar to the golden age of Hollywood. Jessica asked, did Woody compromise? Of course. Although. Amy raised her hand and gestured slightly, and said, but, a great director like Woody, it's hard to find a good one. It shouldn't be difficult to find other investors, right? No matter how big a director is, he is still just a director. Moreover, after that incident, it was Gay Omen Films that extended a helping hand, so that Woody could make a comeback. The recent films were also in cooperation with Gay Omen. What do you think Woody should choose? Lena said this, and without waiting for the two women to answer, she continued, so, because Simon is very optimistic about this project, even if you can't get the role in your hands, you'd better show your face as passers-by at that time. There are many large group scenes in the complete script. The two women listened to Lena talking about these inside stories related to a certain big man. Even if they were not private gossip, they were all very interested and wanted to talk more. Unfortunately, the female assistant quickly shut up and gestured to the script in the hands of the two women. Amy and the other two had to put away their thoughts and began to brew the thin pages of the script in their hands. After more than half an hour, a thin middle-aged man in his 40s hurried over. It was Jason Bast, the agent of the two women. As soon as they sat down, the agent, who looked tired, said to the two girls with a sigh, Amy, Jessie, you must be careful when you fall in love in the future. Find out the boy's age first. He then uttered an American curse and continued, not knowing whether he was talking to the two girls or to himself. Ever since the Michael incident, these little guys have found a way to make money, and each one is more ruthless than the other. There is obviously a story behind this. The two women looked up and waited, but the agent had already stopped. He took the coffee brought by the waiter, drank a few sips, and returned to normal, as if those words were not said by him at all. He turned to other things. First, let me tell you a good news that you must want to know first. I just received a phone call on the way here. There will be a bonus for paranormal activity. Amy will get $300,000, and Jessie, you will also have $100,000. However, you all need to sign a clear sequel contract, and Jessie is confirmed to be the heroine of the sequel. Oh, by the way, the matter with the actors' union has also been settled. This time, you will get the basic agreement protection of the union. Next to Jason Bast, Lena, who was sipping coffee, heard a sentence in the agent's words and her movements paused obviously. During this period, Jessica Chastain has been following the promotion as a minor supporting role, and everyone speculated that she might play a leading role in the sequel. Now, it is true. Amy and Jessica's first reactions were both surprise, but when they heard the additional conditions, Jessica calmed down first. Jason, when we were doing publicity a few days ago, Danny Morris talked to us and suggested that we stop making pseudo-documentaries. It's to prevent you from taking on those messy Hollywood pseudo-documentaries for your next movie. This will stereotype you. Of course, Paranormal Activity is different. Amy went straight to the point. Jason, if we sign the sequel, how much can we get paid? The agent looked at Amy. Your role has ended, and you will most likely only be a background guest star and get a symbolic basic salary. As for Jessie, as the heroine of the sequel, the salary can be negotiated to about $300,000. Amy was immediately disappointed, and couldn't help but feel sorry for Jessica. Paranormal Activity is so popular now, Jessie can only get $300,000 as the heroine of the sequel. You have to understand that it is this movie that is popular, not you actors. Moreover, because of the subject matter, the sequel of the entire series can only be low cost even if the first one sells for $500 million worldwide, and it is impossible to pay you too much. Amy blurted out, then we won't act. Jason looked helplessly at Amy, who was obviously a little regretful after just saying it. If you don't act, first of all, you won't get the reward this time, and secondly, you will be sued because the sequel agreement was included in the original terms. In addition, not only Daenerys, you don't even think about getting opportunities from other studios. In summary, you can just quit Hollywood. Amy fell silent. Even though she only received $8,000 in salary from this project, the actor agreement did include a sequel clause, but there were no details. Obviously, this time Daenerys wanted to use a bonus as an incentive and clarify the details. If they disagree, the ending will basically be as the agent judged. Jason Best saw Amy calm down, and then looked at Jessica, who obviously had no objection, and then continued, Amy, Jesse, from now on, I hope you will regard Paranormal Activity as a thing of the past. You can only sign the following agreement, and you have no other choice. However, after signing, Daenerys Entertainment will definitely give you more resources and other aspects to ensure the sequel. What you have to do is to get rid of the label of cheap pseudo-documentary stars as soon as possible. Do you understand? The two women did not hesitate too much this time, and nodded quickly. Jason Best also nodded slightly with satisfaction. Fortunately, they were not two dumb people who were too simple-minded to be saved. Blonde then talked about another thing. Also, tonight Michael Jordan, chairman of Westinghouse Electric, is holding a cocktail party in Bel Air and has invited the crew of Paranormal Activity. You can attend it. It will be very helpful for your network. Before Jessica could say anything, Amy blurted out with a puzzled look on her face, Michael Jordan. Jason Best laughed, same name, a 60-year-old fat white man. Amy said oh, and subconsciously said, we don't know each other, why should we attend his cocktail party? Seeing that the three people around her were speechless, Amy realized that she had said something stupid, and quickly said, okay, I'll go. Jason had to explain again, Westinghouse Electric acquired CBS 2 years ago. CBS knows it, right? Then, this company has been strengthening its layout in the media field in the past 2 years. Recently, Westinghouse reached an agreement with Siemens and sold part of its power business to obtain a large amount of cash. Recently, it is strengthening its film and television production department and may acquire a large studio in the future. In short, you just need to remember that Michael Jordan will become a big player in Hollywood in the future. He invited you two newcomers because of the recent popularity of Paranormal Activity. There will be many Hollywood celebrities at the party. It is a good opportunity to build connections. You must cherish it. Amy understood it. Jessica hesitated and asked tentatively, Jason, will Simon go? This question made several people at the table pause. After a moment, the agent said, Simon happens to be in Los Angeles these days, maybe he will go, so you should be more energetic to deal with it. The two women nodded again. Even though they had some resentment about a result that they could not choose, when they heard that they might see Simon Westeros again, Amy and the other girl instinctively looked forward to it. After Jason finished speaking, he looked at his watch and said, we will go to the audition site at 9:50. You still have some time to prepare. By the way, Jesse, did Lena tell you about Elizabeth? Yes. It's a pity, but don't be disappointed. You will have no shortage of opportunities in the future. Yet, after saying this, the two girls began to prepare for the audition of Celebrity. They didn't notice Jason's intentional or unintentional coldness towards Lena next to them. Lena Kane didn't mind it, and she understood Jason Best's reaction very well. The two girls have been considering winning Lena over these days, and Lena is also considering her own future. Before becoming the assistant of the two girls, Lena, who graduated from USC, was an intern under WMA and had worked in the mailroom of WMA, where a large number of legendary agents were born, for a year. Because her parents had some connections in the circle, she got this opportunity. Because through her parents' connections, Lena found out that the two girls were the candidates for Paranormal Activity personally appointed by Simon Westeros, and even knew more inside information about Paranormal Activity, such as that this was a project conceived and planned by Simon Westeros himself. Therefore, the prospects for both the movie itself and the actors involved can be imagined. Now, Paranormal Activity is a big hit, which is basically within Lena's expectations. However, just before Jason Buster revealed that Jessica Chastain would become the heroine of the sequel to Paranormal Activity, Lena had not yet completely determined the direction of her career. She would definitely not continue this assistant job like a nanny. Initially, one option was to upgrade to become Amy or the two women's common manager, with the same right to extract the actor's salary as the agent, but this required the two women or one of them to improve their status quickly enough to the extent that they needed two main trunks to help them manage their careers. Otherwise, agents and managers with largely overlapping functions will inevitably have differences and even confrontations. The second option is to snatch at least one client from Jason Buster. During this period, the two women have fully recognized her ability in their hearts, so Lena has enough confidence to poach. Amy Adams is of course the best choice, but it's a pity that it's too difficult. If she really snatches it, Jason Buster will definitely be angry and make things go to Jonathan Friedman. As the head of WMA, Jonathan would not like to see internal strife in WMA, and her parents' connections could not withstand Friedman's possible anger, so it would be best to snatch Jessica Chastain away. However, the problem arises again. Jessica is just a supporting role in Paranormal Activity. Even if the movie is very popular, because this movie is a typical type of movie that is popular but the actors are not, Amy is fine, but Jessica's future is still uncertain. Just now, I heard that Jessica Chastain was confirmed as the heroine of the sequel to Paranormal Activity. This is considered to be a guarantee of Jessica's future, or even more secure, because since she is the protagonist of the sequel, in order to ensure the success of the sequel project, Jessica will definitely be more likely to get resource support from Deanery's Entertainment next time compared to Amy, who is already on the edge. Since he has made up his mind to snatch Jessica away from Jason Bast, Mr. Agent has keenly sensed her threat, and it is understandable that he is a little cold, and he may even be brewing how to kick her out first. This is how Hollywood is. No smoke, still a battlefield. The people here may not be smart, but there will definitely be no pure, innocent and kind little white rabbits, because they cannot survive. P.S. I recently read Nomadland, and I wanted to call this chapter A Land Without Rabbits, but I think it's too literary and you may not be able to accept it. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1185, Be Reserved, Be Reserved. The red Chevrolet shuttled along the winding Bel Air Mountain Road and stopped at a small square at the end of the road on the top of a mountain. In front of it, there were people and cars coming and going in front of the mansion occupying a hilltop. The night that had just fallen set off the bright lights inside the mansion. Lena Kane parked her car and turned to Amy Adams and Jessica Chastain, who were about to get out of the car, and said, "Okay, girls, it's up to you from now on. Remember what I said, although this is a cocktail party, try to drink less. Also, don't be shy, go up to the big names you can recognize and say hello to them. Leave an impression on them, and they may think of you in the next movie. But also remember, be reserved, you must be reserved, don't be tricked into bed by those guys with just a few words. What they are best at is pulling up their pants and refusing to admit it." Amy listened to Lena's instructions while holding the handle of the car door, and asked with a smile, "Lena, what if you meet Simon?" Lena said in a serious tone, "Don't hesitate at all, take the opportunity to kneel in front of him, unbuckle his belt, and use all the tricks you have seen and heard." Amy reached out to pinch Lena's round face. "Lena, can you not be so serious when you say rogue words, haha." Lena opened Amy's hand, her eyes slightly widened. "Hey, I'm 100% serious, Amy. Did you listen to everything I just said?" Amy took her hand back, her expression slightly restrained, and nodded. "I remember, Lena." The round-faced girl looked at Jessica again, and Jessica nodded quickly. Lena waved her hand and said, "That's it, go ahead, I'll pick you up at 10 o'clock. The two girls pushed the door and got out of the car, and then stopped for a while, wanting to watch Lena turn the car around and leave, until the girl in the driver's seat waved her hand to indicate that it was not necessary, then took out the invitation letter and walked to the door of the mansion. When Jessica Chastain showed the invitation letter to the receptionist, she couldn't help but glance at the red Chevrolet that had turned its head. Since Lena Kane had made up her mind, she did not drag her feet at all. In the morning, she accompanied the two girls to finish the audition, and in the afternoon, she helped them look at houses and move. She did not slack off at work. However, during this period, the round-faced assistant confessed her plan to Jessica after she just settled in the new house in the afternoon. Jessica had her own opinions, but she was also persuaded by Lena. The only thing she was embarrassed about was how to confess to her agent and even Amy. In Hollywood, where everyone has their own thoughts, she could feel that Amy really regarded her as a friend. However, even without Lena's analysis, Jessica understood that the two were destined to be competitors again. Lena decisively took on all these things and said that it would only take one weekend. The agent didn't say anything. As for Amy, the two had already lived separately, and they would each have their own agents in the future. They would definitely be busy with their own careers. Perhaps, this friendship would inevitably fade. After checking the invitation letter and walking into the mansion together, Jessica had already gathered her thoughts again. In any case, it was not bad to part ways in peace. The two entered the mansion side by side. As soon as they arrived at the hall, they noticed a fat white man who was chatting with the guests. Lena found a photo in advance to show them. This man was Michael Jordan, the head of Westinghouse Electric, who had the same name as a basketball superstar. Seeing the two women coming forward, Michael Jordan, who was blushing, recognized them at a glance. After all, not many people have not watched Paranormal Activity recently, especially in the circle. Good evening, two ladies. Oh wow, you are so beautiful tonight, it's intoxicating. Mr. Jordan, thank you for your hospitality. Don't be so polite, call me Michael, or Mike. Speaking of which, the performance of the two ladies in Paranormal Activity is really great, and this movie once again tells everyone the powerful magic of movie images. Listening to Michael Jordan's compliments, the two girls had an idea that this is a man who is very good at talking, and it is easy for people to like him. Fortunately, the two women did not forget Lena's repeated instructions. Be reserved, you must be reserved. So after a brief greeting, the two women took the initiative to leave. Because of the huge sales of Paranormal Activity, they didn't need to spend too much time thinking. Just a few steps away from Jordan, someone came up to talk to them again. They also knew the man who was also very talkative, Michael Ovitz, the head of CAA. Michael Ovitz also complimented the two women on their performance in Paranormal Activity and got straight to the point. Amy, Jessica, consider coming to CAA. In my opinion, both of you are very promising actresses and should have better development. Come to CAA, I can personally plan the next development direction for you. You too, remember, this is very important. It's a sugar-coated bullet. Be reserved, you must be reserved. The two women smiled and responded, and once again silently in their hearts, and they didn't lose their minds at all. The CAA boss just played a word game. He helped them plan personally, but he didn't represent them personally. Even though CAA is a unique cross-agency model, it's hard to say who will be thrown to a completely unfamiliar guy if they really jump to CAA. In comparison, whether it's Jason Busta or Lena Kane, they know everything and recognize their abilities. In the end, they couldn't resist Michael Ovitz's lobbying, and before the two women left, they were asked for their contact information. In the following days, they were pursued for a long time by CAA's infantry soldiers who are notoriously persistent. Oh, Mr. Howard, I'm a fan of your movies. I've seen The Little Mermaid, Cocoon, and Apollo 13, and I think the movie A Gathering of Spirits is a very underrated movie. By the way, Mr. Howard, what are you busy with recently? I'm currently planning an HBO science series with Hanks and others, telling the story of mankind's moon landing in the 20th century. That's great, it sounds very exciting. What about you, Jessica? As for me, I just auditioned for a new film by Woody Allen today. In addition, there's the sequel to Paranormal Activity, and I'll probably play the leading role. On the backyard lawn of a Bel Air hilltop villa overlooking the Los Angeles scenery, Ron Howard heard Jessica Chastain say the second half of the sentence, and raise his eyebrows slightly without leaving a trace. The sequel to Paranormal Activity, well, you'll be the leading actress. This is a great coherent plan. I've also been paying attention to this project recently, and I'm also considering conceiving a similar film. Oh, you can definitely do better than us. Jessica said this and stretched out her hand to Ron Howard. I mean, Mr. Howard, I hope we can have the chance to work together in the future. Ron Howard knew that this was the end of the topic, and he also shook hands with the girl opposite him, smiling and said, of course. Well, sorry, I'll go say hello to the others. Please. After leaving Ron Howard, Jessica went directly to the next target she had already chosen in advance, the famous Hollywood producer, Jerry Bruckheimer. Amy was no longer with her. The main reason was that when the two of them were socializing together at the beginning, they found that everyone's attention was basically focused on Amy, the heroine of Paranormal Activity. She was reduced to a supporting role just like in the movie. Jessica found an appropriate opportunity to separate from Amy and shuttled through the cocktail party alone. In her heart, she once again thought that accepting Lena's advice was a very correct choice. If she continued to stay with Jason, the agent would certainly focus more on Amy, who was more well-known. After playing the card of the heroine of the sequel of Paranormal Activity again, Jessica soon had a good chat with Jerry Bruckheimer again. The two were chatting when they suddenly noticed a clear commotion coming from the villa. They looked over together. In just a moment, they understood the reason from the discussions of the guests around them. Simon is here. There is no shortage of people named Simon in Hollywood, or in other words, any name is actually a lot, but there can only be one Simon who can cause such a commotion among a group of big names at the top of the Hollywood pyramid. Jessica was hesitating whether to take the initiative to go over and say hello, and Bruckheimer next to her said, "Sorry, Miss Chastain, I'm leaving for a while." "Oh, it's okay." Jessica watched a legendary Hollywood producer who had been famous for a long time and produced a large number of hot movies hurried away. Many Hollywood big names around her, even those she could only look up to now, gathered towards the exit of the villa intentionally or unintentionally. After a little hesitation, she followed them there. Soon she met Amy again. The two women looked at each other. Because of the arrival of a certain man, they naturally got together again. As for why they got together, probably, they instinctively felt that even if 270 points added together could not reach 140 points, they would still be able to exceed 80 points. Through the crowd, the two women could only confirm that Simon was still in the lobby of the villa. Some people had already taken the initiative to approach him, and most of them were waiting a little closer. After all, this was not star chasing. If the young tycoon was surrounded by people, it would not achieve the effect of getting close to him, but would only cause disgust. Therefore, everyone consciously waited for the approach according to their own status or position. The two women stood at the outermost edge, moving intentionally or unintentionally. Amy finally saw someone's figure faintly, and poked Jessica beside her with some surprise. "Look," Simon sighed, he really changes his taste occasionally." Jessica followed Amy's line of sight and recognized the tall black-haired girl leaning against a man at a glance. It was the model named Salem Harrow who passed by them in Deanery Studios in the morning. Later, they met again. It turned out that the other party was also auditioning for Celebrity. "I didn't expect to meet him here again in the evening." However, Jessica observed for a moment and said, "It's obvious that she took the initiative to stick to him. Besides, I saw her here half an hour ago, and she didn't come here with Simon." Facts soon proved Jessica's judgment. In just a moment, the black-haired girl who wanted to take the initiative to hold a man's arm was pulled away by the bodyguard. Amy also noticed these details, and felt relieved. She seemed to have discovered something, and said to Jessica, "Look, it seems that Simon didn't bring a female companion this time." Jessica felt the eagerness in Amy's tone, nodded, restrained her expression and imitated Lena's serious tone. "You should be more proactive later, don't hesitate." Amy didn't mind Jessica's teasing at all, and even more rogue, leaning closer to Jessica's ear and whispering, "Let's go together later," seized the opportunity to lick him unconscious. Jessica. Simon in the villa hall obviously didn't know about the conspiracy of the two girls. He signaled his bodyguard to pull away a fairy who was sticking to him, and then asked Michael Jordan of Westinghouse Electric, "So, Mike, how did this trip to Tokyo go?" Michael Jordan had just returned from Japan recently. After successfully selling his own conventional power department, Michael Jordan began to seek to continue to expand Westinghouse's media business, with the goal of acquiring a large studio. In Hollywood now, the most suitable target, and probably the only target, is undoubtedly Columbia Pictures in Sony's hands. Sony has suffered huge losses in Columbia Pictures in recent years, and there have been countless reports that it will sell its film business. There is no smoke without fire. In addition, the rise of Tinkerbell and the internet in recent years has largely led to serious impacts on Sony's consumer electronics and record businesses. Recently, Japan was not spared from the Asian financial crisis, and the possibility of Sony choosing to shrink its business is increasing. Therefore, Michael Jordan made a special trip to Tokyo a few days ago to discuss the acquisition of Columbia Pictures with Sony executives. Chapter 1186 Public Enemy. Michael Jordan saw Simon asking about the trip to Japan. Because Michael Ovitz, Jerry Bruckheimer and other people were standing next to him, it was impossible to talk too deeply. He could only say vaguely with regret, "We are still discussing." In fact, Simon already knew the result. He came here tonight for this matter. According to the layout in the setting, Simon did not want the head of Westinghouse to give up easily. He said, "Then be patient, Mike, wait a few more months. The economic crisis in Asia continues to ferment, and Sony may turn to you for help." "Oh, Simon, my team also gave the same advice," Michael Jordan said with a smile, glanced at the people around him, and then said, "It's like this. Since Columbia Pictures is temporarily out of the question, I am planning to invest in a few movies in Hollywood first. If you have good projects, you can contact me recently. And, Simon, I am looking forward to working with Deaneries." It is no secret that the film and television production department of Westinghouse Electric, which is affiliated with CBS, has been recruiting troops during this period. This is also the reason why many people are here tonight. The fat sheep enter the game, first come first served. Simon heard Michael Jordan's last sentence and said directly, "No problem, Mike, speaking of which, we have cooperated several times, and it's very pleasant, isn't it?" "Oh, that's really great." Michael Jordan was surprised and happy to see Simon's answer so straightforward, and even felt a little wary of inexplicable reasons. However, after hearing Simon's second half of the sentence, he turned to be relieved. Although it was not directly with Deaneries, Westinghouse and the Westeros system have indeed had several intersections. Initially in Ukraine, the number 4 unit of the Rovna nuclear power plant is now in operation, which is a very pleasant win-win situation. In addition, at the beginning of this year, Westinghouse Electric cooperated with the Westeros system to snipe Melonbank. Michael Jordan was actually reluctant about this matter, and finally cooperated under someone's coercion and inducement, but Westinghouse was soon rewarded. During the negotiation with Siemens for the sale of the conventional power sector, Simon used his connections in China to help Westinghouse make connections, and thus won several large power orders in the past 6 months. Due to the significant development of the Chinese market, Siemens also raised its initial offer of about $1.5 billion to the final $1.725 billion agreed by both parties. Michael Jordan is certainly not a fool to be able to sit in the position of chairman of Westinghouse, but he is only a newcomer to Hollywood after all. Thinking of this, it is not surprising that Simon agreed to his invitation to cooperate so straightforwardly. On the contrary, both Michael Ovitz and Jerry Bruckheimer were quite surprised. After all, being in the game, they can easily feel that even though there are still many external cooperation projects, in general, Deaneries Entertainment's attitude towards cooperation with other peers is becoming increasingly tightened. Therefore, no matter what, it was unexpected that Westinghouse Electric, which suddenly broke into Hollywood, could get Simon Westeros's promise so easily. Everyone even had some self-doubts, whether they were too conservative in the past and did not take the initiative in seeking cooperation with Deaneries Entertainment. Simon ignored everyone's thoughts and turned to Jerry Bruckheimer. "Speaking of which, Jerry, I remember your studio is planning a movie called Public Enemies." Jerry Bruckheimer subconsciously stepped forward, then quickly restrained his expression and said as calmly as possible, "Yes, Simon, I didn't expect you to notice it too." In fact, the word recently in Simon's words is not accurate at all. Since parting ways with Disney, which is controlled by Francis Vivendi, 2 years ago, Jerry Bruckheimer began to run his own film studio independently, mainly because he couldn't find a suitable owner until now. Without a stable sponsor, the Hollywood landscape is changing rapidly. Jerry Bruckheimer, who is a little behind the times, has only produced some low and medium-cost small films in the past 2 years. As for Public Enemies, it tells the story of an ordinary person who accidentally falls into conspiracy and tries his best to survive and fight back under the ubiquitous wiretapping network tracking in the United States. Jerry Bruckheimer got the script last year, but he went around to all the major Hollywood studios, including Deaneries Entertainment, but nothing came of it. Because everyone generally believed that this project was not as good as the old-school Hollywood muscle man action movies that were rapidly declining. The closest to a deal was with John Woo, the Asian director who became famous with Deaneries Entertainment, but the other party offered too high a price and demanded too much control, which Bruckheimer simply could not accept. Unexpectedly, there was a sudden turn of events at this cocktail party tonight. Perhaps Jerry Bruckheimer suddenly felt that Simon Westeros might have been paying attention to this project for a long time, but he just said it today. But what can he do? Jerry Bruckheimer has no intention of waiting for a price because of this. In recent years, because of Deanery's entertainment, Hollywood has entered a state of rapid replacement of old with new, and many veteran filmmakers have declined as a result. Therefore, for Bruckheimer, being able to catch the big ship of Deanery's entertainment and revitalize his career is far more important than the gains and losses of a movie. Simon didn't rush to say more, but looked at Michael Jordan again. Mike, why don't we go somewhere else to talk? And, everyone, I'm sorry to leave for a moment. The people around him were curious, but they could only say that it was okay. The three of them left the hall and came to the reception room next door. After sitting down, Simon said to Bruckheimer, Jerry, please tell Mike about the general situation of the project first. Jerry Bruckheimer briefly described the story outline of Public Enemies and then said, as for the director, I recently talked to Ron, and he is very interested. Thinking that Michael Jordan might not be familiar with Hollywood, he added, it's Ron Howard, he is here tonight. Michael Jordan nodded and smiled, I know, Ron is still very good. Jerry Bruckheimer continued, in addition, for the male lead, I hope Harrison Ford will play the role. His The Fugitive was very impressive and he's very suitable for similar roles. This time Michael Jordan had some objections. Jerry, has Harrison been in a slump in recent years? Jerry Bruckheimer did not deny it and said, that's true, but Mike, relying on the popularity brought by the two major series of Star Wars and Indiana Jones, Harrison is equivalent to a symbol of Hollywood, the kind that will never fade. His low point in recent years just happens to allow us to get a good salary offer. Michael Jordan has not experienced too much of Hollywood's daily deception, but he was doubtful and happened to have the biggest Hollywood consultant around him, so he decisively looked at Simon beside him. This person is definitely not someone that Bruckheimer can easily deceive. Speaking of which, Harrison Ford has indeed not appeared in any impressive hot films in recent years since Simon brought him to The Fugitive in 1991. Instead, there have been many box office duds such as Running with the Devil at the beginning of the year that made investors lose money and bleed from the nose. Moreover, Air Force One, which should have entered the top 10 of the list this year, was intercepted by Simon. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is a bit outdated. However, what Bruckheimer said is actually not wrong. Because of the cultural phenomenon level influence of Star Wars, coupled with the Indiana Jones series in the 1980s, Harrison Ford is indeed a symbolic existence, one of the few who can live off his legacy in Hollywood, where the film system is sound. Moreover, it has been 6 years since the last The Fugitive, and according to Hollywood's business rules, it is also a suitable time interval to make a similar film without being criticized by the audience for repeating itself. Just like in the past, after Sleepless in Seattle in 1993, Tom Hanks and Meg Ryan collaborated again in You've Got Mail in 1998, or, after Pretty Woman in 1990, Julia Roberts and Richard Gere collaborated again in Runaway Bride in 1999. Therefore, Harrison Ford's repeating himself after these years will not only not cause disgust among the audience, but also have the hope of gaining sentiment points. Sentiment is a killer. What's more, Simon does not plan to use the original Will Smith this time. Will Smith already has the role of Cyborg in the DC movie universe, and his performance in the hit Independence Day in the summer season was also well received. If he is allowed to independently support a blockbuster, the next Men in Black series will be in trouble. After sorting out his thoughts, Simon said to Michael Jordan and Jerry Bruckheimer with the same expectation, Harrison is good, but the director needs to be changed. Lang's film style is too gentle. Public Enemies needs to give people a gripping sense of urgency, which is not easy for Lang to shoot. Jerry Bruckheimer thought for a while and said, in this case, Simon, the director of Taken in the first half of the year, Doug Liman, should be good. Actually, after being rejected by Simon, Jerry Bruckheimer's first thought was his old friend Tony Scott, Ridley Scott's younger brother. The two began to cooperate since the annual box office champion Top Gun in 1986. At that time, Bruckheimer was the producer and Scott was the director. The two jointly created a box office miracle. It also made Tom Cruise famous. Now, Tom Cruise has completely fallen because of the Rain Man incident. Tony Scott, like Jerry Bruckheimer, has been somewhat tepid in recent years. For the project Public Enemies, Bruckheimer's first choice was Scott, but because the project had not been settled, Scott turned to other films, and Bruckheimer began to contact Ron Howard and others. Because of Simon's attention, if an old friend is brought in, the other party will definitely be very happy, and it can be regarded as a support. The schedule is not a problem. After all, it will not start shooting immediately. Scott can completely finish the work at hand before joining the project. Now, Jerry Bruckheimer does not mention Tony Scott, but suggests Doug Liman, a new director promoted by Dina Reese. On the one hand, it is to echo Simon's possible thoughts, and on the other hand, he is a little worried that the young tycoon will think of Top Gun and even Tom Cruise. Thinking of this, Bruckheimer still sighed a little. After Top Gun that year, he was once at the peak of his career and was pursued and flattered by the whole Hollywood. It has only been 10 years, and everything has changed. Things are unpredictable. In any case, although he did not expect to encounter this opportunity in advance, since the opportunity came, Jerry Bruckheimer made up his mind to seize it firmly. For this reason, he no longer considered fighting for any right to speak, and planned to be a logistical producer like Dina Reese. Simon is also considering the director. Of course, he will not vent his anger on Tony Scott because of Top Gun. However, because of the style, even the original director of Public Enemies, like Will Smith, Tony Scott is not Simon's first choice. Hearing Bruckheimer mention Doug Liman, who had just collaborated with Jet Li to launch a new version of Taken in the first half of the year, Simon immediately shook his head and said, "Doug is not as good, and he is more suitable for action movies." As he said this, because Bruckheimer mentioned Doug Liman, Simon suddenly had an idea and thought of another director, Paul Greengrass, who took over the two sequels of The Bourne Supremacy from Doug Liman in the original Time and Space and raised the series again on the basis of the first classic. If you talk about thrilling, The Bourne Supremacy 2 and 3 are the ultimate. After a brief recollection, Paul Greengrass is much older than Doug Liman, who is in his early 30s. He is now over 40 years old and has been in the TV circle for many years, occasionally shooting movies. Such a person must have enough experience, and what he lacks is the opportunity like The Bourne Supremacy. Jerry Bruckheimer noticed Simon's surprised look and asked, "Simon, have you thought of a suitable candidate?" "We'll talk about this later. I still need to think about it." Simon put away his thoughts, glanced at Michael Jordan, and said to Bruckheimer, "Dina Reese's projects for next year are already full. Small films are fine, but there is no room for a blockbuster. So, I hope this movie will be under the name of MGM, and cooperate with Mike, with each accounting for 50% of the investment. By the way, in terms of budget, Jerry, I hope you can get it done with $70 million US. Is there a problem?" The original version of Public Enemies burned $90 million US, and the box office and subsequent channels only roughly recovered the cost. It can only be said that it was not a failure, but not a success. This time, even if Harrison Ford is more famous than Will Smith during this period, Simon is not going to give that much. Today's Hollywood is far from the state of hard money in the late 1990s. In addition, the project encountered repeated rejections and was almost completely aborted. The reasonable budget that Jerry Bruckheimer expected was $70 million US. Even if Simon lowered it a bit to $60 million, he would try to get it. Chapter 1187 Coming and Going. Since Simon had no intention of deliberately lowering the budget and gave a very reasonable cost, Jerry Bruckheimer was even less likely to have any problem and quickly agreed. Simon looked at Michael Jordan again. Michael Jordan also nodded, "That's fine with me." Actually, the head of Westinghouse Electric still felt that it was a little too little. Half of it was only $35 million. It was a bit of a small fight, but he also knew that things had to be done slowly. In any case, he could get a cooperation opportunity for a blockbuster project directly from Simon Westeros today, and he would be confident when facing the Westinghouse Electric Board of Directors next time. Those people have always been quite critical of his transformation strategy. "Very good, that's it," Simon said, and turned to Bruckheimer. "Then there's the script, which needs to be revised. The main thing is that Edward Lyle, who has been hiding from American surveillance for a long time, is a bit far-fetched. I hope to replace him with a young man, a technical genius." At this point, after a little consideration, Simon had another idea and said, "It would be best if it was a young woman." "You can set her up as a scientist whose parents are both scientists working for the Federal Secret Department and were killed for exposing the illegal surveillance network. The woman is also an insider and is implicated. She has to hide for many years, while trying to find a way to get revenge. She happens to find out what happened to the male protagonist and takes the initiative to contact him. After Simon finished speaking, Michael Jordan was the first to agree. "This is good, Harrison," with a young girl. This is good. As for what is good about it, after all, he is not a filmmaker, so Michael Jordan couldn't describe it for a while, and could only repeat the compliment twice with a little embarrassment. Jerry Bruckheimer also agreed. "This setting is much more exciting than two old men being hunted by federal secret agents all over the world. It's a great change, and I think it can also lay the groundwork for a possible sequel. I mean, the role of Edward after being replaced by a woman. Simon, which actress do you think is suitable?" "I haven't thought of it yet. Let's get the script done first," Simon said here, and took the initiative to end the topic. "That's it for today. We will arrange a formal meeting next week to discuss more detailed terms." The two nodded together. After the business was finished, the rest was casual. Simon had other arrangements later, and planned to leave after a little socializing. Most of the guests at the reception wanted to get close to Simon, but some wanted to do more. After discussing the situation of Nasdaq and the operation of LinkedIn with Michael Ovitz, the head of CAA said casually, "Simon, like Disney, letting the Japanese continue to operate Columbia should be more in the interests of Deaneries Entertainment, right?" When Vivendi acquired Disney, the reaction in the Federation was even stronger than when the Japanese acquired Columbia, but it still passed the merger review in Washington, which was largely due to the Westeros system. From the country to the individual, it is natural to protect the shortcomings. Other studios have become foreign-funded, so Deaneries Entertainment will naturally receive more favoritism from the federal government. With Ovitz's ability to gather information, which is enough to serve as the head of the intelligence department, it is no secret to him that Deaneries Entertainment took the initiative to push Disney out. Simon did not deny it and smiled. "That's true. However, Mike, the problem is that nothing can remain unchanged forever. People coming and going is a normal phenomenon in Hollywood. In this case, rather than trying in vain to stop this inevitable trend, I hope to guide it in my own direction. To use a Chinese idiom, it is better to unblock than to block." Simon deliberately changed the last four words into Chinese. Coming and going is indeed the biggest feature of Hollywood. Even the big studios such as Warner and Paramount that seem to have existed for a long time, in 100 years, what is left is actually just a label, and the owner has changed many times. Since the 1980s, this kind of coming and going has become more frequent and will continue for many years. Since it is an inevitable industry trend, what Simon has to do is to try to make this kind of coming and going in the interests of Deaneries Entertainment, or, in other words, to ensure that this kind of coming and going is always going on. Turbulence means chaos and means that it is impossible to develop stably. Just like this time. In the coming 1998, when the Asian financial crisis hit Japan, Sony was at its weakest moment and was most likely to let go of Columbia. At this time, there was the greatest opportunity to push Westinghouse to buy back this big film company. Once missed, it is hard to say whether Sony will take root in Hollywood as it did before. This is not what Simon wants to see. In addition, Westinghouse Electric is also Simon's target. Whether it is Westinghouse itself or Columbia Pictures, which Simon recommended to acquire, it will be a mess in the future. Very bad. In addition to the past memories, as expected, Michael Jordan completed the mission of General Electric business espionage that was later ridiculed by others and sold all the core businesses of Westinghouse Electric. He messed up a large number of media assets, but it turned out that he couldn't play at all and could only come and go again. So it was turbulent and chaotic. Others were in turmoil and chaos, and the stable Deaneries Entertainment would inevitably become stronger and stronger. After listening to Simon's explanation, Michael Ovitz just smiled and didn't pursue him. He also said, "It seems that I should take the time to learn some Chinese." "Good idea," Simon said, raised his glass to Ovitz, turned around and looked at Amy Adams and Jessica Chastain, who had been peeking for a long time not far away. The two women saw Simon looking at them and hurried over. Michael Ovitz walked away tactfully. When the two women came forward, Simon smiled and said, "You have been staring at me for a long time. What's the matter?" The two women were embarrassed. They just kept looking for an opportunity but couldn't find it. The main reason was that they felt guilty in front of those big shots, and even more guilty about Simon Westeros, so they didn't dare to rush forward. Now, feeling the warm smile of the man in front of her, she couldn't help but relax. Jessica spoke first. "Mr. Westeros, We just want to thank you. You chose us to participate in paranormal activity. No need for that. Simon said, looking at Jessica in front of him, and suddenly his heart was moved, thinking of public enemies that he had just talked about with Bruckheimer and others. The image of a young woman in the setting, Jessica in front of him, seems to be the best fit. You know, most of Jessica Chastain's screen images in the past were strong and independent leaders or strong women, such as the CIA agent in Zero Dark 30 and the spacecraft commander in The Martian. What Simon needed this time was a strong woman who could compete with Harrison Ford emotionally, not a Bond girl from the 007 series. Jessica noticed Simon's sudden scrutiny, and her heartbeat inexplicably accelerated. She shrank her neck, then quickly relaxed quietly and tried to look the man in the eye. Mr. Westeros, do you have any questions? I suddenly thought of something, Simon said, coming back to his senses, and then he appreciated the two women tonight from a man's perspective, and smiled. Also, you are very beautiful tonight. The two in front of him were exactly the kind of Hollywood actresses Simon preferred. With a basic score of 70 to 80 points, after careful dressing up, they could reach a pleasing score of more than 80 points. Facing Simon's sudden compliment, Jessica pretended to be shy, and Amy seemed a little embarrassed, and her eyes subconsciously looked around. What a pity. There are too many people. Otherwise, it seems that now is a good opportunity to step forward, that, according to Lena. Simon didn't play the step-by-step approach with the two girls, mainly because he didn't have that much time. He said directly, I'm going to fly to Mexico for the weekend. A manor has just been built at the southernmost tip of Lower California. Do you want to come with me? Amy opened her mouth slightly. Jessica didn't hesitate, quietly took Amy's arm to prevent her from saying anything stupid, and also said directly, okay. Then, let's go. Amy finally reacted and widened her eyes. Simon, now. Simon raised his wrist to check his watch. It's 8:30 p.m. now. We only need an hour and a half to get there from Los Angeles Airport. Jessica also remembered a question. Simon, do I need a visa to go to Mexico? Simon thought for a while and shook his head. I'm not sure, but it's night and dark now. It's easy for me to sneak you across. The two girls didn't know how to respond to this joke, but they quickly realized that the person in front of them was Simon Westeros. Is it a big deal to take two people through customs temporarily? Simon saw the two girls come to their senses and smiled. That's it, I'll go say goodbye to Mike first. Amy was still a little cautious and called Simon. Well, we have to bring our passports, right? Simon was also easy to talk to. Sure, where do you live? We'll pick it up on the way. Amy shook her head and said, it's not with us, because we may go overseas to promote paranormal activity next, and our assistant took it away temporarily to apply for some documents. Then let her take it to the international airport. You can make a phone call yourself, Simon said, pointing outside the villa, and then wait for me in the front yard. Seeing Simon walk away, Amy and Jessica took out their phones from their bags while walking out and called Lena. About half an hour later, at an entrance of Los Angeles International Airport, she noticed that one of the two black cars rolled down the window, and Jessica waved at her. Lena Kane, who had rushed here in a hurry, ran over. Arriving in front of the car, Lena took out two passports and handed them over, saying excitedly, "You are awesome." At this point, the round-faced assistant had noticed the man sitting between the two women in the car, and was immediately embarrassed. She thought that some big shot was in the car in front. Fortunately, the girl was thick-skinned and quickly smiled what she thought was the most appropriate smile. She bent down and waved into the car. "Good evening, Mr. Westeros." Simon didn't care at first, but when he found that the girl outside the window was somewhat similar to Selena Gomez in his memory, he became interested and asked with a smile, "Are you of Latin descent?" "Yes," Lena nodded quickly. She was more than happy to say a few more words to this big shot. After handing the two passports to Jessica, she raised a few slender fingers in a mess. "Probably, 1/8. My grandmother is from Mexico." "Oh, we're going to your grandmother's hometown for the weekend. Do you want to go over there together?" This was a bit sudden, and Lena Kane, who was completely unprepared, didn't know how to answer at all. Then the man stretched out his arm to open the car door. "Come on in." That?" Lena said, and squeezed into the car swiftly, which made Jessica and Amy roll their eyes. She said, "I didn't bring my passport." Simon smiled and said, "That's perfect, I'll take you to cross the border illegally." The bodyguards in the front row had gotten off the car at some point and motioned Lena to move a little further inside. Lena stood up, past Jessica, and sat directly on the man's lap with her petite body of just over 1.6 meters tall. She looked very embarrassed and said, "Sorry, Mr. Westeros, it's too crowded." Jessica. Amy. It seems that the round-faced assistant's encouragement to them before the cocktail party was really genuine. Submission. Simon felt a small hand that was originally supporting his thigh and finally supported his shoulder, and he was a little speechless. "I thought I had caught a silly-faced cat by accident, but when I got it, I found out that it was a little wild cat. Or a very wild one." The car door was closed again and started again. It took only a moment to arrive at a runway in the airport, where a Boeing 767 was already waiting. The three women got out of the car and followed Simon. They looked at the private plane in front of them under the lights of the airport, and suddenly felt that it was a little unreal. When they arrived at the gangway, Simon pointed to the two female guards next to him and said, "I'll wait for you up there." Then he went up the gangway first. One of the female guards came forward and stopped the three women slightly, saying politely, "Ladies, if you have any inappropriate items on you, please let us keep them for you first." The three women saw that the other female guard came forward with a metal detector in her hand. Knowing that it was a security check, they cooperated and let the other party do it. Amy raised her arm to cooperate with the inspection while shaking the bag in her right hand. "Does the key count?" "The key doesn't matter." The female guard who just spoke said, and apologized again, took the bags of the three women and began to search carefully. After a few minutes, after Jessica was given a 2-inch-long knife as a keychain pendant, the three women finally boarded the plane. Led by the waitress, they sat down in a living room in the middle cabin. There was no sign of the man. Lena asked about it, but the waitress did not answer. She just reminded them to fasten their seat belts and said that the plane would take off soon. After the waitress left temporarily, the three women who were tied to the seats by the seat belts looked at each other. Lena was the first to laugh. Her round face flushed, obviously still excited, and she muttered, "This is good, we are tied here, and Jesse's self-defense weapon has been taken away. We can't resist Simon if he wants to do anything." Jessica was speechless. She was so embarrassed just now. Her knife was only used occasionally to open packages and pick nails. It was less than 2 inches and not even as long as her little finger. But the female guard looked like she had found a Damascus knife and looked at her with the eyes of a terrorist. "Is it that serious?" Seeing her round-faced assistant sounding pitiful but with an expression of obvious expectation, Amy could only roll her eyes when thinking about the brief situation in the car just now. This is a real goblin. There is no comparison. She even began to resent herself. Why did she have to take a passport? Wouldn't it be better to sneak in? As a result, she attracted this goblin. Amy originally thought that the words her assistant had told them before the cocktail party were just to instigate them. Just like many people always like to tell others some great truths that they can't do at all. However, she is now very sure that this one will definitely practice it and even steal the limelight from her and Jessica. What is this? Chapter 1188 Meow. At about 10 o'clock in the evening, the Boeing 767 landed in San Lucas, the southernmost coastal city of Baja California Sur, Mexico. Amy Adams, Jessica Chastain and their round-faced assistant Lena Kane didn't see Simon again until they got off the plane. Amy and Jessica were fine, but Lena Kane was quite resentful. It was her first private jet trip, and she wanted to perform well, but in the end, she had nowhere to start. As expected, Lena Kane left the airport unimpeded without any documents, and was sent off by a group of people. She boarded a black car that came to greet her. There was a large fleet of 5 cars outside. Lena Kane still shamelessly grabbed the seat on the man's lap again. Amy and Jessica were still sitting on both sides, looking at the exotic coastal town that was more than 1,000 kilometers away in a blink of an eye. They were curious and disappointed. The only difference here from Los Angeles was probably that many buildings had high walls outside. No one needed to remind them of this, the two women understood. This is Mexico. In fact, for most ordinary people, as long as you live a stable and mediocre life, this country is no different from other places. However, once it touches on certain aspects, such as becoming a mayor and wanting to make some political achievements such as banning drugs, or the young people in someone's family go to the United States to work hard, become famous and rich, but their parents and brothers are still in the country, then these people's cruel world adventure is about to come. Not to mention other things, just Hollywood. Mexican director Guillermo del Toro just got some fame in the United States, and his old father in his hometown was kidnapped. In the end, he borrowed money from his good friend James Cameron to pay the ransom. The convoy left the airport and arrived at the destination in less than 10 minutes. The same high wall and courtyard at the entrance. Amy looked through the car window and saw a white wall at least 3 meters high extending all the way to both sides until it reached the invisible night. Looking inside the wall, the scenery is obviously different from the outside. Because it is close to the equator and has a tropical desert climate, this coastal city in Mexico is even drier than Los Angeles. Just now, walking all the way in the night, Amy could feel a sense of lack of water with her naked eyes. However, under the bright street lights, the surroundings were immediately transformed into a green scene. Amy accidentally remembered that she had read a report that one of the signs of the water-scarce Middle Eastern people to distinguish between the rich and the poor was how many trees they planted at home. Looking at this side, even though she was not very knowledgeable, she roughly understood that such greenery would cost a lot of money just to maintain it every year. Then, Amy soon noticed another thing. This place is really big. After the convoy entered the gate, it walked for a long time and still did not stop. Even Lena, who was leaning on the man's legs and trying to make a fire, felt this. She was not as reserved as Amy and Jessica, and asked directly, "Simon, this place is so big, how big is it?" Simon hugged the girl's waist in his arms. He could feel that this was a girl who was absolutely very self-controlled on weekdays. Except for being a little shorter, her figure was better than many models. Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Hey, do you mean 1 foot, or 300 hectares? Before Amy and Jessica came to their senses, Lena had already giggled, "Simon, I'm looking forward to this weekend more and more." The two women on the left and right heard Lena's improper laughter, and finally understood. They blushed a little. Jessica was a little surprised again. "Simon, 300 hectares is too exaggerated, right? If I remember correctly, Universal Studios in Los Angeles is only 200 hectares, and Malibu Studios is 50 hectares. Simon said, "The land here is not valuable, so we circled a little more." San Lucas, located at the tip of Lower California, about 1,400 kilometers from Los Angeles, is known as one of Mexico's famous resorts, but its location is actually very awkward. Apart from the low consumption level, there are almost no other highlights. After all, compared with this arid corner, Los Angeles is many times better, and mainstream American tourists in Mexico have no reason to come here. Even compared with their own country, this place is a world apart from Cancun, which is located in the Caribbean Sea. In short, tourists who can come here for tourism and vacation, in addition to looking for cheapness, probably only look for quietness. For Hollywood superstars and celebrities, a place where even paparazzi are rare is a good place for a short break. If it is a long vacation, in Mexico, the first choice is definitely Cancun. Simon also has his own private estate in Cancun, and some of the girls he collected from Latin America are raised in Cancun. However, it takes 4 hours to fly from Los Angeles to Cancun, and it is not necessary for a weekend like this occasionally. When the convoy entered a highland by the sea along the gentle slope, Simon remembered something and said to the 3 girls around him, "By the way, you guys go and rest tonight, I have an appointment." Ah. This was Jessica's obviously disappointed reaction. Although Amy on the other side did not say anything, she felt the same way. You know, they have actually been brewing emotions since they got on the plane. What's going on now? Lena was not surprised at all. She talked about some details with the 2 women on the plane, and roughly understood that Simon's invitation to Amy and herself was just a spur-of-the-moment decision. Thinking about it a little more, it is impossible for a man to come to Mexico to spend the weekend alone. This is not scientific. Therefore, there must be women waiting here in advance. Since it was clear in advance, Lena had a plan. She put her arms around Simon's neck and leaned closer, saying, "Simon, it's okay. We can be together. You must like this, right?" "Yes," Simon admitted, but then said, "But they may not be used to your presence." Lena did not give up. "Everyone will get used to it after chatting for a while." Simon simply surrendered and said with a smile, "Well, actually, the reason is me, but you are a fairy, and I can't stand it anymore." Lena persevered and took the initiative to peck the man on the lips. "Simon, I promise, I will be very good, and I will do whatever you say. Then be good and go to rest by yourself tonight. But, Simon, without you, I will definitely have insomnia tonight. Then I'll wait to see your dark circles tomorrow. I can sleep on the floor under your bed and be a kitten, me I'll be obedient. Woo, okay. Amy and Jessica were so embarrassed to listen. As they said this, the convoy had stopped, and the bodyguards and drivers in the front row got out of the car together and opened the car doors from both sides. The four got out of the car. Under the lights, looking at the main villa and the large annex buildings around it, Simon didn't say anything, but the three girls also found that it was obviously similar to the layout of Cape du May Manor, but it was obviously more open. The Cape du May Manor, which has been expanding, has only a few dozen hectares until now, while here, the man just said, 300 hectares, equivalent to 3 square kilometers, is 1.5 times the size of Universal Studios in Los Angeles. They have also visited Universal Studios, so they can imagine how big it is. Seeing Simon get off the car, Carmen Case, who was guarding in front of the main villa, came up with a few maids, and there were also 4 obviously different girls. Amy and the other 2 girls looked at the maids who were obviously no worse than them, and then quickly noticed the 4 girls. 2 of them were tall and seemed to have Eastern European ancestry. The other 2 were petite types, only about 1.5 meters tall, and their faces were also very cute, which made the 3 girls think of a question about age, and they all skipped it. What does this have to do with them? The 4 girls obviously noticed Amy and the other 2, and their eyes were filled with curiosity and a not-so-well-hidden vigilance. Lena didn't want to play eye games with a few little fairies, but from the 4 girls' obviously restrained demeanor, she confirmed one thing: these 4 girls were not familiar with the men around them, and it might even be their first time. That's easy. Stealing men, just thinking about it makes me look forward to it. As they approached each other, Simon told Carmen, "This is Amy and the others. Have someone take them to the villa next door to settle them down." Carmen nodded, called over the 2 maids to give them a brief explanation, and then made a gesture to Amy and the other 2 to invite them. Although they were unwilling, since it was the man's decision, Amy and the other 2 followed obediently. Simon continued to walk towards the villa, while greeting the 4 girls who finally mustered up the courage to come to his sides. There were 2 girls on each side. On the left was Vanessa Johansson, Scarlett Johansson's sister, and Lily Sobieski, who was replaced by Vanessa in Armageddon. On the right are Christina Aguilera and Britney Spears, who have been quietly raised for a long time and are about to make their official debut. Because they are not stingy with money, the 4 girls are more beautiful and delicate than before. The reason why these 4 are chosen is mainly because during the day, Simon discussed the post-production with the team of Armageddon, which had already finished filming. After watching Vanessa's performance in the sample film, Simon was very satisfied, so he decided to bring the girls to Mexico to spend the weekend. However, for Simon, it is too boring to be alone now. So Lily Sobieski was paired with him. It seems that it is still not enough. Simon likes to do certain things more and more. There is also a pair of brightly blooming lilies next to him. After some selection, Christina and Britney were added. As for something that just flashed through Amy's mind, it is of course a problem. Even the oldest Vanessa will not be 18 years old for a few months. Therefore, it is definitely not suitable in Los Angeles. There is no need to leave yourself with any troubles for things that can be avoided. It happened that the manor in Mexico was recently completed, so this weekend was chosen here. After a busy day, it was already late at night, so Simon didn't feel like chatting too much. He entered the villa and went straight to the indoor swimming pool that had been prepared in advance, bringing 4 fresh shallots. Chapter 1189 Mr. Biggest. As soon as the sky brightened, Lena Kane woke up, climbed out of the soft big bed, put on only a thin nightgown provided by the maid last night, and pushed open the French door leading to the terrace outside the bedroom. In the morning breeze, the unique smell of the seashore suddenly hit her face. The oval terrace that directly protruded from the cliff was very large, at least 40 to 50 square meters, with round tables, reclining chairs and sofas, which was very suitable for opening an impromptu salon here. It was only a little after 4 o'clock in the morning. Lying on the pale yellow stone carved style fence and looking out, the sea and the sky were dark, making people look forward to the rising of the red sun in the east as soon as possible. Lena didn't look forward to it. She just felt that this was a good place to kill and destroy the traces. She strangled the person to death and threw him over the railing. It was quick and easy. After a moment of fantasy, she returned to the bedroom, washed up, and went back to the terrace to practice yoga in the fresh environment of the morning. After more than half an hour, fire clouds began to appear in the east, the dim sky began to brighten, and voices came from the terrace next door. "Wow, it's so beautiful here. This is Amy Adams." Then Jessica Chastain followed suit and said, "Yeah, actually I've dreamed of having a beach house like this since I was very young." Just after a few words, the two women noticed that Lena next door was wearing only underwear and was in a beautiful Z-shaped upside-down posture. They were both shocked. Why is someone next door upside down? Then they reacted and suddenly felt inferior. Their round-faced assistant's pair of chopstick legs, round and tight hips, and even the slender waist that can be held in one hand, even they women can't help drooling when they see it. Amy even wanted to tiptoe to take a look at Lena's bust. Jessica thought to herself with some self-consolation, "Fortunately, she is not as white as me. Simon likes white." The next door seemed to be unaware. After persisting for dozens of seconds, Lena slowly folded her body, sat on the blanket on the ground and stretched a little, then stood up and once again did the lotus tree pose, which is a very demanding pose for balance. Her left leg was independent, her right leg was bent, and her arms were clasped in front of her. Her posture was graceful and had a bit of zen. Finally, she spoke and said to the two women who were still staring at her in amazement, "Are you envious? If you eat more often and slack off when exercising, you will have a body as beautiful as mine." Amy couldn't help but fight back, "Lena, what's the point of you exercising so well? You're not an actor." "I'm not an actor because I don't want to. I don't want to put on makeup and please those old men in Hollywood just to get a role." Jessica couldn't help it either, "Lena, we are both actors. Is it appropriate for you to be so sharp-tongued? I'm spurring you on. It's inevitable now, but don't be picked on by others when you are 50. Amy said again, "Lena, if I remember correctly, you were much more attentive to Simon last night than we were. That's because Simon deserves my unreserved efforts." "Of course, the same goes for you," Lena said slowly with her breathing, and put away her posture again, turning into the most ordinary standing position, and then said, "Well, the scenery here is actually not much better than Los Angeles. You might as well go to the gym downstairs to exercise for an hour." Amy didn't bear grudges. After hearing what the round-faced assistant said, she became interested again. "Lena, why don't you teach us yoga? You can't just learn yoga casually. If you are interested, I will help you find a professional yoga teacher when you go back." Jessica noticed that Lena was wearing cool clothes. The two of them were only wearing pajamas. She said, "We don't seem to have brought any clothes." Lena said, "Go wash up first. There must be clothes here. I'll ask them to bring them over." Amy was a little unconvinced. "Here." Lena didn't explain some rumors she had heard, but nodded firmly, "Go wash up." Amy and the two looked at each other and had to return to the bedroom. Lena's breathing was completely stable. She also turned around and walked back to the bedroom. She came to the bedside table and touched the crystal ball used to summon the maid. After a while, someone came to the door and gave some instructions. Soon, a maid came over with several racks of clothes and shoes. After picking out a simple vest and hot pants and a pair of sandals, Lena signaled the waitress to send the clothes to the next door, and called one of them, "Can you take me to see Simon?" The waitress shook her head, "Sorry, I need to ask Miss Kate about this." Then asked now. The waitress agreed, walked to the side, took out an intercom and chatted with the other side for a few words, and said to Lena, "The bus will have time after breakfast." Lena was not disappointed. "In this case, can I go out for a walk?" "Of course," the waitress said, and added, "I'll take you downstairs." Lena understood that the other party was probably worried that she would run to the next door, so she didn't object. The two went downstairs together and left the villa. Standing in front of the courtyard, Lena could finally take a look at the whole picture of the villa behind her. This is a series of Mediterranean-style villas built on the edge of the cliff. The side where they lived last night is 2-story, and the central main building connected is 3-story. At first glance, the yellow walls and red roofs, arches and corridors are magnificent. In front of the villa, there are striking coconut trees more than 10 meters high, gourd-like palms, clusters of bananas, and even various other tropical plants, which are scattered in a proper density among the square, sculptures, swimming pools, fountains, paths and many affiliated villas, forming a perfect tropical-style manner. Lena strolled through it, from the villa on the west side to the viewing terrace on the southeast edge, and her vision changed again, and suddenly became clear. It turned out that the villas and gardens behind her were built in the seaside hilltops about 20 to 30 meters above the city of San Lucas. Due to the terrain and the fact that there are no high-rise buildings in the small town, the entire city can be overlooked at a glance. The vision was retracted. Then came the full view of the 300-hectare manor that the man mentioned last night. The manor, which was protected by a layer of white walls on the outside and an iron net on the inside, presented a divergent shell spiral layout. The area under her feet was not only the highest point, but also the tip of the spiral. The tip is pointed downwards. Nearby is a tropical wooden house-style leisure building surrounding an exaggerated light blue swimming pool that is several hectares in size. A little further away is a green golf course. To the east of the golf course is another building. The core is a rectangular building that is several points larger than the largest studio in Los Angeles. It is more than 150 meters long and has a fiberglass structure. The rectangular building is much more beautiful than the studio. Lena asked and found out that it is an indoor sports hall that provides shooting, archery and bowling. The continuous swimming pool leisure area, golf course and sports hall are located on the south end. There is also a private beach that is more than 2 kilometers long and belongs to this large manor. There are also several exquisite villas on the beach. There is a pier on the side closest to the tip. You can see 7 or 8 private yachts of various sizes docked at the pier. The largest one is more than 100 meters long and has a private helipad where a helicopter is quietly parked. Everything else is fine, but the pier makes Lena a little surprised. The problem is not the largest yacht. The 100-meter class yachts are indeed the top class, but what amazed Lena the most was that all 8 yachts probably formed the organizational structure of a fleet. Lena didn't need to guess much. She could make a judgment that the interior of these yachts was definitely not as gorgeous and harmless as it seemed on the surface. Especially 2 of them, not to mention the obvious shipborne radar system, just a bulge in front of the deck, which is obviously a gun turret on a serious yacht. It can be imagined that if someone thinks they can make a move on Simon Westeros, the fat sheep, when facing these 8 yachts, they will definitely return empty-handed. Thinking of this, Lena retracted her gaze and continued to look. Further east of the gymnasium, near the edge of the manor, there was a dense solar panel. According to the waitress beside her, who is obviously a little proud, the entire manor, not only electricity, but also water, is desalinated from seawater through a solar energy system, which is 100% energy saving and environmentally friendly. Lena didn't say anything on the surface, but she was slightly complaining in her heart. Her family background belongs to the wealthy class that is above the middle class, but not at the top of the pyramid. She has received a good education and has a wider range of knowledge. She roughly understands the twists and turns behind some environmental protection projects. For example, the solar power generation system of this manor can only maintain environmental protection in this small area. The resources consumed by the entire solar energy system from production to maintenance and even later waste treatment, as well as the potential pollution caused, will even far exceed the thermal power generation that seems to cause direct air pollution. Unfortunately, there are very few people who can see these clearly, or who can see clearly and have the ability to expose or even are willing to expose them. Therefore, if most people know that this manor uses a clean solar power generation system, whether they understand it or not, they will probably give a thumbs up and praise it. The round-faced assistant himself is a very realistic person. After listening to the waitress's introduction, he not only smiled and agreed, but also made up his mind that when he met a certain man later, he must also praise it. The manor is really too big, and it was time for breakfast again. Lena did not go downstairs, but just stood on the viewing terrace for a while, and then returned to the villa on the west side of the main building where she lived last night. After having breakfast with Amy, Lena again said she wanted to change her clothes and asked if there was a makeup artist here. As she was about to meet someone, both she and Amy needed to prepare carefully. There was indeed no shortage of maids who were good at makeup. However, before they had time to put on makeup, Simon's life assistant, Carmen Case, arrived. It turned out that they had to sign some confidentiality agreements. The 3 girls signed obediently, but before they finished, Carmen Case took them to an annex on the western side that seemed to be used as a clinic. It was more than half an hour after they came out of the annex. Finally, they thought they could meet someone, but they were told that Mr. Westeros had already set off to the sea. The 3 girls returned to the villa where they lived last night. On the seaside terrace of a living room on the first floor, they saw from afar a very spectacular fleet that was already several miles away from the coastline. Last night, she was invited so easily that Lena Kane thought she had a chance to capture a super rich man, at least like the legendary ABCD. Seeing the fleet going away, and thinking about everything that happened since she got on the plane last night, the girl finally calmed down. Suddenly, she understood something. That was Simon Westeros, the world's first trillionaire. According to the Sex and the City that Lena liked very much and was also produced by USA TV under Deanery's Entertainment, that someone was Mr. Big. Even more than that. To be precise, it should be Mr. Biggest. How could it be so easy for a girl who just graduated from college a year ago to be hooked? Exclamation mark. Simon didn't come back for the whole day afterwards. Fortunately, the three girls would not be bored at all in the manor, because the entertainment facilities here were open to them. They swam in the beautiful freshwater pool that was a little exaggerated, surfed on the private beach, and then Lena taught two country girls who had just climbed up from the bottom to play golf, and then ran to the gym to play guns and archery. When they finally came out of the gym, the sunset had dyed the sea and sky in the distance red. The three girls were still not satisfied, and wished that this day could last 48 hours. After all, they only experienced a little bit today and didn't play enough. Back to the top of the spiral shell zone, Simon had also returned. Finally got an invitation to dinner. Then, there was no shortage of various entertainment activities after dinner. After singing and dancing in the indoor bar, facing a group of big and small fairies who were eyeing them, Lena was worried that there would be another setback later. When she got the chance, she did it on the spot without hesitation according to what she said before the cocktail party last night. The situation afterwards was a bit chaotic. Anyway, Lena really woke up under the man's bed the next day, like a kitten neglected by her owner. The main reason was that the big bed was too crowded. When the man got up first, Lena was almost stepped on, so someone apologized and picked her up and went into the bathroom together. After a day and a night of revelry, the manor finally calmed down on Sunday. I played golf with the girls of all ages for half a day, and rested by the freshwater bath in the afternoon. The sun here is too hot, and because of someone's preference, the girls are worried about getting tanned, so a temporary sunshade was installed above the row of stylish lounge chairs by the bathing pool. Lena swam around in the bathing pool, and when she got ashore, she saw Simon hooking his finger at her, and smiled as she took the towel handed over by the waitress and wiped her body while walking over. Men don't like the feeling of being wet, and from the exaggerated freshwater bathing pool here, Lena roughly judged that someone didn't like swimming in the seawater either. On either side of Simon, Christina Aguilera and Britney Spears, who were reading the manuscript of a novel called Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone with great interest, pretended not to see her approaching and refused to move away. Lena crawled directly from the man's feet to his chest, then turned around and looked at the information Simon was reading. "Simon, what are you looking at?" Christina and Britney were petite, only about 1.5 meters tall. Lena was actually about the same, only 163 centimeters. Simon easily held her in his arms and showed the girl the file in his hand, the information of a director. Lena also saw the information on the file at this time. Paul Greengrass. Never heard of him. However, Lena's eyes lit up in an instant. The information of a director she had never heard of fell into Simon Westeros's hands. She could understand what it meant after a little thought. As a Hollywood agent, this was her chance. Chapter 1190 All. Lena was just thinking about how to start talking when she heard a man's voice with a smile behind her. "What bad things are you thinking about? Your heart is beating so fast." She turned her head to find Simon's cheek and kissed him flatteringly. Lena even untied the swimsuit that was blocking the man's touch and threw it aside. Then she said, "Simon, I haven't heard of this director. He shouldn't be famous, right?" "Yes." "Then, do you think I can recruit him as my client?" "You want to be Paul's assistant?" "No, being an assistant to Amy and Jesse is only temporary. I was originally an intern at WMA and will soon become a formal agent." Suddenly hearing Lena say this, Jessica Chastain, who had already agreed to the deal privately but was delayed for a weekend because of this accident, didn't think anything of it. Amy Adams was a little surprised and couldn't help but look up from a distance. Simon looked down at the round-faced girl in his arms, whose figure and skin were so good that he couldn't let go, and asked again, "Do you like being an agent, or how about being a star?" This time even Jessica pricked up her ears. "Someone said yesterday morning that she didn't want to be a star." Let's see how she answers now. Lena shook her head without hesitation. No, I still think that agents are good. Besides, this is just the beginning of the career I have planned for myself. I won't be an agent forever in the future. Simon looked very interested. Tell me in detail. Lena said clearly, I am 23 years old this year. I hope to use 5 to 7 years to personally bring out a group of big names as an agent, and at the same time build my own network and become familiar with all aspects of Hollywood film and television production. Then, at the age of 30, I will try to enter a large Hollywood studio and seek a vice president level executive in charge of film and television production. Then, at the age of 40, I hope to become the head of a large studio like Amy Pascal and Shirley Lansing. Simon smiled and said, what if it doesn't come true? Lena turned over and leaned on the man, and looked Simon in the eye. Then there is nothing we can do. It can only mean that I am unlucky, not that I didn't work hard. Not bad. Simon nodded in approval, thought for a while, and asked, have you been to college? I graduated from the USC School of Cinema with a degree in film and media studies. In my 4 years at university, I only got 3 B's and 1 C, and the rest were A's. Simon was a little surprised. He thought that the 2 girls who worked as assistants to Amy had similar backgrounds. If so, he would just laugh at what Lena had just said and at most help a little. He didn't expect the result, and he didn't doubt that the girl in his arms was lying. After all, it was too easy to verify, so he said, it seems that you have planned your life before college. Yes. Then why did you come to be an assistant to Amy and others? Lena leaned forward with a curved eyebrow and kissed the man on the lips. Isn't this the answer? Simon also reacted, smiled and hugged the girl for a while, and then touched the folder that had just been thrown on Brittany next to him. In this case, I won't bother. This, Paul Greengrass, will be a test for you. Lena turned over again and leaned on the man's arms, took the folder and opened it, and asked, Simon, what do I need to do? Read the information first. Lena nodded and began to look through it carefully and quickly. First of all, I found that the 42-year-old Paul Greengrass in the information was also a top student and graduated from Cambridge University. He was originally a reporter and published a book exposing the scandal of the British MI6. In the early 1980s, he entered the television industry and began to shoot documentaries and TV series. In the late 1980s, he also got involved in movies. From some of the film and television projects that the other party has completed, Lena judged that Paul Greengrass is good at documentary films adapted from real people and real events, which is in line with his background as a journalist. Documentary theme? Focusing her mind here, Lena suddenly thought of Paranormal Activity. Paranormal Activity is a movie, but if you put aside the fictional elements, it can be said to be a very documentary story. Look at this director again. Even if he is not a newcomer like Justin Lin, he is still 42 years old, which is basically the same. In addition, he is good at documentary themes, and his image style should also be inclined to this. So, combined, it is perfect for shooting ultra-low-cost documentary-themed pseudo-documentary movies. Lena also knows that the sequel to Paranormal Activity has been approved, and Jessica, who is about to become her client, will be the heroine. Deaneries Entertainment, because of its importance to Justin Lin, obviously does not want him to take over the sequel. So, does it mean that Paul Greengrass is the director Simon chose for the sequel to Paranormal Activity? It has to be said that if Simon knew the girl's thinking process, he would be surprised even if she didn't guess the truth. Because the direction was right. After a moment, after flipping through the information in her hand, Lena looked up again and looked at the man behind her. Simon, there is a question here. Huh? The directors that Deaneries Entertainment has cultivated in recent years, Michael Bay, Doug Liman and the recent Justin Lin, they are all very young, aren't they? Yes. And this one, Lena raised the information in her hand, although he graduated from Cambridge University, he has been engaged in the film and television industry for more than 10 years and has not made a name for himself. Don't you think he may be mediocre? Simon. You are right, I'm thinking about how to refute. Haha. Lena also imitated Simon's just appearance and threw the folder on Brittany next to her. Who made these girls not give up their seats just now? Then she turned herself over like an omelette and leaned on the man. Simon, as long as you think there is no problem, you don't need to explain to me, you just need to tell me what to do. Well, Simon grabbed the girl's hand, counted and pulled out 3 slender fingers, and raised the 4th finger halfway, saying, about, in the first stage, Paul has 3.5 months. Now, let me test you. Why is it only 3.5 months? Test question? The three pairs of girls around who were secretly envious of Lena's likability all started to think about it. Although the facts were a little bit different from what she imagined, Lena quickly sorted it out, and as if she could hear the voices of the girls around her, she smiled and said to the man in front of her, "Simon, why don't you give Amy and the others a chance? I said it too quickly, and you will lose face." Simon. Bitch. This is what the girls around him thought. Simon followed suit and smiled and said to both sides, "Whoever answers first will get a heroin." The girls immediately became energetic. Brittany, who was standing next to him, was still pretending to be pitiful. She stopped holding Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone in her hand and followed Lena's coquettish manner. "Simon, what did you just ask about 3.5 months? Can you tell me more?" Brittany asked, and Vanessa and Amy among the 6 girls showed their expectation, obviously hoping that Simon would tell them again. Unfortunately, there was no response. She could only quickly recall the details of the man's words and rack her brains. After a moment, Jessica took the lead and said, "Simon, 3.5 months later, it will be around mid-January next year, the Sundance Film Festival, right?" Simon patted Lena on the buttocks, and the sound was crisp. "Bingo." Amy, who was leaning against Jessica, shouted in annoyance, "Sundance, why didn't I think of it? I should have thought of it." The other girls also looked frustrated. "How could I not think of such a simple thing? 3.5 months, push the time back 3.5 months, think about what important things happened in Hollywood during that time, and you will understand. How could I be so stupid?" Lena glanced at Jessica secretly, and she really didn't let herself down. If it were any other girl, she wouldn't say much, but since it was Jessica, Lena didn't want to be fooled by a man, and asked in a soft voice, "Simon, do you really want a reward?" "Of course, I don't have the habit of breaking my promise," Simon said, pretending to think about it, but Lena couldn't help but said, "Paranormal Activity 2 doesn't count, and you just said the heroine." "It seems that you have a good relationship with Jessica," Simon teased, and gestured to the folder that Brittany picked up and put aside beside him. "It's there. I plan to let Paul Greengrass make 2 movies, and the heroine of the second one will be given to Jessie." The other girls were immediately envious. Lena knew that she had just been a little anxious, so she stopped trying to get to the bottom of the matter and continued, "Well, Simon, let's continue for another 3.5 months. What will Paul Greengrass do?" Deanery's Entertainment's second pseudo-documentary film is probably about a group of teenagers who are on an adventure to find witches. The script is still being perfected. Your task is to find Paul Greengrass and convince him to join the project as a director. I hope this film can participate in the Sundance Film Festival next year, so you only have about 3.5 months. The story of finding witches is naturally the Blair Witch Project. This was an idea that Simon came up with after reading Paul Greengrass's information. The more he thought about it, the more feasible it seemed. Paul Greengrass initially worked as a reporter, and then, in the early 1980s, he began to enter the television industry to make TV series and documentaries. Over the years, his personal image style can be imagined. It is not only suitable for Public Enemies, but also more suitable for the Blair Witch Project, which pursues pseudo-documentary effects. On the other hand, Simon also needs to confirm it. As Lena said, he is still not successful at the age of 42, even if it is just because he has not encountered the right opportunities in the past. However, Simon also hopes to give him a small project to see the effect first. On the one hand, it is a practice and honing of skills. On the other hand, it is also used to convince others, such as Westinghouse Electric, the investor of Public Enemies, and Jerry Bruckheimer. After all, the budget of Public Enemies is $70 million, not $7 million. Even if Simon can make the decision rashly to pick a director who is not well known, if Bruckheimer and others have many concerns, the project will definitely not go smoothly. Let Paul Greengrass make Blair Witch first. Let's not talk about the box office. Whether the film itself is good and whether it is suitable for the Hollywood style, Hollywood veterans such as Bruckheimer can actually see it. Then give Public Enemies to the other party, it will be much more logical. Lena, who was lying on Simon, was also thinking. Since the script at Deanery's Entertainment is already being perfected, I only need to get Paul Greengrass, and 3.5 months is more than enough. After all, although the original Paranormal Activity took 2 months to shoot, It was mainly because Justin Lin and several main creators worked meticulously to pursue perfection. According to Lena's judgment, if it weren't for the pursuit of excellence, Paranormal Activity could even be completed in 10 days. Of course, Lena would not be stupid enough to let Paul Greengrass rush the work in the future. Calculate carefully. Today is October 5th. If Paul Greengrass is settled, the script is perfected, and the crew is formed, it can be completed in 1 month if everything goes well. Then, the shooting will start in early November. This time, it will be a pseudo-documentary. It will be slightly compressed to 1.5 months, that is, 45 days, which is basically enough. There will be another month for post-production, which is also more than enough. Even if the schedule is really too tight, by then, even if the Sundance Film Festival starts, you can actually squeeze out some more time. It's probably about signing up here first and delaying the screening time to the second half of Sundance, which will give us at least 1 more week. Many big directors have actually done this. Sometimes when they participate in a film festival, others have already opened, but their films have not been completely finished yet, so they can only delay it, or even directly show semi-finished films. After sorting it out, Lena agreed verbally, and finally asked the question she was more concerned about. So, Simon, what about the second project? The second project? Simon smiled and hugged the girl tighter in his arms, feeling the comfortable skin against each other. Let's not talk about this for now, but I can reveal one thing. The male lead is probably Harrison Ford. As soon as Simon finished speaking, Christina Aguilera next to him immediately exclaimed, "Wow, Han Solo." Simon tapped the girl on the forehead, and glanced at Jessica who had been looking at him. "Are you satisfied?" Jessica smiled and nodded embarrassedly. "In that case, go to the swimming pool with Amy and show me how to be a lotus emerging from the water." Jessica certainly knew what kind of lotus emerging from the water the man wanted to see, probably similar to the one last night, the lily blooming at night. After all, it was daytime, so she was a little shy. However, looking around, although she knew that there were actually many people at the manor, she could see that there was no one else except a few maids nearby. Then think about what the man gave her. How many actresses in Hollywood dream of being the heroine who plays with Harrison Ford? So she got up quickly. Amy was a little reluctant to be pulled up by Jessica. She didn't get the heroine, did she? But she just complained in her heart, and still stood up obediently and let Jessica pull her up and walk to the swimming pool together. Simon asked the maid not far away to bring a pillow to raise his body, hugged Lena and looked at the swimming pool, while patting Christina's little head next to him, and asked with a smile, "Are you hungry?" Christina was not hungry. However, since the man asked if she was hungry, she must be hungry. So she pretended to be obedient and shrank her head. "I'm hungry." Simon pushed the girl down. "If you're hungry, you have to eat. Find it yourself." Lena almost laughed out loud. "Bad guy." Christina also got up obediently. Although she didn't have any expectations, she still asked coquettishly, "Simon, then, do I have the heroine?" "Yes." Christina was a little surprised, her eyes lit up, and she wanted to ask more questions, but she felt that the man would not lie to her, so she didn't hesitate and went to find food obediently. Simon lifted up the petite body of Lena in his arms, and said to Brittany on the other side, "You go too." Brittany also bargained, "Simon, I want the heroine too." Simon knocked on the girl's head and smiled, "Go, we have it all." Chapter 1191 High School Musical. A new week. It was Monday, October 6th. The group of people in the Seaside Manor in San Lucas, Baja California, set off before 7:30 in the morning. It was a weekend full of fun and exhaustion. Britney Spears, Vanessa Johnson and other girls did not feel a little more energetic until they boarded Simon's Boeing 767. When they came early last Friday, they only took an ordinary Gulfstream V. This was the first time they entered the legendary Boeing of Simon. However, curiosity still could not resist fatigue. After the plane took off and roughly walked around the cabin, the girls ran to the cabin bedroom to catch up on sleep. In addition to Simon, only the slightly older Amy Adams, Jessica Chastain and Lena Kane did not rest. Lena officially informed Amy that she was going to quit her current job and become Jessica's agent. Now that she was with Simon, Lena could actually poach the two girls together without any trouble. However, she did not intend to do so. It was difficult to treat two competing actresses equally. It was inevitable that there would be conflicts over time. It was better to choose only one. More importantly, of course, Lena now had more choices. Not only Jessica Chastain and Paul Greengrass, but also Blair Witch, which was about to be handed over to Paul Greengrass, was almost packed and handed over to Lena by Simon. This was enough for her to be busy for a long time and develop several potential customers. Unlike the girls who went to catch up on sleep, Simon boarded the plane and immediately started his busy work. It was morning on the west coast of the United States, but it was already evening in Asia. Simon sat down in the office in the front cabin of the Boeing 767, and the first news he received was the sharp drop in the Hong Kong stock market. In fact, after reaching a high of 16,000 points in early August, along with the Asian financial crisis, the Hong Kong stock market has experienced 2 rounds of sharp declines and rises in the past 2 months, and each cycle lasted about 1 month. Among them, the sharp drop from the end of August to the beginning of September, from the highest point of more than 16,000 points to more than 12,000 points, a drop of nearly a quarter of the Hong Kong stock index. Another drop from early September to early October, the lowest point also entered the 13,000 point range, and finally returned to 15,000 points. As of the close of last Friday, the Hang Seng Index was 15,133 points. Ordinary people will only think that these 2 rounds of ups and downs are normal stock market fluctuations under the financial storm. Even most financial practitioners find it difficult to see the joints. However, for some top players, the inside story is actually very clear. 2 consecutive rounds of sharp drops and rises are all international speculators absorbing stocks and hoarding chips. During this period, the governments of most countries and regions in Asia have set their sights on currencies, and Hong Kong is the same. Seeing the collapse of currencies such as the Thai baht, the Indonesian rupiah, and the Malaysian ringgit, Hong Kong has begun to strictly guard against it and has continuously raised short-term currency lending rates for several months. However, this time, the target of international speculators is not the Hong Kong dollar, but the Hong Kong stock market, which has more than doubled in the past 2 years and has a very obvious bubble. It can even be said that the Hong Kong authorities' strict defense of the Hong Kong dollar has led to a shortage of cash in the market, which has also made the Hong Kong stock market more vulnerable to a large extent. Just today, unlike the previous 2 fluctuations, the real attack officially began. Throughout the day on October 6, the Hong Kong stock market fell 2.3%, from 15,133 points at the opening to 14,776 points at the closing. The 2.3% drop may not seem like much, but it is the largest single-day drop in the past 30 days. And this is just the beginning. Simon has learned about the general situation of the Hong Kong stock market throughout Monday in detail, and has made several consecutive calls with China and New York to discuss various matters. Simon Hong Kong will definitely not touch it. However, in North America, since last month, the hedge team of Cersei Fund Management has begun to lay out and establish a large number of short positions in the Dow Jones and S&P 500 and even specific hot stocks. You should know that in the past, the first circuit breaker of the U.S. stock market after the establishment of the circuit breaker mechanism after the '87 stock market crash was in October 1997, to be precise, on October 27, 1997, when the Dow Jones Index fell by more than 7% in a single day. In this time and space, because the Nasdaq Index collapsed ahead of schedule in March, the first circuit breaker of the U.S. stock market had already occurred, but that was the Nasdaq. The Dow Jones's maiden circuit breaker is still there. Speaking of it, it is still based on Soros's reflexivity theory that market participants will in turn affect market trends. Small fish and shrimps don't matter. The bigger the market players, the greater the impact on the market. For a giant like the Westeros system, a slight move will cause a big storm. Therefore, not only the Nasdaq Index, but also the Dow Jones Index has a different trend than before because of the addition of a giant like Deaneries Entertainment. In March of this year, before the Nasdaq collapsed, the Dow Jones Index had reached a high of nearly 8,000 points. However, compared with a gloomy technology stock market, the Dow Jones Index only followed the Nasdaq in falling for 3 months, and then rebounded in the second half of the year. The Asian financial crisis in recent months has stimulated the flight and return of the US dollar. Unlike the Nasdaq, which is still falling, the Dow Jones Index has risen more rapidly recently and has returned to a high of more than 7,000 points during this period. However, under the wave of globalization, when the impact on related markets exceeds a certain limit, It is difficult for other countries and regions to remain immune. With the arrival of the second wave of the financial crisis, this time, the U.S. stock market will also be hit. Even if there will be no more circuit breaker level plunges, the downward trend can be basically judged. Of course, as a latecomer, Simon's judgment is much more accurate than others, even if the Westeros system begins to seriously affect the market. Such an opportunity will certainly not be missed. The Nasdaq market has no room for operation. If no one follows up on such an obvious decline, it will not be easy for Cersei Capital to establish a short position. After all, the hedge market is a zero-sum game. It is not that you can establish a $10 billion short position just because you want to. You need someone to bet against it with the same long position. The Dow Jones and S&P 500, which have returned to their highs, have become the hottest stocks in recent speculation. While Simon can be more accurately bearish, many people will also be bullish, believing that the US dollar will continue to flow back, thereby pushing up the market. Therefore, although Simon asked them to give up the fat piece of Hong Kong, both Cersei Capital and Soros's Quantum Fund were not idle. As long as the operation is done properly in the mainland, the profit will not be much less than that in Hong Kong. In the study room in the front cabin, Simon had just hung up the video call with a person in charge of Cersei Fund Management Company, and the internal phone of Girl A came in, saying that Soros was online. Reconnect the video call. After greeting, Simon learned that Soros had left New York and was in Hong Kong at this time. He also said that he had just met with the Chinese boss again in secret during the day. This surprised Simon. Soros did not keep him in suspense, and then said, "Simon, after careful consideration in recent days, I have decided to accept your opinion." Simon looked at the smiling old man on the computer video screen and smiled and said, "A wise choice." At the same time, he immediately understood. Now that the decision has been made, coupled with the secret meeting that Soros just mentioned, it is obvious that this financial tycoon intends to follow Simon without reservation to bet on China. If nothing unexpected happens, he will also turn around and do something to the international speculators targeting Hong Kong in order to directly gain a big favor. This was Simon's original plan. Soros has now abandoned Simon as a middleman. Simon doesn't mind this. In any case, it is the result of his lobbying and mediation. This kind of favor cannot be ignored. Soros still smiled. "You probably guessed it. Yes, I will choose to speak publicly according to your original advice, including substantial investment in China. I suddenly contacted you for this. Simon, I have a good list here. I have passed it to your assistant. After all, I am not familiar with China. It would be better if you can participate." To be honest, this is also the advice given to me by the person who met today. He hopes that I can bring you along. As Soros said, Girl A knocked on the door and came in. She put down a newly printed document lightly and left again. Simon opened it directly. He glanced at the catalog and saw the first project with a slightly strange expression. Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport. Soros really has a special liking for investing in China's aviation sector. In my memory, a large domestic aviation consortium that was talked about a lot and ended up in bankruptcy was invested by Soros in the early days. Continue to look down. Suzhou-Hangzhou Expressway. Another big project, and it is an area that Simon doesn't want to touch. China is still in the development stage, but Simon certainly knows that with a subsequent economic takeoff, especially in the Yangtze River Delta, the oil and water of the expressway are too thick and too complicated. Simon still remembers a joke. An entrepreneur was borrowed money by the local government, and he couldn't pay it back due to the financial crisis. He simply built a toll station on the expressway and said that he would collect the money for 5 years as repayment. As a result, all the debts were recovered in 2 years. The entrepreneur is also a wise man. He instinctively felt that he couldn't continue to take advantage of this. He chose to demolish the toll station to recover the debts. However, on the other hand, China's expressways are crying and shouting about losing money everywhere. There are so many tricks in it that people can't do it. It wasn't until he saw the third project that Simon became slightly interested. China Telecom. This is obviously not the Hong Kong branch of China Telecom, listed in Hong Kong and New York. The Hong Kong branch is the predecessor of China Mobile, which is currently mainly engaged in mobile communications business. After the IPO last year, the mobile communications assets of various provinces in China are being divested and placed in. I glanced at the introduction attached to the directory. The financing is used for the construction of internet broadband network. Many people do not understand the origin of China Mobile, China Telecom, China Unicom and other companies. In fact, it is very simple. In the early days, except for the special Titong, which belonged to the Ministry of Railways, all other telecommunications companies came from the Ministry of Posts and Telecommunications. China Mobile was the first independent one. It was listed in the name of China Telecom, Hong Kong, company in the late 1990s and raised funds for the expansion of mobile communications business. Because it drank the first soup and took the lead, China Mobile has always been stronger than other companies in the field of mobile communications. Later, whether it was China Telecom or China Unicom, they were all divested from the postal and telecommunications network. During this period, there were also Netcom, Weituang, etc. Then, after a period of competition among the heroes, it finally fell into three. Now, it seems that the domestic giants such as China Telecom, China Mobile, and China Unicom will be established earlier than before. Although there are only 3 projects, even if he hasn't seen the detailed introduction, Simon can roughly guess that the total amount is also at the level of $1 billion. $1 billion is really a small amount of money for Simon, but for Soros, even if he now has more than $20 billion in funds, he will definitely be very cautious. After all, that money is not his. If he messes up, it will ruin the reputation of Quantum Fund. After roughly reading the catalog, Simon opened the main text and did not ignore Soros, who was still online. He continued, "George, in this case, what are you going to do about Russia?" Soros said, "I have begun to withdraw funds from the Russian stock and bond markets, because recently, including Korean funds and other capital forces that have invested a large share in Russia are withdrawing. It is inevitable that there will be some losses, but it should be in time. There are some troubles in the real industry, which needs to be dealt with slowly." Simon just nodded slightly. In fact, if you don't rush for quick success, the real industries that Soros invested in Russia, whether it is minerals, energy, or telecommunications, are all very high-quality assets. If you manage them patiently, you will definitely get good returns. However, in this regard, Simon doesn't need to be open-hearted to the old man. If the other party insists on selling off at a loss, Simon has considered it a long time ago. For example, he can buy the assets of Russian Telecom Investment Company, Limited, and run them slowly. Simon has the patience. Of course, if they really sell off, it is not Soros' fault. Quantum Fund is generally an investment fund that pursues short-term interests. Even in the field of equity investment, it hopes to see results in 3 to 5 years and then cash out. Simon has no problem running it for 10 years. Seeing Simon's silence, Soros smiled and asked, "Simon, do you mind if I get involved in Ukraine? I mean, Rovna Oblast." "No problem," Simon said straightforwardly, "but, George, to be honest, there is no room for speculation in Rovna. All of them are long-term industrial investments. As long as the return is reasonable, it's fine." Soros said this, and seeing Simon's eyes fixed on the documents in front of him, he continued, "In that case, Simon, let's stop here today. It's already past midnight in Hong Kong, and I, an old man, still need to go to rest. Call me tomorrow after you finish reading the documents in your hand." Simon stopped the old man. "George, I almost forgot one thing. When do you plan to make a move in Hong Kong? This question is a bit sensitive." Simon just smiled at the other party. Soros hesitated for a moment, then laughed and gave a number, 10,000 points. Simon nodded. After saying goodbye, the other party hung up the phone. First 10,000 points, naturally, is when the Hang Seng Index falls to around 10,000 points. This is also expected. If Soros jumps out and sings a different tune from the mainstream hot money right now, it can only delay the plunge of the Hang Seng Index, which will not help the general situation, just like Simon would not force the Nasdaq to 7,000 points. When the Hang Seng Index falls back to 10,000 points, it is already a reasonable position relative to the entire Hong Kong stock market backed by the mainland. At this time, Soros will come forward to express his bullishness, and even reach many cooperations with the mainland of China based on Hong Kong, which will have the best effect. As for when the Hang Seng Index will fall back to 10,000 points, it is actually not far away, probably at the end of this month. Obviously, the 3 projects in Simon's hands also need to finalize various details before the end of the month. Simon spent more than 10 minutes reading the information in his hands. 3 projects. Hangzhou's Shaoshan Airport has been planned since 1993 and is expected to break ground at the end of the year. It is temporarily taken out, probably to raise as much foreign capital as possible to ease fiscal pressure. After all, various industries in China are now short of money, and there is not much confidence in the aviation field. The total investment of the project is 2 billion RMB, and it is planned to sell 35% of the shares and raise 700 million RMB. The reason why it was chosen by Soros was probably Simon's original idea. The old man has a special liking for the aviation industry. However, compared with a certain aviation consortium that ended in bankruptcy, Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport, which ranks among the top in China in terms of throughput, is obviously a high-quality project. Then there's the Suhang Expressway, or to be more precise, the Sujiahang Expressway, which passes through Jiaxing in the middle, with a total length of about 100 kilometers and a planned investment of 4 billion RMB. Compared with Shaoshan Airport, which is about to start construction, this project is still just a plan. The notes and the materials are very detailed. The main reason is that there is no money. All parties have proposed it for more than 10 years, but there is no sign. This project hopes to introduce foreign investment in full. Finally, another financing of China Telecom is planned to be $2 billion, the largest amount among the 3 projects. However, seriously speaking, $2 billion is not a drop in the bucket for broadband network construction, but it is not far from it. Take AOL for example. Even though the internet bubble has burst and investment in various fields has been tightened, it is expected that the investment in the infrastructure field in the United States this year alone will be $2 billion. If overseas markets are included, this figure will exceed $3 billion. Moreover, since the basic network needs to be constantly upgraded and maintained, this scale of investment will continue. Simon was only interested in the last project. Thinking of what Soros said just now, looking at the first 2 projects, either Suzhou or Hangzhou, he couldn't help but laugh. It's unlikely to be a coincidence. Let's just put it aside for now. I'm going to China this weekend to celebrate the full moon of a little guy in Hangzhou. I'll talk about it then. Then I dealt with some other work. At around 9 o'clock, the Boeing 767 landed at Los Angeles International Airport. After getting off the plane, the girls went their separate ways, and Simon went directly to Malibu Studios. At 10 o'clock, Deaneries' weekly senior management meeting was held, and all the executives in Los Angeles would attend. After the meeting, Simon called the heads of the 3 studios and talked about some projects. It was mainly about the sentence all available yesterday afternoon. Simon certainly didn't just say this to make the girls feel comfortable. He had some ideas in mind. Next, Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera will debut under Deaneries Records. In addition to their music careers, since they are backed by Deaneries, they can also expand into the film industry. And there happened to be a suitable project. The former High School Musical series. Simon had already marked this project when he was considering the youth film plan last year, but he just took it out now. Unlike the East, which accepts incompetence, musicals have always had a very broad market in the West. In the original time and space, Disney launched the first High School Musical in 2006. It was originally just a low-cost TV movie broadcast on the Disney Channel. There were no expectations, but it unexpectedly caused a trend. Not only did it break the ratings record of the Disney Channel, but the soundtrack of the film also sold well all over the world. Starring Zac Efron, Vanessa Hudgens and Ashley Tisdale also became the most popular teenage stars in one fell swoop. Disney then took advantage of the opportunity to launch the second part, creating another brilliant success. As expected, the third part was released in theaters, and finally earned $250 million worldwide with a production cost of $11 million. Now, Simon has made this project in advance. Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera just replaced Vanessa Hudgens and Ashley Tisdale in the original version. Simon has also directly confirmed the male lead, Justin Timberlake, who has also been cultivated by Deaneries Entertainment Records. Speaking of which, the former High School Musical has a lot of connections with Britney and others. This project was originally a script called Grease 3, which was the Grease that made John Travolta famous. The script was completed in the late 1990s. The protagonists were set to be the children of Travolta at that time. The 3 leading actors invited happened to be Justin Timberlake, Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera. John Travolta was also considered to join the guest appearance. The project was shelved for various reasons, until a few years later, Disney stripped it of the setting of the sequel to Grease and made it into a TV movie. It was a great success. Now, it is not only a copy in advance, but also a kind of returning the original owner. Although it is destined to be a small film with an investment of only about $10 million, because of the subject matter, Highgate is too literary and the New World is too bloody, Simon still chose to put it under the core Deaneries label. After talking about this with Tom Pollock, president of Deaneries Pictures, he sent him away first, and talked with Ella Deutschman of Highgate Pictures about projects such as Elizabeth. Simon finally stayed with Danny Morris of New World Pictures to continue to talk about the next plan for youth movies. The summer movie American Pie has been released some time ago, with a domestic box office of $113 million in North America, and it is still continuing overseas. According to current data, it will probably be fixed at between $140 million and $150 million, and the global total box office will exceed $250 million. With this success, the sequel has been approved, but we can't rush it. American Pie 2 will be at least 2 years later, so we need to develop a new main story. P.S. I only have one chapter with 6,000 words today, mainly because it's the end of the year and I have to deal with various things. I only have free time to write at night these 2 days. In addition, starting from the 30th of the new year, I can only resume the minimum update once. After all, it's the new year. In general, I plan to write 240,000 words in February, which is twice as much as in the past month. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 1192, the first one to eat crab. I took some time to look at some youth film plans over the weekend. Frankly speaking, there was nothing that caught my eye. Maybe I didn't see enough, but I didn't have more time. So, Denny, I'll do it myself. Have you seen Bill Murray's Groundhog Day a few years ago? In the conference room, Danny Morris, president of New World Pictures, nodded and said, "Of course." Simon continued, "We can definitely make a youth horror film similar to Groundhog Day. A girl is chased by a perverted killer. Every time she dies, she will return to the early morning of that day. In the end, in order to get rid of this cycle, she has to find the murderer." After listening to Simon's general idea of Happy Death Day, Danny Morris suddenly realized and had to admire his boss's ideas. This is a very simple idea, not even innovative. It just applies the classic story structure of Groundhog Day to a youth horror film. However, one thing that cannot be denied is that it is absolutely full of gimmicks. Because no one has ever done it. As for whether anyone has thought of it, the probability may be very high. After all, Hollywood has never lacked creativity. The problem is that the decision on which movies Hollywood makes lies in the hands of a few people at the top of the pyramid. These people have limited time and energy, and may even have their own personal preferences and prejudices. Therefore, most ideas often cannot be realized. After Simon finished speaking his mind, he spent about 10 minutes discussing some details with Danny Morris based on the plot of Happy Death Day in his memory, and then continued, "Second, this is a spoof youth film plan, based on our original Scream as a template, plus some popular horror movies in recent years, as well as hot current affairs topics. Find a group of handsome men and beautiful women, and make a spoof movie similar to the original Scream. This is naturally scary movies." When Danny Morris heard about the Condor Heroes, he immediately understood the production idea of scary movies, but this time he was a little hesitant. "Simon, Scream is one of our, as you often say, the top IP. Is it appropriate to use it for spoof?" Simon smiled and said, "Denny, be more self-deprecating. Besides, this will be a hodgepodge popcorn movie that people will forget after watching it. We don't plan to develop a sequel to Scream in the short term, so it will definitely be no problem." Since his boss said so, Danny Morris naturally had no objection. So there was another discussion of details. After talking about these two projects, Simon continued, "There is another one. The High School Musical that I just handed over to Tom is actually also a youth film, but because it is a very healthy G-rated film, New World Pictures is not suitable. But this does not mean that New World Pictures cannot make musicals, and it can be made into an R-rated film. The Naked Six is a good template. Why don't you think about it yourself first? Danny Morris thought for a while. Simon, you mean, make a real male stripper movie? That's right. Simon said, this should not be considered a youth film. It is mainly aimed at young female groups, so we must find some young and handsome male actors. The story template is the 20-year-old version of The Naked Six. Simon was talking about the Magic Mike in his memory this time. This male dancer movie, directed by Steven Soderbergh and starring Channing Tatum, once won more than $160 million in box office worldwide with a low cost of $7 million. The plot is roughly the young version of The Naked Six, and there is even another translation called The Naked Dancer. After listening to his boss's explanation of some details, Danny Morris could not help but say, Simon, this reminds me of Paul Verhoeven's Showgirls. Doesn't it seem like a good idea? I also think the story itself is not very creative, Simon did not deny, saying, so, this can be considered an experimental project. The budget should not exceed $10 million and it should be released in January, February or September and October. In addition, do you remember Steven Soderbergh? Of course, Sex, Lies and Videotape. Simon's Big Butterfly completely changed the Hollywood landscape. Under the big landscape, Hollywood golden boy Steven Soderbergh, who once won the Palme d'Or for Sex, Lies and Videotape, did not get the top honor in Cannes again at this time and space, but was sniped by Cinema Paradiso at that time. However, the subsequent Sex, Lies and Videotape still achieved considerable profits at the box office, so Steven Soderbergh has attracted much attention in Hollywood. It's a pity that with such a starting point, the several films directed by Soderbergh in recent years have ended in failure, becoming a flash in the pan in the eyes of many people. Simon certainly won't forget it. In fact, after Sex, Lies, and Videotape, Soderbergh also remained silent throughout the 1990s. It was not until the new century that he made great strides and released a large number of critically acclaimed and commercially successful films such as Erin Brockovich, Traffic, Ocean's 11, and later Magic Mike, which kept him in the top ranks of Hollywood for a long time. Seeing that Danny Morris also remembered Sex, Lies, and Videotape, Simon didn't need any more explanation and said, I think this project, let's call it Magic Mike. The choice of director is more important than the actors. We need a guy who is very good at filming men, and I think no one will deny that Soderbergh made James Spader very attractive in the original Sex, Lies, and Videotape. Simon, I agree with this, but Soderbergh seems to be better at art films. That's one of the reasons why I chose him. You know, in my opinion, the reason why Paul Verhoeven's Showgirls was a complete failure is that the movie had no connotation at all and only succumbed to the most superficial desires. Of course, I don't want this Magic Mike to have too much connotation either. All I want is the screams of young girls in the cinema. However, everyone has their own style. Even if we completely position this movie as a commercial film, Steven Soderbergh will instinctively add some art style to it because of his personal style. This is very important, just like an ice cream wrapped in a layer of chocolate, which will make people more memorable, understand. Danny Morris certainly understood, and he understood more. There was another key reason for choosing Soderbergh: he was cheap. Hollywood actually had no shortage of other directors who were better at filming men, but his boss had said that this was an experimental project and the cost had to be kept to less than $10 million, so Steven Soderbergh was indeed suitable. In that case, Simon, I'll contact Soderbergh as soon as possible. Danny Morris said, and then thought, also, boss, do you have any suggestions for actors? Simon thought of Matthew McConaughey, who had been suppressed by him intentionally or unintentionally. In recent years, the roles in films such as A Time to Kill and Contact that should have made Matthew McConaughey, who had been playing minor roles in Hollywood, gradually famous, were all given to others by Simon. It was not intentional. Simon had no intention of targeting some small Hollywood role. If he really wanted to target him, there would be no such person in Hollywood. It was just that Simon felt that it was really inappropriate. Whether it was the lawyer in A Time to Kill or the priest in Contact, they were not suitable for Matthew McConaughey at all. As for why McConaughey got these roles in the past, Simon was not surprised, but he had no interest in men. This time it was a good match. Matthew McConaughey happened to be an actor in the original Magic Mike, but he was only a supporting role. McConaughey is only 28 years old now, and can be considered a young and handsome guy. His image as a playboy who is naturally attractive to women is even more attractive, so he said, Let Matthew McConaughey try for the male lead. As for the others, you can choose them yourself. By the way, Soderbergh can also be the screenwriter. Danny Morris wrote them down one by one. Simon talked about some details with Morris again. It was already past 11:30, and he had to go back to Cape Dumay Manor to have lunch with his family at noon, so he stopped talking. The two left the meeting room, and Girl A came up to them and took advantage of the opportunity. "Boss, the publishing department has worked with Tinkerbell to make a promotion plan for Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Do you want to read it now?" Simon had a rough look at the draft of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, which he had ghostwritten in the first half of the year. The details were quite different from before, which was inevitable. The biggest change was that Simon changed the story background from London to New York. This time, Platform 9 3/4 was no longer located at King's Cross Station in London, but at Grand Central Station in New York. Although the details changed drastically, the main line did not change, and the characters were all there. A small-scale trial reading was conducted during this period, and the response was good. Tinkerbell happened to have recently launched the iPad 10, so Simon arranged for Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone to be promoted as the first novel to be released online and offline at the same time. This would be a very good publicity gimmick. Being the first to try it out, coupled with the global popularity of the iPad 10, it would directly achieve a promotion effect that would cost tens of millions of dollars to popularize. In terms of specific aspects, Tinkerbell was naturally responsible for the online version, and Daenerys did it herself offline. When MCA was acquired, the asset list also included a book publishing company called Putman. In recent years, it has developed very well by publishing books and peripherals related to Daenerys Entertainment's best-selling movies. The reason why Lady A released Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone ahead of schedule is mainly because even if it uses the weird pseudonym of J.K., this novel is still the idea provided by her boss, and everyone treats it with caution. Simon originally took it out because he felt it was a pity that the Harry Potter series was lost by the butterfly. Of course, he hopes that this novel can be made again. After hearing Lady A mention it, he took it directly and just flipped through it from the studio to the manor. Lady A handed the folder to her boss and said, "Also, Mr. Michael Jordan wants to have lunch with you before the meeting of Public Enemies this afternoon, but I turned it down." Simon flipped through the information in his hand while walking, and just nodded slightly to show that he knew. Lady A continued to talk about other things and followed her boss downstairs before she stopped. She still lives in Cape Dumay Manor, but she will not go with him for lunch. Chapter 1193 At least $200 million. When Simon left Daenerys Studios and returned to Cape Dumay Manor, it was also lunchtime for many people. Beverly Hills. Near the WMA headquarters in Century City, Lena Kane and Amy and others walked into a restaurant together. It was a farewell dinner. There were few secrets in the circle. Everyone who should know that Amy, Jessica and even Lena Kane accompanied Simon Westeros to Mexico for the weekend already knew it. Therefore, the showdown in the morning went very smoothly. Jason Bast, who was ready to lose two clients at the same time, was even a little grateful that Lena only took Jessica Chastain, so it was a good breakup. WMA head Jonathan Friedman also took time to meet with Lena in the morning, and the 23-year-old young girl officially became an agent under WMA. Through the network resources opened to her by WMA, Lena Kane also directly contacted Paul Greengrass in the UK. The two sides had a long conversation on the phone. After confirming that this was not a scam call, Paul Greengrass said he would immediately set off to Los Angeles. In addition, after the news came out, many people inside and outside WMA took the initiative to contact Lena. Some invited her to the party to build relationships, some hoped to become her clients, and some tried to recommend film projects to certain people through her. Lena was very skilled in dealing with all of them. But now, when several people entered the restaurant where many WMA employees would come to eat at noon, they were greeted several times before they sat down. The reason was very simple. There were two more servants of the Way family around Lena. The girl did not hide it. She took her new servants and guard to wander around WMA for a whole morning, with an arrogant look of "I'm with Simon Westeros, you all hurry up and order." Of course it was intentional. Even if people think she is a bitch, so what? Exclamation mark. Amy Adams and Jessica Chastain were a little jealous about this. They also spent a weekend with someone in Mexico, but they only received some gifts. The person obviously did not want to develop them into regular lovers. As for Lena, the man's preference for this girl was actually obvious. The two girls could only feel a little sour in their hearts. There is always a gain and a loss. Lena will definitely not be as free as them in the future. Of course, Lena Kane would not tell them that the guy had no intention of recruiting her at first. She actually asked for the two servants on her own initiative and agreed with the man for a time of 2 years. She would be his lover for 2 years, and at the same time, she could use his name to develop her own career. She thought that the guy might not agree, so she also said that she didn't need the houses and cars of the girls around him, and only needed a way family maid to prove that she was his lover. Unexpectedly, things went very smoothly. It was so smooth that Lena couldn't help asking why it was so smooth. The man's answer was also very simple. For a person, the most precious thing is actually time, but most people find it difficult to realize this. She was willing to be his lover for 2 years. In his opinion, she didn't suffer any loss at all. She got a girl's precious 2 years of time and paid only some money. And money, to him, was the least worth mentioning thing. Lena felt that it made sense and felt that she was at a disadvantage. Of course, it was just a superficial feeling, and she didn't lose her mind. In this world, people are different. There is only one Simon Westeros. There is still work to do in the afternoon, so no wine was ordered. After ordering dishes, when the waitress left, Lena picked up the coffee in front of her and said to Amy and Jessica with great ambition, "Come on, I hope that one day in the future, we will all become the queens of Hollywood." Jessica smiled and picked up the coffee to agree. Amy complained a little. Would a guy agree to a group of queens jumping out to share his kingdom? But she was not slow, and raised the coffee with a smile. Brentwood Heights. The Johnson family lived in a mansion on the hillside. Vanessa Johnson, who was sent back here in the morning, returned to her residence to continue to catch up on her sleep until noon, which caused Melanie Sloan to come over secretly several times. It was inevitable that she complained a little. Was it a man who bullied her daughter too much? Fortunately, Vanessa got up at noon and was full of energy again, without any signs of anything wrong, so Melanie Sloan was relieved. A sumptuous lunch was specially prepared, which made Scarlett Johansson, who had been depressed for 2 days because she didn't receive an invitation from someone on the weekend, even more jealous. The little girl always remembered, but she met Simon first. Moreover, the little girl also firmly believed that Simon liked her. It was obvious. The elder sister had robbed her woman now. She was depressed and of course in a bad mood, so she deliberately competed with her elder sister for a seat after entering the restaurant. Vanessa was a well-behaved kitten next to Simon, but she was a princess at home. She also always believed that everything the family had now was because Simon liked her. Of course, she would not be humble to her younger sister. The two sisters quarreled and even fought. Scarlett, who was small in stature, was of course no match for her elder sister, who was over 1.75 meters tall. She was directly grabbed by the collar of her neck and pressed on the dining table by Vanessa, who spanked her while teaching her a lesson. Did she dare to steal her things? When Melanie Sloan came to take sides again and only lightly scolded her eldest daughter, Scarlett finally burst into tears and shouted that she met Simon first and Simon should like her. Unfortunately, whether it was Vanessa who rolled her eyes, or the two brothers who also believed that their sister had won the favor of a tycoon and had changed everything now, or even her mother Melanie Sloan, they didn't believe it at all. This made the little girl even more heartbroken. Oh my God. Life is so bleak. When she heard that her sister was still talking venomously beside her and that she was crying so ugly that it was unbearable to watch, Scarlett completely exploded and planned to smash the restaurant. Unfortunately, she was restrained by her mother and brother just after she threw a porcelain plate in front of her, and was forcibly dragged upstairs and locked in a room, and ordered to reflect. She was also informed by her mother that she didn't have to go to the acting class in the afternoon, and she would ask for leave for her. How could this be? The acting class was prepared by Simon for them. The little girl banged on the door and argued, but the resistance was ineffective. She could only throw herself on the bed and cry, secretly vowing to get Simon Westeros back from her sister. Santa Monica. In a very good seafood restaurant in Venice Beach, Christina Aguilera and her mother Shirley Kearns were celebrating. After her parents divorced very early, Christina has been dependent on her mother for many years. Now, after a man confirmed that she can not only officially debut and release records, but also participate in movies, the single-parent family with only 2 people has a feeling of waiting for the clouds to clear and the moon to appear. Not only that, in the morning, At the initiative of Christina, who was precocious and sensible, her mother also took the Hermes bag she brought back this time to the pawn shop and exchanged it for $10,000. Although it was almost half of the original price, the mother and daughter were already very satisfied. In fact, Christina didn't mind selling another gift she got this time, a ruby necklace. As soon as Christina got home, she checked on her computer in her little nest. The Bulgari ruby necklace was worth $150,000. If it was sold, it would be enough for the mother and daughter to pay the down payment for a nice house, instead of renting a house like now. This time, it was still Shirley Kearns who took the initiative to veto it, saying that her daughter would need some decent jewelry to attend public events in the future, so she kept it. What's more, if they really wanted to sell it, the mother and daughter couldn't explain where it came from, which was actually a problem. In any case, today is a day worth being happy. Of course, there are regrets. For some reason, Simon Westeros did not establish a long-term lover relationship with Christina as rumored, otherwise, their lives would definitely be greatly improved. Christina also analyzed it with her mother at the dinner table and felt that it was mainly because she would only turn 18 next year. This is a problem. Shirley Kearns also agreed and felt a little regretful, but she never thought of some aspects. Although Kearns didn't have much experience, she knew that Simon Westeros was not someone they could control. Moreover, it was in Mexico, and the United States had no control over it. Burbank. The Spears family, who decided to move to Los Angeles for their daughter Brittany's career 2 years ago, also had lunchtime, but because the husband had been out for some reason and had not returned for a long time, the whole family was waiting. It was past 12 o'clock before Jamie Spears finally returned. After entering the door, he did not respond to his wife Lynn Spears' call, but just replied that they should eat first, and then he went straight to the couple's bedroom with a thick stack of unknown information. Seeing this, Lynn Spears asked the 5 children to eat first, and she followed into the bedroom curiously. After entering the door, she found her husband sitting in front of her dressing table and reading very seriously. Lynn Spears was a little amused. Her husband was just a construction worker and had no habit of reading on weekdays. Why did he suddenly become so studious today? Curious, Lynn Spears stepped forward and took a few glances before she realized something. The information in front of her husband was all printed information about the Michael Jackson case a few years ago. Lynn Spears was not stupid. When her daughter came back in the morning, she started to brag to her parents, brothers and sisters about her experiences over the past weekend, such as yachts, diving, golf, a huge swimming pool, a gun so big that she couldn't even hold it, etc. Her husband then ran out for the whole morning. After standing behind her husband for a while, Lynn Spears finally said with a trembling voice, "Jamie, what are you going to do?" Jamie Spears looked up at his wife behind him, with a strange excitement in his expression as if he had taken drugs. After listening to his daughter's narration in the morning, he ran to a nearby internet cafe and searched and copied the information in front of him for the whole morning. When he saw his wife asking about it, Jamie Spears took out a recorder from somewhere. "Lynn, we should talk to Bree first and record her words as evidence." Lynn Spears was not excited, but felt a chill on her back for no reason. "Jamie, that is Simon Westeros." "Of course I know." Jamie Spears widened his eyes, as if to encourage himself, and said viciously, "The Chandler family got $20 million from Jackson. Don't you think that if it's Simon Westeros, we can get at least $200 million US?" Lynn Spears heard the number of $200 million US, subconsciously swallowed her saliva, and felt her body began to tremble slightly, but she did not lose her mind. "Jamie, but Bree and that are in Mexico, which Los Angeles can't control." "That's not a problem." Jamie Spears shook the recorder in his hand again. "Bree is our daughter, and she will say whatever I tell her to say. For example, before Mexico, Simon Westeros had actually dated our daughter 2 years ago? No, 3 years ago? That's it." Lynn Spears was of course clear that her daughter had no connection with Simon Westeros 3 years ago, and her voice was trembling. "Jamie, this is fabricated evidence." Jamie Spears, who was obviously under great pressure because he was about to do something, stood up and glared at his wife. "If Simon Westeros doesn't give us money, then we will make a big deal out of it, just like Michael Jackson did. By then, who'll care whether the matter is true or not? He must give us money, $200 million US, at least $200 million US. Lynn Spears was frightened by her husband's sudden hysteria and took a step back. After standing still, she hesitated for a moment before saying, I think, if you want Bree to lie, it should be easy. I'm ready for this too. Jamie Spears reached into his trouser pocket and fumbled for a moment, then pulled out a small transparent bag with a few pills in it. I checked online, and Chandler seemed to have done this at the beginning. Lynn Spears saw the pills in her husband's hand and her eyes widened. What is this? You can't just give these to Bree. She even wanted to step forward and snatch them. Jamie Spears pushed his wife away, and neatly took out a piece from the plastic bag and stuffed it into his mouth, stretched his neck to swallow it, and then continued to stare and said, Look, it's okay, Lynn, don't worry about this, you just need to wait for our family to become billionaires. Billionaires, haha, by then, I will also live in Beverly Hills, and New York, Upper East Side, I will buy the best villa in the Upper East Side. No, that's not right, I don't have to buy it at all. This should be the condition for Simon Westeros to reconcile with us. Chapter 1194 Fast Food. Because the 1997 fiscal year just ended in September, early October is the busiest time for Deaneries Entertainment. Not only will the annual financial report be released at the end of the middle of the month, but the various business departments under the group are also conducting various fiscal year summaries, accompanied by various meetings with tight schedules. Today, Simon personally presided over the record department meeting, and Amy Pascal also attended. In addition, there were Richard Palms, CEO of Deaneries Records Group, and Barry Weiss, president of Infinity Records, which focuses on cultivating teen pop singers. As Deaneries Entertainment is gradually approaching a bottleneck in the film and television business, Simon has attached great importance to the group's music, game and other businesses in recent years. However, even though Deaneries Records has top celebrities of various types such as Guns N' Roses, Backstreet Boys, and Cher, the film and television soundtrack business is also thriving due to Deaneries Entertainment's strength in related aspects. In the past 2 years, it has developed a phenomenal American Idol to quickly deliver fresh blood to the record department. However, under the impact of the internet, the decline and downturn of the traditional record industry cannot be stopped. Compared with the diehards in the industry such as Sony Records, even though Deaneries Records is the company that is most enthusiastic about embracing the internet, its growth has slowed down significantly in recent years. Fortunately, compared with some old record giants such as Sony, EMI, and Polygram, which have experienced negative growth or even losses, Deaneries Records, which can still maintain positive growth, has performed well in the industry. The relatively outstanding performance of Deaneries Records after actively embracing the internet has also made many old record giants who hate the internet gradually begin to compromise. Even Sony, while promoting its own digital music players, has to gradually deliver content resources to broadcast music mall under Tickherber. After all, if it does not do so, the pirated resources of the corresponding content will completely occupy the market. Speaking of which, Simon forced Deaneries Records to embrace the internet without any doubt within the group, for the same reason. Make a template for everyone to follow. The content of today's meeting has nothing to do with the internet. The main topic of discussion, in addition to the revenue and profit status of the record department in the past year, is the change in the overall strategy of the record department. In a simple word, fast food. With the advent of the internet era and the explosion of information, it will become increasingly difficult for people to pay attention to certain people and things for a long time. The same is true for the music industry. Therefore, what Deaneries Records Group needs to do is to speed up the creation and iteration of its singers. In fact, Deaneries Records has already had this trend in recent years. The typical example is the singers created by American Idol. The third season of this year has just started, and many singers who ranked at the top of the first season have been forgotten. Just like the internet, since the trend is inevitable, we should actively adapt. In addition, the traditional record industry has undergone drastic changes due to the impact of the internet, and it has also begun to affect the public's consumption habits. Even though the audience of the Western music industry is like that of movies, which can be called all age groups, in the future, like movies, the core consumer group will also be increasingly concentrated on young people. All of these need to be adjusted. Then, the last topic of this meeting, expansion. This is not to say that the expansion is of a regional nature. Deaneries Records has successfully extended its tentacles to major mainstream music markets in the world such as Europe, Asia and even Latin America in recent years. Therefore, this expansion is mainly about mergers and acquisitions. The target is not only singers, but also content. Under the strict copyright protection system, the millions of music contents accumulated by the major Western record giants over decades or even hundreds of years are still precious even after many years. Deaneries Records has the biggest shortcoming in this regard. Compared with Sony, EMI and other old giants with millions of music contents, even though it acquired Universal Music, it has developed rapidly in recent years, but its foundation is shallow after all. Because the original Universal Music, in detail, can only be ranked at the bottom of the large record giants. Universal, which was once on par with old record giants such as Sony and Warner, is actually the result of the massive expansion and mergers and acquisitions in the late 1990s during the Seagram era. This time, Seagram, which controls Paramount instead of Universal, is still struggling to digest the current Paramount because of the changes in the Hollywood landscape. It is difficult to conquer the record industry as before. Deaneries Entertainment just made up for this. The first choice is also the same as Seagram in the past, Polygram. The old record giant Polygram, headquartered in London, is also a large record giant after a long period of mergers and integration. If it weren't for Simon, the big butterfly, Polygram would have been very successful in the film and television circles in the 1990s by successfully digging out the team of the tentative name film that produced hit films such as Four Weddings and A Funeral and Notting Hill. Unfortunately, everything has changed now. Simon took over the core team of the tentative name film in advance, and the early arrival of the internet era quickly impacted the record industry, so Polygram's current days are getting harder and harder. Next, the Asian financial crisis will affect the world, and the global economy will experience a short trough. The record industry, which is already rapidly declining, will inevitably be further aggravated. It is the best time for Deaneries Entertainment to take action. The meeting lasted all morning. After the meeting, everyone left a meeting room together. Because the record department's office is usually located in Universal Studios in Burbank, it is not easy to meet each other, so this time a simple dinner was arranged. In a management restaurant in the administrative district. The buffet lunch was convenient for everyone to move around and communicate. Simon and Richard Palms, CEO of Deaneries Records Group, talked about some details of the planned acquisition of Polygram, and then found Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss, the godfather of teen pop who created top teen pop stars such as Britney Spears and Backstreet Boys in the 1990s, was recruited by Simon to Deaneries Records and also made outstanding achievements. Not only did he once again discover the Backstreet Boys under Simon's guidance, but he also launched some other very popular teen pop singers in recent years. Barry Weiss's next focus is to promote a group of boys and girls such as Justin Timberlake, Ryan Gosling, Britney Spears and Christina Aguilera, who Simon received from the disbanded Mickey Mouse Club of Disney a few years ago. But this time they were not talking about Britney and others. At the beginning, they were more of a memory of the past life when they recruited these little guys. With a continuous change of wealth, status and identity mentality, Simon is less and less concerned about many celebrities in his memory. The topic Simon and Barry Weiss discussed was still fast food. Barry, we didn't have time to discuss it in detail in the meeting just now. It is a very critical issue. What do you think is the most difficult part of fast food? Barry Weiss thought for a moment and said, attracting attention. I mean, attracting the most public attention in the shortest time. That's right, Simon nodded with a smile, and said, then what do you think should be done? Barry Weiss said honestly, Simon, within a reasonable cost range, frankly speaking, I don't have an answer yet. However, with the media resources owned by Deaneries Entertainment, we have to say that we are now the company that is easiest to package and promote singers. But this problem has not been fundamentally solved. Yes, Barry Weiss nodded and looked at his boss. Simon, you must have an answer, right? I made a singing group in Ukraine, you should know it, right? Well, the Saint Girl group, they also performed some shows in Atlantic City in the first half of the year, and the planning we assisted in was quite good. However, because they don't have English songs for the time being, their influence is limited. Simon, if you are willing, I can help them make an English album. Simon smiled and said, there's no need. Their style is too formal. What I mean is, think about the Holy Girl Band. Do you have any inspiration? Barry Weiss thought about it, feeling a little uncertain, but also a little enlightened. Simon, you mean, group mode? This didn't seem new. To be precise, it's a uniform group model, Simon said, and then added, imagine a row of pretty girls with slim waists and long legs standing together on the stage. What effect can it produce? Barry Weiss thought about it for a moment and suddenly realized it, but he couldn't help but say, Simon, in this case, it will be even more difficult for a single singer to be remembered. Isn't it too fast food? Let's try it first, Simon said. I just had an idea some time ago, called the Spice Girls. Find 5 girls with similar images and temperaments, and the most important thing is that they are of the same height. This will make them look more uniform, but they can't be completely different. Each girl has her own style code, such as fashion Spice Girls, sports Spice Girls, crazy Spice Girls, etc. You choose the people first, and then I will give you a single to test the waters. Seriously, this some time ago, in Simon's words, was already several months ago. When I went to the UK in the first half of the year, I found that the Spice Girls were butterfly dropped like the Harry Potter series, so I remembered it a little, and then threw it behind my mind. The main thing is that I don't feel it. Although the Spice Girls were popular all over the world in the 1990s and triggered a wave of girl group crazes around the world, Simon's aesthetics are hard to describe when looking at those girls. In comparison, Simon thinks that the model of Korean girl groups is more mature. The reason for this maturity is not only the systematic trainee system in Korea, but also, yes, uniformity. Even if they are launched one after another, it is easy to attract more public attention in the shortest time under various pleasing to the eye. Later, the singing group model in Europe, America, Japan and Taiwan gradually declined, and only Korea has been thriving and exported to the outside world. Although there are many reasons for this, the uniformity that can attract the audience's attention in the shortest time is definitely a key. Therefore, since Simon was not interested in the colorful style of the Spice Girls, he simply revised the two-girl group model that was more in line with his own aesthetics. As for whether it can succeed? In many aspects, the ideas Simon gave to the following team have been verified before, and the success rate is much higher than the original. Moreover, even if it fails, it doesn't matter. Deanery's Entertainment has enough room for trial and error. Barry Weiss felt that this matter was basically settled after hearing his boss say that he would personally release his single. Over the years, his boss has released a lot of singles, but each one is enough to support a record. Having made up his mind, Barry Weiss said, Simon, it will take me about 3 months to select a group, plus training and MVE production. Altogether, next Easter will be a good time to test the waters. Simon didn't want Barry Weiss to rush the work, so he nodded and said, no problem. After the matter was settled, Barry Weiss immediately changed his smile again. Simon, can you take out the singles you mentioned first? Haha, the 2 singles you recently gave to Brie and Tina are great. I'll look forward to every piece of music from the boss. Simon also smiled and said, I'll find time to give them to you. Barry Weiss nodded again and said, by the way, boss, do you have any special instructions for Brie and Tina? Today is October 9th, Thursday. Simon returned from Mexico on Monday, and then took out 2 famous songs of Britney and Christina and asked Barry Weiss to operate them. Barry Weiss is not stupid, and after a little inquiry, he roughly understood what was going on and paid more attention to the 2 girls. Simon shrugged, no, just let them follow the rules. Barry Weiss didn't say anything more. However, of course, it is impossible to really follow the rules. What the boss said is one thing, some words should be followed as they are, and others, if you really do it, it means you have no emotional intelligence. After chatting like this, after lunch, the executives of the music department returned to Burbank one after another. Barry Weiss returned to Universal Studios in Burbank, sorted out the content of the morning meeting again, and arranged the affairs of the Spice Girls in a vigorous manner. He was busy until he was about to get off work, and then he took time out to rush to the music department's practice room. The boys and girls of the Mickey Mouse Club were all trained here, and they are about to make their official debut. Recently, the boys and girls have been training even harder. Barry Weiss stood at the door of a practice room for girls and looked at Christina and Britney, who were practicing dancing. Christina was fine, but Britney seemed a little sick, which made Barry Weiss a little confused and even nervous. He called the dance teacher with a good figure and asked, Lisa, what's wrong with Britney? The dance teacher named Lisa also shook her head. I don't know, Mr. Weiss, Britney has been like this for the past 2 days, as if she is sick. I asked her, and she said she was fine. The doctor also checked her and she didn't have a cold or fever. I think it's probably because she didn't rest well at night. P.S. I wrote a chapter while watching the Spring Festival Gala, and it's still at this point. I haven't watched it for a few years. The Spring Festival Gala is quite dazzling now. The high-speed rotating shots in the Matrix are out, but the lip-syncing is a bit too obvious. In addition, I will guarantee 4,000 words in the next few days. If I have time, I will write more. Finally, I wish everyone a Happy New Year. Chapter 1195, Plans Can't Keep Up with Changes. Barry Weiss heard this and looked at Brittany for a moment. He thought of something and frowned slightly. He said to Lisa, "You go. By the way, who examined Bree?" "Dr. Scott." "You go." "Forget it, I'll go myself." Lisa didn't understand why and just watched Barry Weiss hurried away. Barry Weiss came to the nearby medical office and found a middle-aged doctor who was already tidying up the table and waiting to get off work. He sent away the other people in the medical office and asked, "Ryan, did you examine Bree?" Seeing Barry Weiss, the middle-aged doctor named Ryan Scott also showed a cautious expression, sat down again, nodded and said, "I was going to tell you tomorrow, Barry, this is it, I feel that girl seems. I mean, maybe you can give her a drug test." The American music circle is even more chaotic than the film and television circle. Barry Weiss is also an old man in the circle. He has seen all the situations he should have seen. He just carefully observed Brittany for a while and made a general judgment. Now he heard the doctor say this, which was basically certain. However, after thinking about it for a while, Barry Weiss felt a sense of horror. You should never ask too much about this matter. In fact, you must pretend that you know nothing. It is easy to associate things. Britney Spears may be the new favorite of her boss recently, and the big shots, after seeing all the beauties, will inevitably come up with some new tricks. Thinking that he had figured it out, Barry Weiss said to the middle-aged man in front of him with a serious expression, "Ryan, I will only remind you once about this matter. If you don't want to lose your job or even cause more trouble, it's best to pretend that you know nothing." The middle-aged doctor also nodded. "Of course I understand, Barry, so I just planned to tell you quietly." Barry Weiss saw that the other party understood, and explained a few more words, left the infirmary, and returned to the practice room just now, just in time to see Britney's mother Lynn Spears coming to pick up her daughter. Worried that the family would also have trouble after discovering that their daughter was different, Barry Weiss called Lynn Spears. As soon as he mentioned Britney's difference, Lynn Spears shook her head with an obviously guilty look. "It's okay, Mr. Weiss, Bree is fine, she's just, maybe tired these days." Barry Weiss didn't expect the other party to be so tactful. He thought that he had probably been told in advance, so he didn't say anything more. After thinking about it, he simply said, "In this case, tomorrow is Friday, Mrs. Spears, let Bree take a few days off and come back next Monday." Lynn Spears agreed repeatedly, and as if she was worried about being hunted, she hurriedly left with her daughter who had just changed her clothes. The mother and daughter came to the parking lot together, stuffed their daughter into the back seat, and Lynn Spears turned to the driver's seat. Because her arms were shaking, it took her several tries to insert a car key. When the engine started, Lynn Spears didn't drive immediately, but instead held the steering wheel blankly, and suddenly burst into tears. She always felt that the things her husband did these days, like a madman, might bring bad luck to the whole family. Simon Westeros, how could he be the same as Michael Jackson? Driving home in a daze, sending her daughter to rest, Lynn Spears came to the couple's bedroom. It was still bright outside, but the bedroom with thick curtains was dark. Only her husband was fiddling with a computer that had just been installed in the past 2 days. The children had long hoped to have a computer at home, but her husband had always refused to spend the money because he didn't know how to do it. In the past 2 days, she quickly learned the audio editing software and spliced and edited the various words her daughter said after being fed the medicine. Sitting quietly on the bed behind her husband, Lynn Spears stared at the man for a long time before finally saying, "Jamie, I think, at least, we should find a lawyer." Jamie Spears, who was immersed in his work, didn't even notice his wife coming in. He was obviously startled when he heard the sound, and uttered an American curse. He turned his head to glance at his wife, then retracted his gaze and continued to fiddle with a mouse, saying, "Do you know how expensive lawyers are? If you hire a lawyer, it will cost $200 million US, and those bastards may take tens of millions, which is enough to buy a top-notch mansion in Beverly Hills." Lynn Spears paused, then said, "What do you plan to do, Jamie? When do you plan to contact that person?" I'll get the things in my hand done right away. Tomorrow, I'll personally take Bree to class tomorrow. By the way, talk to Barry Weiss first, he can contact Simon Westeros. But, just now when I went to pick up our daughter, Barry Weiss noticed that Bree was different and took the initiative to give her 3 days off. How about you go next Monday? That's perfect, I'll go to Barry Weiss myself tomorrow, Jamie Spears said, feeling the delay and shrinking in his wife's tone, turned his head and glared at her with bloodshot eyes. If you are afraid, we can divorce first, and then the $200 million will be mine. Lynn Spears didn't expect her husband to suddenly say such a thing. The huge pressure accumulated in recent days because of the trouble she had to make against a big shot almost made her want to explode, but when she thought of that, it seemed that the hope was actually quite large, the $200 million, she soon felt like being pricked by a needle and was discouraged again. If there really is $200 million, in fact, of course it would be great. After a moment of silence, thinking that the children would soon be out of school, Lynn Spears didn't say anything else, got up woodenly, and went out to prepare dinner for the family. In a blink of an eye, it was the next day. October 10th, Friday. This is the day when the second week box office of Paranormal Activity was released. Early in the morning, every corner of Los Angeles was the first to read today's newspaper. Then there were all kinds of exclamations and sighs. In the second week of its release, due to the popularity of the first week, Deaneries Entertainment quickly increased the number of screens for Paranormal Activity from 2,045 to 3,123. With a significant increase in the scale of screenings and the continued fermentation of the film's reputation, the box office of Paranormal Activity in the second week fell by only 17%. After the explosive first week of $59.63 million, it took in another $49.45 million in the second week. In just 2 weeks, this ultra-low-cost pseudo-documentary film with a public cost of only $300,000 directly exceeded $100 million in cumulative box office, reaching $109.08 million. Moreover, even though it fell by a full $10 million in the second week, the single-week box office of Paranormal Activity of $49.45 million still set a Hollywood single-week box office record in October. It was unparalleled. Not only that, because of the popularity of Paranormal Activity, the sales of IREC under Tinker Bell have also increased significantly. In the past 2 weeks, the shipments of this electronic product to North America, where Paranormal Activity has been released, have soared by 50%, from the previous single-week sales of 250,000 to 300,000 to more than 400,000 in recent times. In addition, the sales of iPlayer, iCom and even iMac, which was just released in the first half of the year, under Tinker Bell, have also increased significantly. The iPad 10, which will be officially released this Saturday, has exceeded 1.2 million pre-sales in North America in just 2 weeks from the launch conference to now. It is obvious that it will once again become a hot electronic product with sales exceeding 10 million in the first year of its release. When Hollywood is discussing various ideas related to pseudo-documentary films after dinner, old electronic giants such as Sony, Panasonic, Kodak, and Samsung, which have been firmly suppressed by Tinker Bell in related fields in recent years, can no longer sit still. Similar products launched by these manufacturers in recent years have no chance to fight back in front of Tinkober. This time, Tinkober's IREC and Paranormal Activity bundle marketing is so successful that it is unreasonable for everyone not to follow the template. Sony is close to the water. Some time ago, the box office of Paranormal Activity was released in the first weekend. Norio Oga directly assigned a task to John Kelly, the head of Sony Pictures, that Sony Pictures must use Sony's consumer-grade digital video camera products to shoot at least 3 pseudo-documentary films in the next year. As for manufacturers such as Panasonic, Kodak, and Samsung, even if they are not as convenient as Sony, they have recently sent teams to Hollywood to seek cooperation between their own digital video camera products and pseudo-documentary projects. Under this situation, several main creators of Paranormal Activity who have already had successful cases, whether directors or actors, have become more and more popular. Large and small film companies and brand manufacturers have offered ever-increasing high salaries to try to seek cooperation. When the temptation is great to a certain extent, it is not so easy to resist. Santa Monica. In a luxurious restaurant bordering Brentwood. At breakfast time, This was the third meeting between Justin Lin, Bill Mechanic, president of Disney, and Shun Nakagawa, who is said to be the vice president of marketing at Panasonic. As the most watched celebrity in Hollywood recently, since the first day box office of Paranormal Activity came out, facing the endless and varied solicitations from the surrounding people, even if the mind is firm, it is hard not to be flattered. If the flattery of people around can only bring emotional pleasure, at this moment, facing a director's fee that has increased from the initial $3 million to $5 million and then to $6 million at this time, plus the condition that he can directly extract 10% of the local box office share, Justin Lin is really unable to resist. At the same time, he also feels guilty and embarrassed. The guilty feeling is that Justin Lin knows very well that the success of Paranormal Activity is more of an executor. If he gets a high salary this time but fails to produce a work that is equal to Paranormal Activity, or even half as good as Paranormal Activity, then his reputation will be completely ruined. The difficulty lies in the contract. Mr. Michnik and Mr. Nakagawa, the problem is that I signed 3 film contracts with Deaneries Entertainment before Paranormal Activity, and those are 3 film contracts that do not include Paranormal Activity. According to the agreement, during the contract period, if I want to shoot movies for other companies, I must get the consent of Deaneries Entertainment. Just as Justin Lin finished speaking, Nakagawa Shun of Panasonic asked in English with a distinct accent, "Lin, may I know how much the liquidated damages are?" Justin Lin shook his head. "It's not a matter of liquidated damages. Frankly speaking, Mr. Nakagawa, unless I have no choice, I don't want to fall out with Deaneries." Bill Michnik said at this time, "If I understand correctly, Lin, what you mean is that during the contract period, you need to obtain Deaneries' consent to shoot films for other companies, but you are not prohibited, right?" "Yes. In that case, if you can authorize," Bill Michnik said, "we can contact Deaneries for you." Justin Lin shook his head subconsciously, mainly because he didn't trust the other party. Even without mentioning Deaneries' favor of promoting him, given the strength of this big studio in Hollywood at this time, if there is a complete fallout, Justin Lin knows that it is not impossible for him to be banned. Even though he was very tempted by the $6 million from Disney and Panasonic, he did not lose his mind. If Disney and Panasonic were allowed to contact Disney on his behalf, it is hard to say whether the other party would deliberately mess things up. As for letting him negotiate with Deaneries Entertainment himself, it is still the same sentence, guilty conscience. You know, he just received a $1 million reward from Deaneries Entertainment last week, and the two sides are also discussing his next project recently. Moreover, the new film has not yet been released, and the salary has been agreed to be $1 million. Justin Lin knows that Paranormal Activity can only be regarded as an exception. In the next filming of the orthodox film, Deaneries took the initiative to raise the salary to $1 million instead of giving a newcomer price, which is actually very good. What's more, Deaneries Entertainment is really training him seriously. As long as the first legitimate film is successful, it is not impossible for him to become a first-tier star and get a salary of tens of millions of dollars with base salary plus bonuses like Roland Emmerich and Michael Bay. However, $1 million and the inevitable uncertain future are not as good as the $6 million in front of us, not to mention the 10% direct box office commission. With the powerful influence of Paranormal Activity, Justin Lin probably knows that as the director and producer of the project, even if the second pseudo-documentary film is not very good, the box office of $30 to $50 million is still very guaranteed. If he thinks seriously, he does not deny that this is actually consuming the popularity accumulated by Paranormal Activity. Therefore, the entire contract is actually worth $10 million. For ordinary people, $10 million is enough to live a comfortable life. Bill Mechanic saw Justin Lin shaking his head, and after a little thought, he roughly understood. He smiled and said patiently, "Lin, I know your concerns. You don't want to contact Deaneries directly, and you are worried that we will mess things up. In this way, you can send someone you trust to participate in the negotiations with us. By the way, how about your agent at ICM, Vincent Pine?" Unlike Amy Adams and Jessica Chastain, Justin Lin, who had made several feature films before Paranormal Activity, already had his own agent, and ICM, one of the 3 major Hollywood agents, was also under him. However, Justin Lin still shook his head. His agent was originally a small role under ICM like himself, and his vision was far less long-term than those big-name agents in Hollywood. During this period, if it weren't for Justin Lin's stern warning, the agent would have taken on a lot of work for him. The reason why he met with Mechanic alone today was the same. It can be imagined that if the other party is allowed to negotiate on his behalf, the chance of the other party actively messing up for the sake of 10% commission is greater than the two people in front of him. Justin Lin is already considering changing his agent. After thinking about it for a while, Justin Lin finally said, "I'll contact my father and ask him to take time to negotiate on my behalf." Bill Mechanic and Shun Nakagawa had no objection, but Bill Mechanic couldn't help asking, "Lin, your father, does he live in Los Angeles?" Justin Lin was a little unhappy when he heard this. Because of his Chinese face, Bill Mechanic probably thought that his parents might be hiding in a small village in China where they still wear braids and live in straw huts. Maybe they would have to go through some troubles like visas to come to the United States, which would not be possible in the short term. This was not the first time Justin Lin had encountered such deep-rooted prejudice and discrimination, but he did not get angry. He just said, "We live in Orange County. With just one phone call, my father can get here in half an hour." Both of them nodded again. This was of course the best. Deanery's Studios. She arrived in Los Angeles yesterday afternoon and stayed at Cape Dumay Manor in the evening. At breakfast, she played the role of a waitress again. In addition, she brought a lot of gifts when she came, and she looked like a concubine visiting the main wife, which pleased Janet very much. Go to work with Simon in the morning. Seagirl certainly didn't come to Los Angeles out of boredom. She also came for Paranormal Activity and the recently launched Blair Witch Project. In the first Paranormal Activity, the cooperation between Tinkerbell and Deanery's was just a casual test. Now, with the great success of Paranormal Activity, a clear charter is needed for the follow-up. Sisters should settle accounts clearly. Otherwise, as long as Deanery's spreads the word, other electronic manufacturers will spend tens of millions of dollars to implant their own digital cameras. Tinkerbell wants to take advantage of it by just providing some common marketing resources. That is not a serious attitude of cooperation. In order to finalize the follow-up cooperation of the sequel to Paranormal Activity and Blair Witch Project, which is also creatively provided by her boss, Claire simply came to Los Angeles in person. Of course, after all, they are family members, so there is no need for a long-lasting tug-of-war. In the short journey from Point Dumay Manor to Malibu Studios, C, who was taking advantage of Simon's arms, negotiated a price with her boss, $50 million for 5 movies, namely the last 2 sequels of Paranormal Activity and the planned Blair Witch trilogy. This is a one-time cash payment as the price for continuing to use IREC digital cameras for 5 movies. Of course, Simon did not dare to guarantee that Blair Witch would be 100% successful, and it was hard to say whether it could be a trilogy. Therefore, the $50 million of Tinkerbell was not calculated as $10 million per movie, but more of the price of taking Paranormal Activity. Blair Witch was just a freebie. If only Paranormal Activity is counted, the 2 sequels each cost $25 million, which seems high, but in fact it is only equivalent to Tinkerbell selling 30,000 IREC units. Now, IREC's recent sales have soared to more than 400,000 units per week. Therefore, $50 million is just a small amount of money for Tinkerbell. And it is not too high. Now even if Deanery's Entertainment offers this price to Panasonic or Kodak, both sides will probably be willing to pay it after gritting their teeth. Because Paranormal Activity is so successful. What's more, if we take into account the Blair Witch series, it can only be described as a good deal. After all, it was the idea provided by Simon himself, and Simon has not failed many times over the years. Arriving at the studio, Lady C separated from Simon $50 million is an estimate, and other details such as the subsequent joint marketing still need to be negotiated and put on paper. These are Claire and Amy's affairs. Simon came to his office in Building 1 of the administrative district, and Lady A began to briefly introduce today's work schedule: 9 o'clock, 1 hour, deal with various daily documents; 10 o'clock, the production meeting of The Matrix. This project will also enter the casting stage, and is expected to start filming in the first half of next year, with the initial release date set for the summer of 1999. At 11 o'clock, a telephone conference with AOL was held, mainly about the operational and financial summary of AOL in the past quarter. During this period, Simon also planned to discuss the cooperation between AOL and China Telecom with Steve Case. A few days ago, Soros gave the list of Chinese projects for telecommunications cooperation, and Simon planned to give it to AOL. After all, AOL is an expert. AOL can not only provide funds, but also provide technology for China Telecom. In fact, the two sides have already had a small-scale cooperation in this regard. AOL has little room for maneuver in North America. Finalizing this project is equivalent to another overseas expansion of AOL, which will be a strong positive for the stock price. At 12 o'clock, a 1-hour lunch. I made an appointment with the SpaceX team in advance, and talked about the manufacturing progress of SpaceX's first self-developed rocket while having lunch. Afternoon. At 1 o'clock, a marketing coordination meeting for the sprint publicity stage of a series of projects such as The Conjuring 2, A Bug's Life, Contact, and Titanic, and the upcoming 3 major schedules at the end of the year. The local distribution of Contact is actually handled by MGM. However, as a co-production film, the overseas distribution is led by Deaneries, so it is also included in the discussion scope of Deaneries Entertainment. In fact, there is also a Flash 2, but this project is completely led by Warner. At 2 o'clock, watch the rough cut sample of Deep Cold, which is scheduled for next Easter, and discuss the subsequent production strategy. This work takes 3 hours. Deep Cold, which was conceived and produced by Stephen Sommers, the director of The Mummy last year, was completed 2 months ago. The rough cut has been completed. The next step is to improve various special effects shots and the final editing. The box office of this project was a mess. Simon took the initiative to promote the project at the beginning, mainly because he felt that the film was not that bad. The previous box office failure was largely due to the distribution strategy. After all, the videotapes and DVD sold very well. What's more, if it really fails, Simon is quite looking forward to it. At 5 o'clock, others get off work, but Simon has to continue. Mainly meet with Amy Pascal and other executives to communicate some work matters that he needs to pay attention to during his next days away from North America. After explaining everything, Simon will rush to Los Angeles International Airport and fly directly to Hangzhou, China. A Little Guy's full moon banquet is scheduled for Sunday. Lin Su has already returned with her child a week in advance. Simon is too busy with work, and considering the time difference, he can only arrive on time. However, that's how things are. Many times, plans seem to never catch up with changes. P.S. I calculated that during the Spring Festival, I can write at least 120,000 words per update, which is already the amount of a month in the past. There are still 11 days left, and I will write another 120,000 words to achieve the goal of 240,000 words. There is great hope. Chapter 1196, Calm. Burbank. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Jamie Spears drove to Universal Studios, holding his daughter's pass. Before entering the door, he was still stopped by the attentive security guard, so he had to call Barry Weiss' office. After a while, Jamie Spears was allowed to enter and went all the way to Barry Weiss' office. The female secretary with a tender voice who had just answered the phone told him to wait. Jamie Spears pressed the recorder in the bag on his waist and sat down in the outer lounge area. He couldn't help but glance at the beautiful female secretary with exquisite curves in a pink business suit. He thought to himself that when he got $200 million, he would also open a company and hire at least 2 such secretaries. After waiting for more than 10 minutes, just when Jamie Spears was getting impatient, the door of the inner room finally opened, and Barry Weiss laughed and sent a few young people out. Jamie Spears recognized them. They were the popular Backstreet Boys band. Jamie Spears saw Barry Weiss smile at him when he was seeing off the guests, so he stood up subconsciously, then reacted and sat down again. He waited until Barry Weiss came back after seeing off the young people and walked towards him. Then Spears stood up again and greeted Barry Weiss. Barry Weiss shook hands with Jamie Spears, motioned him to enter his office, and asked with a smile, "Jamie, what's the matter with you suddenly coming to see me? Oh, you don't look very well, haven't you slept well recently?" He didn't forget to ask the secretary to bring in 2 cups of coffee. Jamie Spears realized that he was neglected by the secretary. He just sat there for more than 10 minutes, but he didn't see the other party bring coffee. He hated it in his heart, so he stopped being polite and ignored Barry Weiss's concern. He said in a cold tone, "Barry, no need for coffee, I have something important to discuss with you. Anyway, when he gets rich, he can drink any coffee." Barry Weiss was a little confused and even had a bad premonition, but he still signaled to the secretary not to bring in any more coffee. He went to the reception area with Spears and sat down, and asked again, "So, Jamie, what's the matter? Jamie Spears quietly pressed the shoulder bag beside him, looked at Barry Weiss and said, Barry, I want to see Simon Westeros and talk to him about my daughter. Barry Weiss raised his eyebrows slightly, looked at Jamie Spears in silence for a moment, and also lowered his voice and asked, Jamie, can you make it clear first? Things got to this point. Jamie Spears no longer concealed it, grinned, and with his bloodshot eyes, he looked more and more crazy. Barry, you actually understand, don't you? I want to see Simon Westeros about her and my daughter. After a pause, Jamie Spears simply made it clear, just like Michael Jackson and Jodie Chandler. The atmosphere suddenly became silent again. The two men confronted each other for more than a minute, and Barry Weiss finally spoke again. Jamie, you are doing something very stupid, do you understand? So, I suggest you go home and have a good sleep, and forget everything you just said when you wake up. Barry Weiss spoke calmly, but Jamie Spears couldn't help it anymore and glared at him fiercely. I don't need you to tell me what to do, Barry. Jamie Spears took out the recorder from his bag and pressed the play button directly. Or, I'll call the police now and give this recording to the reporter from the Los Angeles Times. Immediately, the voice from the recorder rang in the room. First, a gentle male voice said, Bray, my baby, did something happen between you and Simon Westeros? I mean, sexual relations. Then a weak and languid girl's voice said, Yes, Dad. Barry Weiss frowned and waved his hand to interrupt. Okay, Jamie, turn it off. Jamie Spears turned off the recorder and grinned at Barry Weiss with a smug look. I said, Barry, this is not something you can handle. I want to see Simon Westeros. Barry Weiss ignored him. He was a musician and was most sensitive to sound. He could hear the traces of editing in just a conversation. The idiot in front of him probably thought everyone was a fool, so he thought such evidence could pose a threat to his boss. Moreover, the state of the girl in the recording also made Barry Weiss realize why Brittany was like that in recent days. It was not a new trick of his boss. Instead, just like the rumored Jackson case, Ivan Chandler injected his son with anesthetics and then induced Jodie Chandler to say what he needed to say. It seems that some idiot has carefully studied the Jackson case and is planning to do the same. Since the other party is so stubborn and wants to do something stupid, he can only help him. Thinking of this, Barry Weiss stood up and turned to his desk. He said to Jamie Spears, who was still lying on the sofa in the reception area, You go out first, I need to make a phone call. There was no politeness in his tone. Jamie Spears noticed the change in Barry Weiss's attitude and was secretly angry in his heart, but he still had a smug smile on his face. He stood up casually, deliberately slowed down his pace and walked out of the office leisurely, leaving the door open, went to the outer room, sat back on the sofa, held the bag with the recorder on his knees, and looked around unscrupulously. This office is really ordinary. I must spend millions to build the best one in the future. Perhaps, when I see Simon Westeros later, I can pay attention to him and decorate his office according to the young tycoon style. Of course, a beautiful female secretary is indispensable. Malibu. Deanery Studios. Simon had just reviewed some documents in his office when Lady A transferred Barry Weiss's call to him, saying that there was something very important. Simon pressed the speaker on the landline and continued to look through a market report of major Asian countries and regions in the past week while listening to Barry Weiss's general description of what had just happened. It just felt a bit absurd. What is this? Ignorance is fearless? Simon kept flipping through the documents in his hand. He waited for Barry Weiss to finish and said to the landline, I know, Barry, let that, whoever, wait over there, I will have someone take over. Barry Weiss agreed and hung up the phone. Simon pressed the call button again and said to Lady A, please connect me to George Norman, and also ask Neil Bennett to come to see me. Lady A agreed. Simon continued to deal with his work. After a while, the phone was connected. It was the voice of Jennifer's uncle George Norman. After greeting, Simon said, George, go to Universal Studios now and find Barry Weiss. Let him tell you specifically. All you have to do is talk to him more and delay for a few days. Don't worry about anything else. As a lawyer, George Norman has always had a very close relationship with the Westeros family over the years. He is considered a confidant among confidants. After hearing what Simon said, Norman didn't say much. He agreed and hung up the phone. After a while, Neil Bennett, who was the first to follow Simon and is now responsible for the security and private intelligence network of the Westeros family, came in. Simon gave a brief explanation again and asked Neil Bennett to send a team to keep an eye on the Spears family, mainly to avoid any unexpected trouble. After explaining the matter, Simon continued to work. It was calm. Simon certainly understood that the wind was rising and the green pings were rising, and he also understood that he should prevent small things from happening. However, with Westeros's current strength and foundation, if he couldn't even handle such a small matter, he could just spend all his wealth and retire from the world. Therefore, the impact of this temporary small change on Simon was not even as great as the subsequent news that Justin Lin was going to switch to Disney. This was just after the production meeting of The Matrix ended, and before the video conference with AOL, Lady A stepped forward to tell Simon the news he had just received. Lin did not show up in person. Ms. Pascal only met with his negotiating representative. Lin hopes to cooperate with Disney on a film first, or a pseudo-documentary film, and then continue to fulfill the contract with us. Simon looked through the minutes of the meeting about The Matrix and asked, how much did Disney give? Lady A had already learned the details in advance and said, $6 million plus 10% of the local box office share. In addition, this is a project of cooperation between Disney and Panasonic. Most of the funds are provided by Panasonic to promote Panasonic's digital cameras. $6 million, and 10%, it should be a full commission, right? Lady A nodded. There are many modes of box office sharing, either local or global, or directly from the total box office, or based on the share after sharing with the theaters, and there is also a share of gross profit after sharing with the theaters minus the cost, and so on. Everything depends on the agreement. Simon thought about it and understood that this is a contract that is basically worth tens of millions. In comparison, Daenerys' $1 million salary for the second collaboration can only be described as shabby. I was not too angry, just a little disappointed. However, it is also understandable. How 10 million Canadian dollars be compared with $1 million? If it is a Hollywood veteran, the probability of choosing the former is greater, and there will be almost no hesitation, because they understand that the uncertainty in Hollywood is too strong, and perhaps the next movie will fail miserably at the box office and end their careers. Therefore, what they get in their hands is their own. If someone promises the future, it is better to treat him as a fart. Simon is of course different. He is really giving Justin Lin a fairly secure future. So it is a pity. Now, people are definitely not retained. The conflict of interest is too great, and forcing them to stay will only make them enemies. And it's not like the Jim Carrey incident, because there are too many involved, and Simon can't afford to give in, otherwise the core actors of the entire DC movie universe will make a fuss. Boss, should we stop it? Hearing Girl A ask again, Simon came back to his senses, thought about it for a while, and said, in that case, let him go. However, there are two conditions. First, we take back the $1 million reward we gave him last time, and second, Lin's next movie can only be released in 1999 at the earliest, that is, about 15 months later. After hearing this, Girl A quickly understood her boss's intentions. Not to mention taking back the reward, the 15-month interval is actually similar to a non-compete agreement, the purpose of which is to minimize Lin Justin's use of the popularity of Paranormal Activity. Thinking of this, Girl A added, boss, maybe we can ask for some compensation, for example, 20% of Lin's salary in that contract. Oh, no need. Girl A had no objection, she just felt that her boss really valued her, but she still said, in this case, boss, does Lin still need to participate in the global promotion of Paranormal Activity? Simon shook his head again. Of course, this time the meaning was completely different. No, notify him and let him disappear temporarily, and do his own project well. Simon just cherishes talent, but he is not even a good person, let alone a good person, so it is limited to this. Before cooperating again, Justin Lin should not think of getting any resources from Daenerys Entertainment. Then let's be more detailed in the terms, Girl A said again. The promotion of Lin's next movie must not mention Paranormal Activity in any form. Well, you can discuss these on your own. After Simon explained, he waited for Girl A to leave, and took advantage of the gap before the telephone conference to start writing on the minutes of the previous Matrix meeting. Actor, Keanu Reeves. There is no objection to this. The two core male supporting roles, Agent Smith and Hugo Weaving, were also directly selected. As for Morpheus, Simon thought about it for a while and wanted to give up Lawrence Fishburne in the original version. He liked the director Samuel Jackson more. Then he remembered that Jackson was chosen to play Mace Windu in the Star Wars prequel series, just like before. Even if Jackson was only a supporting role in Star Wars and his schedule was available, it was not appropriate to mix two more or less similar roles. Therefore, the original version was used. Then, the most important female lead. Living in the apocalyptic wasteland where humans are ruled by machines, Trinity must first be strong and have a cool temperament. The original version of Carrie-Anne Moss is actually a good image, but her appearance is a bit ordinary and her reputation is too low. If that were the case, Simon could accept it. However, Carrie-Anne Moss never had a connection with the male lead Keanu in the film, and her own character creation was also lackluster, so that after The Matrix made Keanu famous, the female lead was still tepid. Of course, a new one had to be chosen this time. The first person Simon thought of was Kate Beckinsale. Kate's look in Underworld was perfect for Trinity. However, Kate's problem was the same as Samuel Jackson's. She already had the Charlie's Angels series, and they were two similar roles that were easy to mix up. Moreover, even if Kate was his woman, Simon could not spend all the good resources on one person rationally. Balance is very important. So he had to pass it with regret. The first choice was eliminated, and Simon continued to consider. Sandra Bullock, who had partnered with Keanu twice, wrote her name down and crossed it out directly. After knowing each other for so many years, they were very familiar with each other. Sandra was still more suitable for dramas or silly girls, not action movies. Simon didn't dare to think about what a silly Trinity would be like. So he continued to sort out suitable actresses born in the 1960s and 1970s. There were suitable ones in the DC movie universe, but they had to be passed. For the stability of the DC movie universe, they couldn't give too many resources there, otherwise they would cause trouble. However, I did consider Courteney Cox, who played Superman's girlfriend Lois and had just finished filming Collision Impact. Unfortunately, I couldn't remember any action movies Courteney had played in my 2 lifetimes. I only remembered Monica's obsessive-compulsive disorder, so I gave up. Simon had another thought. According to Trinity's setting, maybe it would be good to try Chinese faces. It's hard to find someone in the mainland, and Lee Yahoo, who is already a familiar face in Hollywood, is not suitable. In Hong Kong, even though Hong Kong movies have declined rapidly in recent years, there are a lot of beautiful action actresses who can speak English. Speaking of which, the bullet time in The Matrix that was once talked about with great relish was thought by many people to be the original creation of the Wachowskis brothers, sisters, but it was not. It had already appeared in Lauto's The Matrix in 1993, and the extent to which The Matrix was influenced by Hong Kong movies is well known. Thinking of the 3 female protagonists in The Matrix. After considering it, it's a pity. Their images and temperaments don't match Keanu. But I still added a note, it's just an audition, it's okay to have some fun. Hollywood is still the priority, Chinese faces are too risky. Then I wrote some more names, most of which were crossed out. Finally, I left one. Demi Moore. Thinking about it carefully, it's really suitable. First of all, in this time and space ghost, Simon still gave Demi Moore the role. Even though the original Patrick Swayze was also used, who was a big guy who was not easy to attract people, Moore still performed very well at the time, which could be said to be forced to attract people and make people cry. This is a kind of talent that comes from the combination of appearance, image and temperament. Maybe this time she can also attract people with Keanu. Chemistry is very important. In terms of action movies, GIC. Girl that Simon rejected this time, and the previous Charlie's Angels too, also proved that Moore has this potential. In addition, in terms of age, Keanu and Moore are of the same generation. Although Moore is 2 years older than Keanu, the disadvantage of Western women who tend to look old is not obvious in Moore. Moreover, to be honest, whether in or out of the play, Simon feels that Keanu is a person who is very suitable to find an older sister. Finally, even if there are many complaints about her private life, Demi Moore is definitely a very dedicated one in the circle at work. Besides, the filming of The Matrix involves many action scenes, which is very hard, and it is not easy for more delicate actresses to hold on. Not only that, due to the downturn in her career in recent years, Demi Moore, who is much more famous than Carrie-Anne Moss, has a very affordable salary, and it is easy to sign a long-term contract for the trilogy directly. Another assistant's voice came to my ears, reminding me that a meeting could start. Simon responded, raised his pen and circled Demi Moore's name, and asked the assistant to send the information to Linda Vargas to find the right person. Chapter 1197 Distance. Departing on Friday afternoon, Simon arrived in Hangzhou due to the time difference. It was already past 10 o'clock on Saturday night in China. Even though it was late at night, there was still a big airport pickup. Lin Su specifically called Simon in advance to explain the matter. Of course, it was because of Lin's father. Simon was a little helpless. Simon expressed his understanding. The elders valued face, so he would definitely give it if he could. The people who came to greet him were also tactful. They just said goodbye after a few greetings at the airport. In the end, only Lin Lan and his wife accompanied Simon to the mansion on the west bank of West Lake. Lin's father did not go to the airport, but just waited at the mansion. When Simon got off the car, he immediately came to greet him and asked about his well-being. Seeing this, his daughter Lin Lan wanted to cover her face. She knew very well that if her father did not want to put on a little airs as a father-in-law, he would definitely go to the airport to pick him up. Simon patiently chatted with Lin's father, Lin Lan and others about the recent situation and various details of tomorrow's full moon wine. Half an hour passed until Lin's mother ran over with a complaining face to hint that Simon was able to get away and go to the back house. Lin Su had not rested yet. When Simon entered the room, the woman was sitting on the big bed discussing something with Chen Qing next to her. There was also a little kid wrapped in swaddling clothes and already asleep next to her. Seeing Simon, Chen Qing, who was sitting on a chair next to the bed, stood up and greeted him, "Boss." Lin Su also smiled and looked over. After all, everyone here was from the Lin family, so Simon didn't show too much closeness to Chen Qing. He just nodded to her, walked to the edge of the bed and sat down, leaning over Lin Su to look at the baby son inside, and asked, "What are you talking about?" Lin Su carefully held up her son to make it easier for the man to look at him. Chen Qing sat down again and handed over a thick folder in her hand. "Regarding the full moon gifts received these days, boss, take a look. Our puppy Dan has made millions in just 1 month since he was born. He is more powerful than you." After Chen Qing finished speaking, Simon hadn't said anything yet, but Lin Su had already glared at him. "If you call that again, I will be angry with you." It seemed that if Lin Su hadn't been holding her son in her arms, she would almost raise her hand to hide him. Chen Qing surrendered with a smile. Okay, it's Kaianshu, our little Kaianshu." Then she looked at Simon again, with a resentful tone. "Boss, many people have praised this name recently, saying that it is simple and elegant. If my child doesn't have such a good name in the future, I don't want it." This time it was Lin Su's turn to fight back. "Haven't you chosen it yourself? You always say that since you like it, the boy will be called Garden and the girl will be called Xuanzhu in the future." Chen Qing didn't look like a general at all. "As long as the boss agrees, I don't object to any name." Lin Su. Simon smiled and listened to the two women bickering, while flipping through the gift list handed over by Chen Qing. Since the news that a little guy will spend the full month in China came out, many people here have begun to pay attention, and many people have sent gifts in advance even if they know that they will not be invited or have no time to attend. In the end, Lin Su was a little worried, fearing that her father would not be able to cope with it, or cope with the wrong person. After discussing with Simon, she specifically handed this matter over to Chen Qing. Although the two women were not so harmonious on weekdays, it was definitely the most reassuring to leave this matter to Chen Qing. Because this was not just a full-month gift for a little guy, but more deeply, it was actually a large-scale favor exchange between the Westeros family and China. Involving the interests of the Westeros system, Chen Qing would definitely not play tricks to mess with Lin Su, and would definitely do her best. A list that was clearly classified from high to low. Simon was a little surprised when he saw the first two gifts. The gifts themselves were not valuable, just a silver longevity lock and a set of Chinese classical elementary school 13 classics. The key was the gift giver. Chen Qing, who had just finished arguing with Lin Su, also came forward and began to analyze the gift list with Simon. Skip the beginning and focus on some of the names that followed. How did they get in touch with each other? What position did they have at this time and what potential they would have in the future? Who are suitable to make more friends in the future? Who should try to keep a distance? Blah blah. After finishing the first few pages of the list, he jumped directly to the end, which was mainly about the records of whose gifts were rejected in recent days, and then he made another skillful analysis. Until he was a little thirsty, Chen Qing took the cup of Lin Su on the bedside and drank a few sips of water. Just as she was about to continue, she noticed the strangeness in her boss's expression. She was the type who was best at observing words and expressions, so she asked cautiously, "Boss, do you have any questions?" Simon did not answer directly, but said, "If you pay attention to Chinese history, you will find that even until now, there are many thousand-year-old families in China with obvious lineage inheritance. Do you know why?" Chen Qing blinked her eyes. She was actually very smart. After Simon said this, she probably understood something. It's just that her thoughts were not very clear. Simon did not wait for Chen Qing to answer, and continued, "The changes of dynasties in ancient China were actually quite frequent, but the reason why many families were able to pass on for hundreds or thousands of years in the dramatic changes of dynasties lies in two words: distance. In many cases, not only will they not tie their families to the superiors, they will even do the opposite and deliberately distance themselves from them. However, because these families are deeply rooted, no matter who wins the world, they will take the initiative to make friends with these families." Chen Qing now understood everything, and even Lin Su was surprised and looked at Chen Qing with a hint of ridicule. This girl has been very active recently. Simon glanced at the expressions of the two women, and then continued, "Of course, if you want to keep a distance, there is actually a prerequisite. I remember a sentence I saw somewhere: a blue fly can only fly a few miles, but if it follows the tail of a horse, it can travel 1,000 miles. To understand it from another level, if you are too small, you can only follow the tail of a horse. Only if you are also 1,000-mile horse can you run neck and neck with another 1,000-mile horse. Moreover, in order to avoid unnecessary collisions, it is best to keep a distance and run neck and neck." Chen Qing has never been a person who does not listen to others. On the contrary, she is very good at taking other people's knowledge for her own use. After listening to what her boss said, her bright eyes blinked, and then she pointed pitifully at the gift list in Simon's hand. "But, boss, what should we do with this now?" Simon saw that Chen Qing understood, and believed that the girl would do a good job in the future, so he smiled and said, "This is just normal courtesy. Even if there is a problem, it is not our problem. All we have to do is keep our distance. In addition, someone has actually given us a corresponding hint, hasn't they?" As Simon said, he turned to the beginning of the gift list and raised his hand to draw a circle. Chen Qing thought about it and understood that the Westeros system was actually very simple. Whoever was in a certain position would be consistent with whoever was in it, and the others would not be involved. After all, with the current foundation of the Westeros system, everyone was 1,000-mile horse. For the sake of safety, there was no need to bet. So he nodded again, but Chen Qing then said with regret, "But, boss, I have done a lot of things, what should I do?" Simon smiled and said, "Most of what you have done is not high level, and the contact is shallow, just need to pay attention in the future. In addition, we are 1,000-mile horse after all, and it is okay to have some blue flies attached to our tails. Just don't think about carrying 1,000-mile horse, which will easily crush yourself." Chen Qing agreed and put his attention back to the gift list in Simon's hand, especially talking about some gifts, and even the gift givers behind them. This time they are definitely blue flies who will not be noticed too much. However, after just chatting for a while, there was a knock on the door. Lin's mother came in and saw Chen Qing approaching Simon. She frowned slightly and said, "Zio Chen, it's so late, you should go to bed." Chen Qing is usually a night owl. When Lin's mother mentioned it, she realized that it was really late. Although she was reluctant, she still got up obediently, said goodnight to everyone and left. Lin's mother took her grandson from her daughter and said to Simon, "I will take care of the child tonight. Simon, you should also go to bed early. Don't stay up too late. There are things to do tomorrow." Simon thanked her and waited for Lin's mother to leave. He looked at Lin Su, whose face was slightly red on the bed because of his mother's hint. He smiled and leaned over to kiss the woman, and then said, "Does your mother seem to have an opinion about me?" Lin Su hugged Simon's neck and let the man put her down. Hearing this, she rolled her eyes at him. "Count it yourself. How many times have you visited the child during those days in the United States?" "3 times. Lin Su gently patted Simon on the back, with a condemning expression. Simon kissed Lin Su on the neck and said, "If you like, you can bring the child here more often in the future." Lin Su hummed, knowing that the man was afraid that she would be lonely, and she also knew that Simon really didn't have time to accompany her more. Thinking of one thing, She said, there is one more thing you need to decide. Should the child register a household registration in China? Simon nodded without thinking, okay. Actually, it's mainly a question of name. Lin Su glanced at Simon carefully. What name do you think should be registered? No matter which name is registered, he is my son. Simon smiled. Which one do you want to register? Lin Su relaxed after hearing the man say the first half of the sentence, and smiled. My dad hopes to register Westeros Thousand Trees, which is a 6-character name translated from Chinese. He thinks little Simon, well, is a little weird, and he doesn't sound like his grandson when he calls him that. If the last name is Lin, you know, it doesn't reflect you. Simon knew there was more to come, and hummed in agreement. Lin Su continued, my mother wants to register Lin Qianshu. Simon smiled and said, your mother really has a problem with me. Yet, it's all because of you, Lin Su condemned again, and then said, but, in fact, if I really register like this, my mother will definitely have more problems. Simon naturally understood. If he really called him Lin Qianshu, Lin's mother would probably feel as if he, as a father, didn't recognize his son and therefore he had to take his mother's surname. Lin Su curved her lips and said, so, I want to register too. In the future, my Chinese ID card will say Westeros Thousand Trees. When I go to school or for other purposes, I will apply for another Lin Qianshu, so that it won't be too conspicuous. Well, of course, on the American passport, it must be Little Simon Westeros. That's it. Simon made the final decision, then stood up slightly and picked up Lin Su as well. Let's go take a shower. After not being intimate for a long time and becoming a mother again, Lin Su was inexplicably shy. She let Simon pick her up and walked towards the bathroom, and said, Simon, I like the name Qianshu very much. I know. Grandpa likes it too. He has been reading books recently and said that you are very attentive. Yet, someone gave a red coral as a full moon gift because of the name. It is 2 meters tall, a very large plant, and the baby's name, Lin Qianshu, is inlaid on the base. It really looks like a big tree with lush branches and leaves. Coral means wealth and good fortune in China. Dad likes it very much, but he also has some opinions. He thinks Westeros Thousand Trees should be inlaid. Entering the bathroom, Simon put Lin Su on the edge of the large bathtub and warned with a smile, stop, the rest of the time is mine, forget about your son, or I'll beat him up right now, daring to compete with Dad for favor. Haha. The full moon banquet of a certain little guy was even bigger than when Simon came at the beginning of the year during the spring festival. Not only people from the province, but also people from Beijing came. In the end, the guests gathered at the same table with Simon were so high profile that even Lin's father, who was able to sit at the table because of his status, was a little nervous. In addition, there was another troubling thing. Many people came to give gifts because of his reputation. They didn't ask to sit at the table. Most of them gave gifts or cash and registered and left in a hurry. If the people who gave gifts in advance a few days ago could still refuse, it would be bad for both parties to refuse on the spot on such a festive day today. They could only accept it temporarily. After counting all the gifts and cash, a certain little guy was directly promoted to a multimillionaire. Even though the Lin family is now more experienced, they still couldn't help but be amazed. After a final calculation, they still had to return it. Cash is the easiest to deal with. Only 100 yuan was accepted, and the extra money was returned, which was considered as accepting this favor. Of course, 100 yuan was not a small amount of money in this era. Some of the less wealthy relatives of the Lin family might not give gifts worth 100 yuan, which was counted separately. Gifts were more troublesome, so they were very calculative. Probably based on the closeness of the relationship, if the relationship was similar, the gift value would be similar, then it would be accepted. If the relationship was not good enough, but the gift was expensive, it would be returned directly. Fortunately, most gift givers could basically think of this, so the gifts were returned in the minority. The valuable red coral that Lin Su specifically mentioned was kept. The relationship was not good enough, but the meaning was too good. Simon relented afterwards and asked someone to pass on a definite message to the owner of a private automobile company in Zhejiang province who had been working tirelessly in recent years, who had given the gift, to wait for China to join the WTO. After the full moon banquet, Simon stayed in Hangzhou for another day and finalized 2 things again. About Hangzhou Shaoshan Airport and Suzhou Hangzhou Expressway. It was not accidental that these two projects were first sent to Simon from Soros. When he came here, someone else, introduced by Lynn's father, talked to Simon in person, so he agreed. 2 projects, half with Soros. The investment is actually less than $300 million US. Privately talking to Lin Su, building bridges and paving roads is to accumulate blessings for the little guy. Chapter 1198 Aggressive. Simon, thank you again for taking the time to visit the set. I wonder if I have the honor to treat you to dinner tonight. What a shame, Chen. I have to fly to BJ this afternoon, and my schedule is a bit tight. Oh, it's okay. There will always be a chance next time or in the future. Yes, then, goodbye. Suzhou, the Qin Palace at the foot of Sun Mountain in the western suburbs. Simon stayed briefly at the crew of the Emperor and the Assassin, and after bidding farewell to Director Chen, he and his entourage started to rush to the next stop. This is Monday, October 13th. Simon flew here from Hangzhou in the morning, and it is already afternoon now. This time, he did not spend his time on the cruise ship on Taihu Lake like last time, but was busy with various social schedules. After the motorcade started, Simon asked Chen Qing beside him, when will this project be finished? Chen Qing looked up from a Hangzhou Shaoshan airport planning document, thought for a moment, and said, after the success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, Director Chen conducted a secondary financing some time ago, and the shooting period has increased as a result. It will be postponed for at least 1 month, until December at the end of the year. Chen Qing knew what her boss was concerned about, and added, it will not affect Hero. Director Zhang has planned the shooting period to January next year, and the scenes of the Qin Palace will be put at the end. Even if the Emperor and the Assassin is postponed again at that time, the sets of both sides can be staggered. Simon nodded, glanced at the information on Chen Qing's lap, and changed the subject, saying, the planning of Shaoshan Airport is already very complete. You can pay more attention to Suzhou-Hangzhou Expressway. For this project, my requirement is to attract a portion of state-owned capital, package it into a Sino-foreign joint venture corporate entity in the future, try to go public after 5 years, and within 10 years, we will completely cash out and exit. Chen Qing was a little surprised. Boss, the toll collection period of commercial highways is 30 years. According to your optimistic view on the domestic economy, the longer we hold it, the more beneficial it should be for us. If we withdraw within 10 years, will we suffer a lot? Simon said, it is necessary to suffer a loss. If you had not joined forces to plot against our boss, I would not want to touch these projects. Therefore, the sooner we withdraw, the better. Suffering a loss is a blessing. Although he said so, how could he suffer a loss? Counting from now, 10 years later will be 2007. If nothing unexpected happens, it will be another peak of the global economy. The Chinese economy will also reach a high point by then, including the stock market. Cashing out in the bull market, you can't lose even if you want to. Chen Qing was a little embarrassed. She did provide some reference suggestions from the 2 projects of Shaoshan Airport and Suzhou-Hangzhou Expressway to her boss through Soros. Because she felt that it was mainly the highways, and according to her boss's expectations of the Chinese economy, it would definitely be very profitable. In this case, why not make money? Now that his boss has said so, thinking back to the discussion about distance 2 days ago, Chen Qing reflected a little and felt that it would be best to listen to his boss in the future. As the two chatted, the motorcade soon arrived at the Jiangnan Fenghe project site, to be precise, the border area between Jiangnan Fenghe and Taohuawu. It can be regarded as 2 projects together. Compared with the 1,000-acre Qin Palace and the 1,500-acre Ming and Qing palaces, the final planned area of Jiangnan Fenghe is 3,000 acres, which is larger than the total area of the 2 palaces. It is basically a small city that is 2 kilometers long from east to west and 1 kilometer from north to south, not counting the supporting parking facilities in the future. The areas of Qin Palace and Ming and Qing palaces are both considered supporting facilities. The reason for the distinction this time is mainly for approval 3,000 acres is a marginal upper limit. In addition, Taohuawu, which is adjacent to Jiangnan Fenghe, has an area of 500 mu. Although various buildings have not yet broken ground, they are already planted with ornamental peach blossoms everywhere. They are not planted as densely as in a farmer's peach garden, but are arranged in a staggered manner according to the surrounding mountains and rivers, just like the layout of a Chinese landscape painting. A huge stone about 10 feet high and 20 feet wide has been placed on the bank of an artificial lake in Teohuahu. When Teohuahu is completely completed, the 8 words that Simon likes very much will be engraved in the future. Because the standard of this reception is very high, Zumomo's mother Mo Yiling, who is mainly responsible for this area, can only follow the crowd outside and has not been able to say a few words to a certain man throughout the whole process. In fact, she doesn't want to contact him. Mainly, thinking about her daughter's affairs, Mo Yiling is a little upset. Although her younger sister has been hiding it from her, how could Mo Yiling not notice all kinds of clues? It's just that she has been too busy with work this year and has no time to deal with this matter. What's more, a girl can't be controlled by her mother when she grows up, and she can't really catch her daughter and keep her by her side. Moreover, frankly speaking, even though she has a strong personality, Mo Yiling understands that this is never a world where you can do whatever you want. The current situation is that the entire Mo family has been transferred from Yunnan to Jiangsu and Zhejiang. Although they have finally broken free from the shackles and are expected to make great achievements, it actually means that someone has unknowingly become the biggest backer of the Mo family. So it is inevitable to be cautious. Mo Yiling has always been a very ambitious woman. Occasionally, even if she is unwilling to admit it, she knows that deep in her heart, she must have made a decision to sacrifice her daughter in exchange for the future of the entire family. The crowd inspected along the established route and finally came to a gentle slope that intersected with Teohuahu, from which they could overlook the entire Jiangnan Fenghu scene. Further south, you can see the entire Teohuahu, which is considered a dividing line. I don't know how many times I have come here on weekdays. Now, probably because of a different mood, Mo Yiling looked at the 2 major projects on both sides, which were still in their infancy but could still imagine the future scenes. She couldn't help but be full of confidence, especially when she was summoned to the center of the crowd to explain to someone and the leaders. She couldn't help but pull her scattered thoughts back to the topic. After roughly introducing the various plans surrounding the entire Jinshu Film and Television City project, since she had the opportunity, Mo Yiling said to a young foreign man, Mr. Westeros, now each project has taken shape, but I found that the follow-up speed of the film and television projects promised by Jinshu seems not enough. This is actually what the leaders around them want to say but are embarrassed to say, and it happened to be Mo Yiling, a woman with a straightforward and strong personality, who said it. This woman has been very successful in the past year. Since she has taken on the responsibility, she should do what she should do. Simon looked at the face of the woman in front of him, who looked a bit like Zumomo, and asked with a smile, "What do you think is not enough?" Mo Yiling pretended not to feel someone's gaze, and said in a formal tone, "I think the filming of the Demigods and Semi-Devils co-produced by Jinshu, CCTV and Hong Kong TVB should be filmed here, but according to my understanding, the Demigods and Semi-Devils is being selected nationwide, and Suzhou is not the core." Simon patiently explained, "The Demigods and Semi-Devils is still in the preparation stage, and this project is too big. It's not that I don't want to give it, but Suzhou really can't handle it. In this case, it should be okay to set up the project headquarters of the Demigods and Semi-Devils in Suzhou. After all, she is also a mother-in-law, and she is so aggressive." Simon readily agreed, "Okay," and looked at Chen Qing. "You tell her." Chen Qing nodded with curved eyebrows, and seemed to be very happy to see her boss suffer. Mo Yiling frowned slightly, feeling a sense of déjà vu. When she first had a video call with someone and talked about her daughter, her various aggressiveness seemed to hit cotton. Now, it was like this again, the same feeling again, which made Mo Yiling feel no sense of achievement after the struggle. However, since this was the case, she was even more impolite. "In addition, I also hoped that Jinshu should invest more in some costume film and television projects." Simon nodded again, "Okay." Mo Yiling simply broke the jar and broke the jar, not counting Dragon Babu. "I think there should be at least 5 projects next year. I mean, the costume projects shot here in Jinshu Film and Television City." "No problem." The government officials who were listening around were simply overjoyed. Just Dragon Babu is said to have invested over 100 million yuan, plus 5 projects. After Jinshu repeatedly instilled that film and television investment is another form of investment attraction, everyone understood that they would be real political achievements in the future. In fact, everyone had no such expectations at first. Now, except for the Qin Palace, which is also still being improved and has not been completely completed, the others are still in their infancy. Even if a young tycoon insists on delaying the development of film and television projects for another year, it is actually reasonable. Now, including demigods and semi-devils, there are 6 projects guaranteed. If we attract other crews to move in later, this place will prosper quickly. By then, the criticism that the Jinshu Film and Television City project is too wasteful will be much smaller. Notice that Mo Yiling was very outspoken in front of someone, and that a certain big shot seemed very obedient. Everyone at the scene regretted initially excluding Mo Yiling from the periphery, and then naturally let him accompany him closely throughout the whole process. After watching Jiangnan Fenghu and Tao Huo, I went to the Ming and Qing palaces again, and the last stop was Jinshu Suzhou headquarters at the foot of Taiyang Mountain. This time, it was mainly to check the preparation status of Jinshu Special Effects Company. As for Jinshu Special Effects, Suzhou originally thought it was just a small company affiliated with Jinshu. Unexpectedly, when the number of employees recruited by Jinshu Special Effects in the first half of the year exceeded 500, there was no intention to stop, so it was inevitable to inquire about it, and then I learned that Jinshu Special Effects plans to recruit a total of 2,000 people. A high-tech enterprise with 2,000 people. If it can really develop, I don't know how much reputation it will bring to Suzhou in the future. Of course, there are also various taxes and even other aspects. So it was soon listed as the focus of support by the municipal government. Jinshu wanted to build a dormitory building for its employees. No problem. It directly approved 50 acres of land at a price that was almost free. After all, developing the science and technology industry is now the mainstream in China. In addition, the large-scale rendering center planned to be built by the Tehu Lake was also approved by the green light, although no one quite understood what it was used for. As long as it can be done. Entering the glass fiber reinforced plastic structure office building where Jinshu Special Effects is located, Simon liked it very much, and had a warm communication with the employees who had exceeded 1,000. Finally, Mo Wuling came out again to inquire about Simon's specific arrangements for Jinshu Special Effects. If it was just the domestic film and television industry, a special effects company with a scale of 2,000 people could not digest it at this stage. Simon did not hide it. Jinshu Special Effects' main source of business in the future will be Hollywood. To put it bluntly, it is actually a slightly higher level of technical OEM. Simon has been planning this for a long time. Even though it takes about half a year to train college students who have just graduated from school into skilled CG special effects artists in China due to the lack of foundation, the annual salary of a special effects artist here is not even as much as the monthly income of a special effects artist in the United States, and it is much cheaper even compared with Australia. Therefore, even if it takes a year to recruit a rookie here, as long as he can be trained, it is definitely worth it. What's more, the 6 to 12-month training cycle is only relative to Hollywood movies. If it is just a various BIU luminous special effects in China, many outstanding graduates can start taking jobs in 2 or 3 months. In addition, Deanery's Special Effects will also directly cooperate with some universities for targeted training, starting with targeted support when students are still on campus, which can further shorten the training cycle. Simon's definite words on the spot made everyone at the scene excited again. This is making foreign exchange. So he stayed at the Jinshu Suzhou headquarters under the Sun Mountain until 5 o'clock, and Simon set off to leave, flying to BJ in the reluctant eyes of the people who saw him off. Inside the cabin of the Boeing 767. Watching the plane begin to glide on the runway through the porthole, Chen Qing checked the seatbelt and then looked at the man next to her. "Boss, Jinshu Special Effects, aren't you afraid that teaching your apprentice to starve you to death?" Simon was writing and drawing casually on a notebook with a pencil. Hearing this, he didn't even raise his head and just smiled and said, "I'm a capitalist." This answer was a bit irrelevant. However, Chen Qing just blinked and quickly understood that, indeed, with a domestic salary level, if all Hollywood special effects orders could be transferred to China, it would not be impossible for a blockbuster movie with special effects as the main feature to save tens of millions of dollars in expenses. From the standpoint of his own boss, this is of course the most beneficial to Deanery's entertainment. As for the possibility that many special effects practitioners in the United States or Australia may lose their jobs, as his own boss said, he is a capitalist. Feeling the vibrations coming from the fuselage during the ascent, Chen Qing leaned slightly towards the back of the chair and asked, "But, boss, even if this is the case, what if Chinese special effects movies develop in the future and affect the share of Hollywood movies here? What should we do? Simon did not pour cold water on the girl beside him, but just said, I'm already doing it now. Chen Qing paused, then understood and realized that she had asked a stupid question again. Yes, if it rises, wouldn't it be better to directly participate in the investment here, just like Hero? There are also Jinshu, Heron, Huai, Guangguang, Rongzinda, Huanzhu Film and Television, etc. Well, Huanzhu Film and Television's name is really inconsistent. So I complained. Blah blah blah, Ren Jinxi's name is so boring. Simon just smiled and listened. Speaking of which, my fair princess was successfully completed last week, 3 weeks ahead of schedule. As a newcomer, Simon could imagine how much effort Ren Jinxi put into it, including the $6 million that Simon initially gave. Even if the subsequent post-production is included, it is initially determined that the 26 episodes of drama that are more than planned will only cost about $4.5 million, saving 25% of the budget. I have seen the sample film in advance, and the quality is no worse than what I remember. In this case, Simon couldn't be more satisfied with a woman who he casually took over. Chapter 1199, The Legend of Sorten Ferry. After arriving in Beijing at around 6 o'clock, Simon rushed to the courtyard of Mauer Hutong for a short rest, and then rushed to the Imperial City to attend a private banquet starting at 7:30. There was still no plan to make any public appearances this time, so the banquet was also very low-key, with only 5 or 6 people attending in total. After thanking the little guy for the full moon gift, there were all kinds of casual and not casual chats about China's film and television industry, the ongoing Asian financial crisis, the internet, and even Simon's 3 goals of promoting mankind to the next stage of civilization. They talked happily. The planned 2-hour banquet lasted until after 10 o'clock. On the way back to Mauer Hutong, Simon felt that Chen Qing, who was attending the banquet with him, was staring at him like a cat, and asked with a smile, "What's wrong?" Chen Qing tilted her head. "I think, boss, you said too much?" Simon just smiled and didn't explain anything. Chen Qing did not ask further questions. After thinking for a while, she said, "Boss, since you said that one of the keys to the rise of the internet industry is to build a complete online payment system, and the number of internet users in China this year will exceed 10 million, I think Ygritte should try to introduce iPay to China now, right?" Simon thought for a while and nodded. "Take some time to communicate with all parties and make a plan first." Due to the thirst for foreign capital, it was easier for overseas financial institutions to enter China in the 1990s than later. In the early days, there were joint venture banks with absolute foreign control. On the other hand, at this stage, China's internet industry is still in its early stages of development, and the importance of online payment tools is not so prominent. In addition, with the upper-level connections of the Westeros system, as long as Ygritte does not pursue absolute control and only cooperates with China's state-owned banks, an online payment tool will be less difficult to enter China than banks. Seeing that her boss agreed, Chen Qing took out a memo from her bag and wrote down the matter. Then she thought of something and said to Simon with a smile, "Boss, I think that the deadline execution document on the reform of cinema networking and cinema chains that has been discussed for a while in recent days will definitely be released." Simon smiled when he heard this. "This is not a favor. Reform will only be more beneficial to China's film industry. Even if it is delayed for another 10 or 8 years, it doesn't matter to me." From September 5th to now, the Chinese box office of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon has reached 120 million yuan, which is 8 times the 15 million box office in the original time and space. It is still being released, and the total box office in China is expected to be around 140 million. Such an outstanding result, in addition to the halo of the North American explosion and the excellent publicity and promotion of the team here, China's cinema networking and cinema chain reforms that have been promoted since last year are also indispensable. Now that the benefits of these changes have been confirmed, many things will follow naturally. Compared with the doomed feudal attempts to change film classification and censorship, Simon has been very pragmatically working hard to promote these things that are easier to reverse since last year. Now, it is considered a ripe fruit. However, these changes did not actually bring much benefit to Simon. Simon did not think of getting any benefit. Back to the courtyard in Mauer Hutong, this time he directly entered from the 4th courtyard on the easternmost side and came to the underground swimming pool in the courtyard. Take a bath and relax before going to bed. Chen Qing took Zhang Shanwu and Zhang Yuanqi sisters to help Simon change clothes and then entered the hot spring pool beside the big pool. She went out to make arrangements again. After a while, she changed into a swimsuit and returned. She drove away the two sisters who were clinging to her boss on the left and right, and stuck to them herself, smiling and saying, "I've been hungry all day over there and couldn't come to accompany the boss." Simon held Chen Qing in front of him and called the two sisters next to him to scrub him, saying, "It's been too long, right?" Chen Qing rolled her eyes slightly. "It's all because of you, boss. Last time. Humph, this time you'll fast for 24 hours, it must be clean." Simon remembered what happened to Princess Sue last time, and just smiled and gave Chen Qing a 5-cent slap. Princess Sue is not in the country now. She stayed in the United States the last time she went there and didn't come back. She seemed to enjoy her life there. Chen Qing was talking about the Huanzhu trio who were in a bedroom upstairs at the moment. Things that were arranged in advance. Speaking of which, Simon originally only wanted a little maid. He was no longer interested in the other two after tasting them briefly on Tehu Lake last time. However, lubrication is always needed. Simon advocates naturalness and never likes to touch industrial products with unknown ingredients, so he picked up the other two. Seeing that his boss had no objection, Chen Qing continued to be attentive. "Boss, when will you see the ones in the courtyard by the Haohe Sea?" Simon opened his arms and stroked the two beside him, and heard the words, "Too big. In fact, they just look good." Simon said that he wanted something bigger, but in fact he was just thinking of a larger apple level, at most the level of a melon. As a result, Chen Qing directly found a group of watermelons. So heavy, it must be difficult to cope with gravity. Chen Qing heard what Simon said, but disagreed. "Boss, you will know when you see them. They are very beautiful. I specially picked them." Picked? Simon inexplicably thought of Brother Huaqiang's famous saying, "Are they ripe?" Okay. The girl definitely didn't get the gag, so she just nodded. "Then tomorrow night." "Yes." And Simon was about to continue speaking, but Chen Qing had already slipped into the water in front of him, so he stopped disturbing the girl and focused on practicing diving. He got up a little late the next day. He let go of the sisters Zhang Shanwu and Zhang Yuanqi, who had rushed to his side without knowing when, climbed over the mountains and ridges to get out of bed, and accidentally stepped on one. Looking down, a crepe myrtle that had been ravaged by wind and rain looked a bit withered, which made me feel pity. He came to the bathroom and found another one in the bathtub. When he fell asleep, his eyes were not big, and he was sleeping soundly. Simon was kind enough not to disturb him, and simply left the bedroom, changed rooms, and called another maid to help him dress and wash. Chen Qing called herself a big fairy, and no longer accompanied a group of little fairies. Simon came to the garden on the west side of the east courtyard, and the girl had prepared breakfast and was waiting here. The two sat opposite each other and discussed today's schedule. Simon recalled what he wanted to say last night and said to Chen Qing, 2 years ago, Taiwan produced a very popular standalone game called The Legend of Sword Fairy. You should find time to buy the TV adaptation rights." Chen Qing obviously didn't pay much attention to these things. She didn't ask her boss how he knew, but asked, "Boss, what's it about?" "You can find out about it yourself," Simon said, pointing to the east side yard. "The heroine should be given to that little maid. I think she is very suitable." The 2005 TV series, The Legend of Sword Fairy, can be said to be the memory of a generation. The two protagonists later became big names. However, this time, Simon didn't care whether the little fairy he raised would make her debut or not. Instead, he was more inclined to keep her. In this case, a little maid in Return of the Pearl is very suitable for the role of Xiaolinger. The reason why the little maid didn't stand out in Return of the Pearl was just the result of being suppressed by the two protagonists. In terms of image, Bai Xiaodi, who starred in the Myeongzone series at the same time, was simply very beautiful and more than enough to support the role of Xiaolinger. As for the male lead, since the original actor is not old enough, he will have to be replaced. Fortunately, there are major art schools in China, so it will be no problem to select some handsome young actors. Chen Qing agreed and then tried to test him. "Boss, judging from the name, this TV series should use a lot of special effects, right?" "Yes, it's just a good opportunity for deaneries to practice special effects, and it can also be a costume project for Jinshu Film and Television City. By the way, the Peach Blossom Festival at Teohua will take shape next year, and this TV series will involve related scenes. Let them arrange the time according to the flowering period. Chen Qing said she would take note of it. Thinking that this was a project personally assigned by her boss, she asked again, "Boss, is this drama directly handed over to Jinshu for production?" Simon didn't notice this problem just now, but thinking about it now, he said, "Give it to Jingzai. She did a very good job in My Fair Princess." Chen Qing immediately pouted in dissatisfaction. "Boss, I think the reason she can do so well this time is because you gave her so many resources and such great support. She would be a fool if she couldn't do it well." Simon smiled and listened to Chen Qing, but just shook his head. "Do you know what I appreciate most about Jingzai?" "I don't want to know." Okay, boss, you tell me." "What I appreciate most is that Jingzai did not pursue perfection. While ensuring the quality, she did not spend all the 6 million budget I gave her for perfection. For the film and television industry, this is a very rare quality. Whether in the East or the West, most film and television people tend to pursue the other extreme, spending more money to get better results. Isn't that right? Of course there is nothing wrong with the attitude itself, the problem lies with the people. Many people spend more money, but the things they produce are still unsatisfactory. Of course, I'm not saying this. What I mean is that nothing can be perfect. We must make some trade-offs. Jingzai has made the necessary trade-offs very well," Simon said, and couldn't help but think of some people. James Cameron and Michael Bay, who can complete the project within the budget most of the time. Of course, there are also negative sides. For example, director Chen, who just met yesterday. Chen Qing couldn't refute, so she nodded slightly and said, "But I still think that the boss gave her 6 million, which was too much. What's more, she, tisk, has been like a vampire in the past few months. I dare not get along with her, worried that she will bite my neck at any time. Also, as for saving money, I think she is just afraid of failure, so she saves as much as possible." It seems that you have a lot of opinions about Jingzai. Yet, you can have opinions, but you are absolutely not allowed to do anything bad. Did you hear that? "I heard it, boss," Chen Qing said, looking pitiful, but unfortunately it didn't work on Simon. After breakfast, it was almost 9 o'clock. It was still a full day's work schedule. In the morning, I went to the construction site of Leveson International Center and had a 1-hour meeting with the Chinese senior management of Leveson Group. Then I rushed to the China headquarters of IGRIT in Zhongguancun to pay attention to IGRIT's various layouts in China's internet industry against the background of the bursting of the new technology bubble. Then, at noon, there was a dinner at the Renjian Club, entertaining some senior executives of bank and other companies that had just finalized a cooperation. In the afternoon, we came to the headquarters of Jinshu. After listening to the work report, Simon discussed with the senior executives of Jinshu an important development strategy for the next step of the company. With the implementation of the plan of breaking up the whole into parts, Jinshu will shrink to a great extent in terms of production. Therefore, Simon hopes that the Jinshu team will devote some energy to building an overseas distribution network. Of course, it is not a movie, but a TV series. In addition, of course, it is not aimed at Europe and the United States, but at Japan, South Korea, Southeast Asia and other surrounding countries and regions that are deeply influenced by Chinese culture. Let alone other things, just My Fair Princess, Simon clearly remembers the viewing craze caused by this TV series in the entire Asian region, especially in South Korea. Because of the higher ratings, it directly caused the 3 major Korean TV stations to ban Chinese TV series. In addition, there is Kangxi's Private Visits, which has been broadcast during the summer vacation. As far as I remember, this is also a TV series that once won the ratings championship in Hong Kong. In the past, the export of Chinese TV series usually had more cultural significance than commercial significance. As a result, the copyright holders often did not care about how much money they received and only felt that it was an honor to be able to broadcast overseas. This mentality did not change until decades later. Simon could not control other things, and Jinshu would never implement such a strategy. Even if we do not talk about interests, if good things are sold as junk or even given away for free, they will only be regarded as junk by others. Things that are too easy to get are difficult to be cherished. Compared with the surrounding areas, China has the most unique conditions for film and television drama production. Coupled with Simon's prophetic advantage, the Jinshu series will be able to produce a large number of TV series every year that are no less than those in Japan, South Korea, and Southeast Asian countries and regions. Since Japanese and Korean dramas could be imported into China in large quantities, as long as China can achieve the highest quality of the dramas, there is no reason why they cannot be exported. As for political obstacles such as those in South Korea, this time, since the Jinshu series is backed by the entire Westeros system, Simon will certainly not allow this to happen easily. Otherwise, at most, reciprocal sanctions will be imposed. Whether it is Japanese or Korean dramas, the export orientation is very strong, especially South Korea. If this time, under the power of the Westeros system, South Korea still bans popular Chinese dramas such as My Fair Princess, Simon can also push China to ban Korean dramas. Comparing the market size of both sides, it is self-evident who will suffer greater losses and equal sanctions. In short, as long as Jinshu can build a complete overseas distribution network and push out the dramas of affiliated enterprises in China after being broken down into parts, just like Jinshu Agency, this distribution network will also become a powerful tool to control China's domestic film and television industry in the future. The meeting with Jinshu's senior management started at 1 p.m. and lasted until 4 p.m. Then there was the internal test film of Love called Transfer. This comedy, which was planned as Jinshu Media's second New Year's film, has not been completely completed. It was only to adapt to Simon's schedule that a 150-minute sample was made temporarily. Feng Kuozi and Liu Chuzi have devoted their efforts to this project, and the quality is much better than the version Simon remembered. After watching the sample, Simon's only suggestion was to make a narration title similar to the original. In the past, the ending song of Love called Transfer became popular, but the opening song Watch Me 2007 was also amazing, but it was a pity that it failed to become popular. This time, it's very simple, Watch Me 1997, and then just write the lyrics. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.